The moment he opened his eyes, he found himself thrust into an unforgiving world of train survival, a place where every passenger is forced to disembark at every station to explore, driven by the sole goal of staying alive. While the lucky few might stumble on rare treasures, the unlucky ones off pay for their curiosity with their lives, proving that opportunity and danger walk hand in hand here. To survive, one must gather supplies and upgrade their carriage, eventually building a customized train world of their own. However, he entered this game with an advantage no one else has. A one-of-a-kind ascension ability. Anything he holds in his hands can be evolved to its utmost potential, turning the ordinary into the extraordinary. Crude dagger can be refined into an enchanted sharp blade, eventually becoming the eternal cutter. Even a simple white forest fruit tree can be elevated into a blessed tree, and finally into Venus's golden fruit tree. Even a common beehive is not exempt, as he can transform it into a giant wasp hive or a nano future hive. While the rest of the world is still desperately fighting over a single piece of bread, he continues to grow stronger through this power, leaving everyone else trailing in the dust. He looked around his surroundings and wondered if even the train itself could be subject to this evolution. It seems his intuition was correct, because even before the first station arrived, he had already secured a massive lead. A notification pulsed in his mind, informing him that the ascension was successful and that he had broken a record, which in turn unlocked the Destiny Divergence module. As the conductor, he was told that he may now choose his next station. He braced himself, as the system warned him to sit tight and hold on, because the train was about to arrive at its first stop. Before the story continues, we would really appreciate it if you could take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. It truly means a lot to us. We hope you are having a wonderful day. Now let us take you back to what happened a few hours earlier. A haunting message echoed in the void, wishing him eternal life as the train prepared to depart. When he finally opened his eyes, a sharp ache pulsed through his head, and he found himself rubbing his temples while staring at the unfamiliar interior of a train carriage. He could not recall a single detail of how he had arrived here. His last memory was simply staying up late to watch anime before a sudden darkness swallowed his vision, leaving a frustrating gap in his mind. For a moment, he wondered if he had actually died from overworking and been sent straight to hell, but the same mysterious voice from before interrupted his grim thoughts. The voice announced that all survivors had awakened and began distributing the basic train regulations. He listened closely as the rules were laid out. He was never to abandon his train, and he learned that every 24 hours after departure, they would arrive at a new station. These docks would last for 3 hours, giving them the choice to disembark or stay on board. The goal was to collect resources to upgrade the train and unlock new modules, but the voice was clear about one thing: he was not to leave the train. Before reaching a station, the final command was simple and chilling: survive, as the announcement concluded with a strict warning to abide by these. According to the rules, the first station will arrive in just 1 hour. This long message prompts him to pinch his cheek. The sharp sting hurts. No dream. As his headache begins to fade, he stands up. He struggles from the cold floor to survey his surroundings. It is exactly as it looks: a solitary carriage hurtling through endless wilderness. Streaming past the windows, the only notable feature is an oval device with a glowing screen displaying the bold words "Train Control System" in front. Without hesitation, he approaches and touches it, prompting the system to show conductor info, train details, a trading platform, and a chat room. Curious, he opens the chat and sees it is at its full capacity of 10,000 people. Messages flood past in a frantic blur. One guy is screaming about his wealth, demanding to be let out. Another desperately searches for medication. Meanwhile, a woman named Shiawin calls out for her husband. Some wonder if they got icegate. while one cynical soul cheers about not dealing with his boss tomorrow. However, his eyes catch a message from someone claiming they are all just bad actors in a reality show. He is getting off immediately to prove it is not real, ignoring all warning messages from others. His name vanishes, count drops to 9,999. A chill runs deep. Did that guy actually just die? Shaking his head, he decides to stop dwelling on it, closing the chat to view train. Details: it is a level 1 train with no extra carriages, moving 20 kilometers per hour. It features a basic workbench, a level 1 frame, wheels and base. The upgrade requirements are steep: 100 kilograms of wood, 150 kilograms of metal, 50 mechanical parts. This speed catches his eye. If arrival times are fixed at 24-hour intervals, why does speed matter? Besides, if 10,000 people are arriving at once, the scale of the station must be absolutely massive. He looks out at the wilderness, again struck by a sudden, terrifying thought. Maybe speed matters because if he moves too slowly, something out there might eventually catch up. Pushing those fears aside, he opens his personal info screen. His name and ID are listed alongside sanity and stamina stats, both at full 100. The sanity meter warns of mental decline, from fatigue to total madness. While stamina is tied to physical survival, there are no skills listed, but under the talent section, he spots a word that changes everything: sublimation. Looking closer, the system explains he can spend stamina or sanity to evolve and upgrade anything without any restrictions on rank or category. He quickly searches the chat for mention of talents but finds absolutely nothing. If such powers were common, someone would have bragged by now. This means talent holders are exceptionally rare. He wonders why he got this insane cheat: main character energy. Then it hits him: he has always been slightly different back home. He remembers how broken computers would suddenly run heavy games after he touched them, and basic cars somehow reached completely impossible speeds. Friends joked he was pleasing machine spirits, but he never actually. Coincidences, that is what he always thought, but this description proved it was entirely real. How far could he push this power? No telling. He walked over to the workbench where a basic water bottle, loaf of bread, and a small knife sat as starter gear. Looking at the level 1 shoddy dagger, he internally commanded it to sublimate. An invisible force instantly wrapped the crude blade, and his stamina plummeted from 100 to 90. In a flash, a level 2 enchanted sharp dagger appeared. Excitement surged as the blade gleamed coldly in his hand. The talent actually worked, and the stamina cost was manageable. A quick swing, and the blade whistled sharply through the air. Incredible. A high-quality weapon made from such cheap materials. A new, far more ambitious idea struck him as he looked around. The train carriage. The description said he could sublimate any existence, which had to include this train itself. Taking a deep, excited breath, he approached the control panel and placed his hand firmly on the oval device. Sublimate. He gave the silent command. Instantly, the invisible force returned. Only this time, he felt his stamina draining at a far more alarming rate than with the knife. Crushing, heavy exhaustion hit him hard. His stamina plummeted from 90 to a mere 30. He collapsed onto the floor, huffing out a weary breath. Yet he smiled. Pure excitement. Honestly, who wouldn't lose their mind watching a train transform? A system notification confirmed the upgrade was successful, bringing the train up to level 2. The next upgrade requirements were incredibly steep: 200 kilograms of wood, 200 mechanical parts, and 400 kilograms of metal. Beside physical changes, he unlocked several new upgrade options, and even better, a special reward for breaking the record of fastest train. Upgrade: a special module card. Once he caught his breath, he took a moment to examine the train's new status. Reaching level 2 had automatically upgraded the chassis, wheels, and workbench. effectively doubling their speed from 20 to 40 kilometers per hour. What truly piqued his interest was the strong feeling that he could sublimate this train. Further, unlike the knife, which had basically hit its absolute limit, the train's potential ceiling was massive. He knew his reserves would not be enough to upgrade it again without tapping into his mental energy, but remembering those warnings about sanity, he decided to quickly drop that dangerous idea. Instead, he focused on the fresh upgrade options in that special module card. The Level 2 menu offered 4 blueprints: a free basic carriage, a water tank for 1 coin, a burst acceleration device for 5, and the chance for longer docking time for 2 coins. He frowned, realizing these train coins must be the local currency. Since he did not have a single one, he worried he would be forced to choose the free option and lose everything else. Fortunately, the system confirmed he could save these choices for up to 3 station stops. Relieved, he took the free basic carriage blueprint, noting its massive material requirements. He decided not to sublimate the He leaves the blueprint alone, fearing an upgrade might make construction costs impossible to meet before he even secures the basic resources. He turns his focus to the special module card, which materializes as a diamond-shaped card wreathed in pale blue particles above his palm. The description is frustratingly vague, stating only that it grants a special module upon activation. Naturally, he cannot suppress the urge to sublimate the card itself. Though his stamina is low, he still has his mental energy, and a quick meal of bread and water miraculously restores his stamina to 50. He murmurs that testing it should not be a problem and silently gives the command to sublimate. The invisible force returns with a vengeance. The card releases a brilliant spray of blue particles, shining like shooting stars. From an outside perspective, the train must have looked like a comet trailing blue flames, accelerating through the void. When the light finally fades, a heavy lethargy settles into his bones. His stamina drops to 20, and his mental energy sits at 60, triggering a mental fatigue status. Talk about high risk, high reward, but this upgrade is absolutely worth it. The special module card has evolved into an exclusive module card. He lies on the floor examining the card, wondering what mental fatigue actually entails. Since he does not feel particularly different, perhaps his physical exhaustion is simply masking the mental strain. He offers a quick, scattered prayer to every deity he can think of, from the ancients to the god emperor. Before finally activating the card, azure light envelops him as the system congratulates him on obtaining a unique conductor module called the Crossroads of Fate. Its effect is simple yet profound. His path will always present a second choice, and different choices will lead to completely different destinies. Before he can even examine the details, the train's PA system crackled to life, announcing their imminent arrival at the first station. He is shocked to realize an entire hour has already passed without him noticing. With only 1 minute left, a second interface appears, courtesy of his new module. He is presented with 2 choices: Platform 1, the swampland, or Platform 2, the armory. Recognizing this as the power of his exclusive module, he does not hesitate. He chooses the armory, reasoning that while others might look for food, nothing provides more security here than weapons. Watch closely, because as soon as he makes his selection, the space ahead of the train distorts violently. Resembling the gaping mouth of a great beast, the train whistle shrieks as they plunge through the warped reality, and the surroundings transform completely. They have arrived. The docking countdown begins at 3 hours, and to his immense relief, the system reports that no hazards are detected at the station. The train gradually slows to a crawl, the rhythmic clatter of the tracks fading into a heavy silence as he arrives at his first stop. Standing before the sealed door, he takes a deep breath to steady his nerves, tightening his grip on his sublimated dagger before pressing the release button. Outside, the world is draped in an oppressive pitch-black void, yet strangely, a massive building. The size of a matchbox stands clearly in his line of sight. Looking up, he realizes there is no sun in the sky, yet the road beneath him and the structure ahead were perfectly visible. It hit him then that space traversal is truly an incredible power. It certainly explained why all the trains shared the same arrival times despite the distances. He stepped off the train, reaching the entrance in fewer than 10 steps. The massive doors were shut tight, but he managed to pry a gap open with his dagger. As the heavy doors swung wide, a wave of rotten stench hit him square in the face. He walked inside to find rows of neatly arranged wooden crates, the clear source of the decaying odor. Using his blade, he pried the rusted iron locks off the nearest crate. Inside, two bolt-action rifles lay half-buried in wood shavings. The system identified them as low-level marksman rifles, each equipped with 20 low-grade bullets, 2 guns and 40 rounds in just one crate. Unreal loot. He spent the next hour opening several crates in a row and hauling the loot back to the train. After several trips, the adrenaline-fueled strength he had been running on began to hit its limit. His stamina had dropped to 15 points. The repeated use of sublimation had already pushed his physical boundaries, though his excitement had somehow allowed his spirit to recover to 70. With 3 hours of docking time and no energy replenishment, he realized he would not have much strength left to move supplies if he did not pace himself. After resting, he shifted from heavy lifting to exploration. In a side room, he spotted several sealed iron boxes on a shelf that reminded him of military supply videos he had seen back home. The markings on the surface were blurred, but he felt a surge of nervous anticipation as he swallowed hard and pried one open. Inside were neatly arranged blocks of compressed biscuits, looking like solid bars of gold, smelling like sweet milk mixed with a fermented tang. No matter the expiration date, he stuffed one into his mouth immediately. It was exactly what he needed, though he quickly realized he would need water. These things quench hunger but leave you parched. He found 4 barrels of these rations, 80 biscuits in total, enough to sustain a man for half a month. Nearby, he found sealed barrels of water, but the smell was distinctly undrinkable. Still, he moved everything onto the train. Pure profit. The armory was a cramped semi-enclosed space filled with collapsed shelves and rotting debris. In 2 hours, he salvaged 42 intact rifles. The rest were rusted beyond use, fit only for the processing station. He also loaded up on iron and wood. Even if he did not use them for his own upgrades, they would be valuable for trading. With 30 minutes left on the countdown, he decided on one last trip. His carriage was getting crowded, and he knew a second carriage was his top priority. He had the wood and parts, but he was still short on metal. He headed for the innermost area, bypassing the mess to check the final rooms. These looked like former living quarters. The first few were empty, but as he entered the last one, he heard a sickening crunch. He looked down to see he had stepped on a small leg bone from a skeleton. He muttered a quick apology to the brother. On the floor, he was not particularly afraid. Even as a kid, horror movies amused him, and he had never been fazed by the sight of the deceased. As he withdrew his foot, he noticed a dust-covered paper document bag beneath the remains. It was strange. Everything else had rotted to absolutely nothing, yet this paper. The bag was completely undamaged. Curious, he snatched it up and ran back to the train to use the system appraisal function just in case of traps. To his surprise and joy, the screen revealed a level 1 treasure chest. He laughed, thanking the old skeleton and promising him a proper burial later, but as he went to open it, he paused. If he could sublimate the train, surely he could sublimate this too. His stats sat at 30 stamina and 80 spirit. He figured that such a small bag would not drain him too much, and he could always eat another biscuit to recover. Once he had convinced himself the decision was already made, he whispered the command to sublimate. His stats began to drain instantly. a warning flash that his spirit had fallen below 50, plunging him into a deep state of self-doubt. He collapsed onto the floor like a fish out of water, staring blankly at the swaying ceiling lamp. After a moment, he sat up. His stamina at 20 and spirit at 50. Honestly, it did not feel like a big deal. Aside from the heavy physical fatigue, the self-doubt state did not seem to hinder him. The cost to reach level 2 was 40 points, higher than he expected, but the folder was now a level 2 treasure chest. It seemed it could not be pushed further, perhaps lacking the potential or being capped by a rule he did not yet understand. He rubbed his hands together and opened the file. The rewards flashed before him: 4 train coins, a Colt pistol, and a level 2 blueprint for an external garbage collector. Reflecting on the 4 coins he had just acquired, he realized that this was the primary way to obtain the local currency. He opened his train details and saw that the options appearing after the level 2 upgrade were still available at the top of the interface. Without much hesitation, he spent 3 of those train coins to purchase the basic water tank blueprint and an additional hour of docking time, leaving him with only a single coin to his name. If he can manage to find another treasure chest at the next station, he might just gather enough needed for that acceleration device. He noticed the departure countdown had shifted to 1 hour and 15 minutes, so he turned his attention toward the physical rewards from the chest. The Colt M1911 felt substantial in his hand, compared to the mass-produced firearms he had salvaged from the armory. Its craftsmanship was so refined, it could be considered a work of art. He quickly deduced that the firearms in this world likely shared a universal bullet type, so he loaded a magazine with low-grade ammunition to test it out. Aiming at a wooden box outside the carriage, he pulled the trigger and watched as the crate instantly shattered into splinters. The power of the shot took him by surprise, and he rubbed his slightly sore palm where the recoil had bitten into the webbing of his hand. Although this handgun used the same bullets as the ones from the armory, it was clearly twice as powerful. The thought of what it might become if he sublimated it crossed his mind, but he quickly shook his head to dismiss the dangerous idea. Now was not the time for such gambles, especially since his physical and mental reserves were hovering near their limits. It would be far wiser to wait until he had recovered. After putting the pistol away, he used the control system to examine the 2 blueprints he had acquired. The basic water tank would. This would let him store water and keep it fresh for 10 days, requiring only 10 kilograms of metal and 20 mechanical parts. The external garbage collector was even more intriguing, since it automatically gathered and stored trash from the platforms before departure, requiring 30 kilograms of metal and 100 mechanical parts, with an optional upgrade costing an extra 300 parts. That allowed the workbench to automatically recycle the waste into usable materials. Checking his current stash of 210 kilograms of wood, 60 kilograms of metal, and 220 mechanical parts, he muttered that he could easily afford to build both, but doing that meant putting his first extra train carriage on hold for now. He decided to take his time, since the extra docking time he bought gave him the luxury of a real rest. As the countdown entered its final hour, he opened up the trading platform to scout the market. The rules were pretty weird. While conductors could only put up items for sale after leaving a station, anyone still docked was free to buy anything already listed. It seemed like an obvious move to stop station-to-station supply transfers, though it did nothing to block private trades or purchases by those still docked. It was a massive loophole, and pretty tempting too. Made him wonder if the system behind this survival game was hinting that they could bend the rules, so he focused all his efforts on trading for metal, scanning his stash of low-grade rifles and compressed biscuits. In a world like this, safety and food were the ultimate commodities, but as he refreshed the screen, he found that while some had listed metal, the amounts were tiny and the prices were completely absurd. it was clear that most survivors were just testing the waters instead of looking for fair deals. Moving over to the chat room, he saw it scrolling wildly with messages from conductors who had already moved on from their first stops. One guy complained about finding only scrap tires at a garbage station, while another player cried about arriving at a stinking grassland covered in black mud, when a few people pointed out that black soil could grow fresh vegetables. Others mocked the idea, pointing out the obvious lack of space. The conversation shifted when someone posted a blueprint for a basic mechanical fishing rod, triggering a wave of envy and confusion. It became pretty clear that many passengers had not found a single blueprint yet. People started haggling, offering their starting food and water rations just for mechanical parts. It was a pretty desperate scene, with some even offering trades for half a loaf of bread to survive, and trust me, the vibe only got worse once treasure chests came up. Those who had not found any grew angry, demanding that others share their secrets for the sake of teamwork. Eventually, someone buckled under the pressure and posted a screenshot of what they opened. A level 1 chest had given them 2 train coins, some healing salve, and a blueprint for an aluminum insulation pad. Checking the math on that loot, he calculated that if a level 1 chest gave 2 train coins, and level 2 gave 4, then a level 3 chest should have 6. Compared to his massive level 2 haul, those first level rewards felt pretty weak. Still, he knew that medicine was incredibly precious commodity in this harsh world, and every single coin was a step forward. Suddenly, a message in the public chat caught his eye. A user named Lai Zio Shan was asking if anyone needed metal, stating he had some ready to trade and was giving priority to weapons. The fact that he was prioritizing guns over food suggested he did not lack survival skills. He preferred dealing with capable individuals rather than those who could not even fill their own stomachs yet, so he decided to reach out. A line of text soon appeared in their private chat as Lai Zio Shan asked if he was looking to trade for metal. He countered by asking how much he had, to which he cautiously asked how much was needed. It was clear he was being guarded, but his response confirmed he possessed a substantial amount. When he asked if he could produce 150 kilograms of metal, the chat went dead silent. He could picture the trader staring at the message. Disbelief. That was enough for a full level 1 train upgrade, and he likely wondered how the conductor had already gathered the necessary wooden mechanical parts, or what gave him the confidence to make such a massive purchase. After a moment of hesitation, the trader replied he could provide it, but questioned what the conductor had to trade. Noting that the starter dagger would only fetch him 10 kilograms, he simply asked how he felt about a rifle. Using the system photo function, he sent him a picture of one of the average low-grade rifles he had salvaged. He offered him 1 gun and 20 bullets in exchange for his 150 kilograms of metal. His shock was immediate. The trader accused him of robbery, claiming that even a gun was not worth such a steep price. He remained unfazed as he played with a bullet, knowing full well that as the only person selling firearms, he held all the cards. He told him the price was not expensive at all, reminding him of the sheer value of a gun and the unknown dangers awaiting them at the next station. Having a firearm would significantly improve his chances of survival, and the trader knew he was right. He had obtained over 300 kilograms of metal and a treasure chest at his first stop, which likely made him feel like the luckiest person alive, but that pride clearly paled in comparison to the weapon in his hands. When he tried to lower the price to 100 kilograms, he stroked his chin and narrowed his eyes. He had revealed his hand by showing how much he wanted the gun, so the conductor refused to budge. He told him he could take the deal, or the conductor would simply find someone else who was more eager. He gritted his teeth and asked for time to think, but he gave him only 10 seconds. Claiming he was busy, he had no way of knowing he was still at the first station, or that he was focused on building a carriage rather than a simple engine. Upgrade, finally, the trader hardened his resolve and agreed to the trade. He asked why the conductor needed so much metal and if he had blueprints to mass-produce these guns, clarifying that he was not trying to steal his secrets, but just wanted to know if they could trade again in the future. He boasted that he was confident he could reach level 2 within 3 stops and offered to promote his weapons once he became known as a top-tier conductor. He found his confidence amusing. If he considered reaching level 2 in 3 stops to be strong, he wondered what he would think of him reaching it before even entering the first station. He decided to humor his delusions of grandeur and simply told him to proceed with the trade. He was curious to see how the system handled transactions. Following the system prompts, he places the rifle and bullets on an empty spot, and a virtual glow instantly swaps them for neatly stacked metal ingots. It is an incredibly convenient and interesting process, all managed by the system's impartial arbitration. With his new resources secured, he places the basic carriage blueprint on the processing station. A translucent screen appears, confirming the materials are ready. When he selects the option to construct, the wood, metal, and mechanical parts vanish, reassembling through mysterious force at the rear of the train. The new carriage descends smoothly onto the tracks and connects to the locomotive with a satisfying click. The system notifies him that construction is complete and mentions he can modify it with glass and fiber later. For now, it is a spacious empty shell about 10 meters long, roomy, bright, and exactly what he needs. It lacks glass in the window frames and has no external door, requiring entry through the rear of the locomotive, but it feels right. A train shouldn't just be an engine after all. He nods in satisfaction and checks his stats, deciding his stamina and mental energy are too low for further sublimation. He begins moving his supplies from the locomotive into the new carriage. He still has 40 minutes left on the countdown, plenty of time to return to the armory to gather whatever remains. His stats sit at a weary 21 for stamina and 59 for mental energy, leaving him officially exhausted. Inside the train, he lies motionless on the floor like a salted fish that has lost all hope of moving. During these final moments, he drains his last reserves of strength, making 2 final round trips to the armory, but he hasn't forgotten his earlier promise. Despite the physical strain of hauling materials, he manages to shovel a grave for those skeletal remains and even erects an unmarked tombstone as a final gesture of respect. That marks the end of his harvest at this station. As the departure countdown finally hits 0, the previously stationary train begins to groan and slowly lurch forward. Those familiar spatial distortions reappear, and the train steadily accelerates through the boundary, returning once more to the endless expanse of the desolate wasteland. Simultaneously, the train's broadcast system crackled to life. It announces that all conductors have left the platform and offers a hollow congratulations to the 9,892 survivors who made it out of the first novice station. The voice then warns them they have officially exited the newcomer safety period. Starting from the second station, there is no longer any guarantee that trains will stop in safe areas. Talk about a brutal wake-up call, sparking absolute chaos in the chat. Some question the timing, wondering why they left the platform an hour later than expected, while others realize with frustration that someone must have stayed an extra hour at the first station. Critics are even calling him a dirty cheater, while many lament not realizing that the first station was safe. A few share grim stories, like one whose first stop was a desert where they nearly died in quicksand. He remains completely unaware of their bickering, far too busy sitting on the floor. He organizes his final haul. His inventory is looking pretty impressive. 49 low-level marksman rifles, 1,100 rounds of ammunition, and 150 kilograms of wood, 104 kilograms of metal, and 162 mechanical parts. He also salvaged a Wide variety of usable tools like crowbars, shovels, and screwdrivers. He tossed the broken ones into the processing station for recycling, keeping the rest as backups. His current blueprints for the water tank and garbage collector required 40 kilograms of metal and 110 mechanical parts, barely a dent in his newfound reserves. After placing the blueprints and allocating the resources the control system allowed for their installation, he commanded the system to place the water tank inside the carriage and mount the collector on the left exterior. Once the installation was complete, he walked back to find a fixed metal water tank with wheels occupying a section of his new carriage. It could hold 1,000 kilograms of water and featured non-removable layers to keep clean and contaminated water separate. He poured in 50 kilograms of polluted water he brought from the armory. He felt a slight pang of disappointment that he lacked a purification system, though he was not particularly anxious about it. He decided it was time to test the market, so he posted his first message in the public chat room. He stated that he was buying water, glass, fiber, blueprints, and other resources while offering firearms and food in exchange. And let me tell you, mentioning guns caused an immediate frenzy, while some shamelessly begged for weapons or asked if he was a big shot. Upgrading his train, others offered themselves as lackeys or tried to guilt trip him into sharing his wealth for the sake of humanity. He noticed several non-Chinese names among the flooded private messages, which surprised him momentarily before he realized this world likely pulled people from all over, perhaps even different versions of Earth. He promptly blocked anyone attempting moral blackmail or looking for handouts, then began filtering for real potential. A woman named Shangyuan Yingsu offered 20 kilograms of lake water. Though she specified she would not provide a container, he replied to her with a touch of detachment, noting that lake water could be lethal without filtration and that she needed to show more sincerity if she wanted to trade. For a gun, she seemed frustrated but asked him to name his price. He demanded 50 kilograms. In this world, water was arguably more precious than metal, especially since few people had storage containers, even if they found a source. His true minimum was 30 kilograms of undrinkable water for one gun, but he held the upper hand here. Ultimately, he was only one person, no matter how many guns he held. Converting them into bulk resources was his only practical path forward. She eventually agreed to 50 kilograms, though she reminded him quite sharply that he would have to handle the storage himself. He could not help but wonder if he quoted too low since she agreed so instantly, but he was not one for second-guessing his decisions. He confirmed the deal and prepared to proceed, but Shangyuan Yingsu quickly added that she needed more bullets and food. It made him curious where this woman was getting so much water. Having large quantities was not necessarily shocking since she mentioned it was lake water, meaning her first stop likely bordered a lake. But what truly puzzled him was how she stored it before their 3-hour docking ended. At the first station, both the trading platform and chat room were supposedly restricted. Had she found standard containers or built them from blueprints like he did? He did not ask. In this desolate world, everyone kept secrets close. He set his prices clearly: 5 low-grade bullets for every kilogram of water. No container needed on her end. For food, he offered military compressed biscuits. The rate was 1 biscuit for 5 kilograms of water, which she accepted immediately. She requested 100 bullets and 3 biscuits, plus the previous weapons. Combined with the rifle, that brought her payment to 85 kilograms of water. When she asked if he needed containers, he politely told her it was fine. Instead of buying any, he initiated the trade. The transfer point appeared. The portal materialized directly over his water tank. The firearms instantly vanished. In their place, 85 kilograms of lake water cascaded down into the reservoir. With his prior trades, he now possessed 135 kilograms of water. He stared deep into the clear liquid, desperately fighting the urge to drink. It looked clean, but drinking raw lake water was basically a death sentence. So they finalized the trade with a quick, quiet, professional sign-off. She silently sent over a friend request, which he accepted without any hesitation. He easily preferred her quiet, no-nonsense style over the pretentious Li Xiao Sheng. He spent the next few hours successfully selling off weapons and ammo. In return, he gathered the fiber and glass needed for his upgrades. Once he reinforced his carriage, actual glass panes appeared in the frames. They transformed the drafty, cold compartment into a cozy, proper room. Honestly, what a massive harvest. By the end, he had 21 rifles left. He had not stuck to fixed prices, choosing to sell whenever offers felt fair. These basic weapons would only depreciate as players unlocked better blueprints. Hoarding them would have been a terrible mistake, finally done for the day. He enjoyed a nice dinner of traded bread and clean mineral water before. Curling up in a warm corner of the front cabin, far too exhausted to worry. Worrying about survival could wait, his only focus now was sleep. Outside, the high-hanging moon watched over him until his eyes drifted shut. Freezing, he woke up shivering, rubbing the heavy sleep from his eyes. Stretching his incredibly stiff neck, he looked out at the desolate wasteland. The empty world was bathed in a lonely, cold glow from the giant moon. He checked the clock, 3:37 a.m., and the chat was still scrolling. Clearly, very few people had slept as soundly as he did. No use trying to rest now. Brushing off the thick dust, he stood up. Energy was finally back. Time for more sublimation. He decided to begin with the Colt. He started with the Colt M1911, a masterpiece he was eager to upgrade. He had to get ready, especially since the next stop was guaranteed trouble. He triggered the system upgrade, feeling his stamina instantly drain away. The dark gun frame shifted, developing elegant patterns and growing heavier. It now required a firm, steady grip to hold. It was level 3. This blacklight enchanted pistol could consume his own stamina too. Convert standard bullets into powerful armor-piercing rounds. The cost was 40. Stamina, which seemed fine, he placed some scrap metal for a target and squeezed the trigger while channeling his energy, a deafening blast. And a blinding muzzle flash followed as an armor-piercing round tore through the air, punching a clean hole straight through the target. He was floored. Aside from the brutal recoil, this hardly felt like a regular pistol anymore, at a cost of 2 stamina. Per special round, it was a highly sustainable edge. The system hinted it could be upgraded even further, but he decided against it. The heavy kick was already at the absolute limit of what he could manage. Still, he had energy left, so he stepped into the new carriage and touched the wall, calling for another upgrade. To his surprise, it only cost 25 stamina and 0 mental energy. The carriage transformed into a level 2 cozy train carriage filled with an enchanted warmth that maintained a steady 22 degrees Celsius interior regardless of the freezing weather outside. No more freezing nights for him. Satisfied, he pulled out a traded blanket and laid it on the floor. The heavy stamina loss was the perfect cure for insomnia. He knew he had to conserve his energy for that second stop tomorrow. That night, while everyone else stayed awake shivering in the freezing wind, he slept in absolute luxury. He woke up at 10:27 a.m. and stretched his stiff limbs. He figured that since they entered the first station at 1 p.m. yesterday, they would probably arrive at the next station around the same time today, though he wondered if his 1-hour delay would push that arrival time back. Stepping out of the warm cabin and returning to the locomotive, the brutal temperature drop was shocking. His control panel was absolutely flooded with messages as the dangerous second station drew closer. The value of his weapons was skyrocketing. One particular message from a survivor named Lu caught his eye, asking if blueprints could be traded. Up until now, nobody wanted to part with any blueprints because they were basically infinite manufacturing machines. He asked what Lu had to offer, and Lu sent over a screenshot of a level 1 train seat blueprint. It was just a chair, barely a top-tier asset, but it was permanent. He decided to make the trade, offering a pistol and 10 bullets. After all, weapons were only a temporary solution, while a blueprint offered infinite value. Surprisingly, Lu was incredibly grateful, borderline desperate, claiming that without a proper weapon, he would absolutely die at the next station. That level of certainty made him wonder if Lu possessed some sort of danger-sensing talent. Not wanting to pry, he simply finalized the trade and headed straight to the processing table to craft his new black chair. Sitting down felt like a return to civilization. He spent his final hour before arrival wrapping up several weapon deals, selling 15 rifles and 300 bullets. He kept the rest for himself, with his stats nearly maxed out at 98 stamina and 100 spirit. He took a rifle and upgraded it cost 13 points, transforming it into a level 2 exquisite marksman rifle. It was not as devastating as his enchanted pistol, but it was still a major upgrade. As the countdown ticked down, the chat room grew deadly quiet. 30 minutes before arrival, his Crossroads of Fate module flashed, offering him a direct choice between a level 2 hunting platform called the Goblin Camp or a level 3 collection platform called the White Forest. He noticed the system module was giving way more crucial details now. It made him wonder what lay ahead. The armory had only been level 1, but his train upgrade unlocked these higher-tier options. He ended up choosing the White Forest, assuming a collection platform would be safer than a goblin camp. Spatial fluctuations engulfed the train, and soon a gray-white light surrounded them. Outside the window stood a strange forest of bone-white trunks and pale leaves. The system reported a 4-hour stay, alongside a reassuring low-risk warning. Interestingly, nobody in the global chat had ever mentioned hazard ratings. He figured this had to be another exclusive benefit of his upgraded module. After gearing up, he holstered his pistol and slung his rifle over his shoulder. When he pressed the door release and stepped out, the world was silent. The quiet was so absolute that he could easily hear his own pulse. He scanned the deep white woods, wondering what a collection platform actually offered. Then, peering through the silent trees, he spotted what looked like a path. He stepped onto the path and ventured deeper into the silent woods. His senses sharpened with every single step. He remained hypervigilant against potential dangers the entire way. His hand stayed close to his weapon, but thankfully, the silence remained unbroken. As the path ended deep within the gray-white forest, a cluster of pale fruit trees appeared. He wondered if these were the specific collection items the station offered. Station had to offer. Approaching one of those trees, he used his dagger to slice a stem, catching a fruit as it fell, bringing it close to his nose. A sweet, yet slightly bitter aroma wafted over, unlike anything in his previous world. He swallowed hard, staring at it. The fragrance was incredibly powerful. Seriously, the fragrance was so intoxicating, a primal craving surged to devour it. Just as he was about to take a bite, a sharp sense of danger snapped him back. He instantly hurled the fruit away, his heart hammering against his ribs. Panting in shock, he stood there wondering what on earth just happened. A quick glance at his stats showed his stamina at 93, but his spirit had plummeted to 72. Cold sweat drenched his skin, his spirit. It had been full just moments ago, yet dropped drastically in those few seconds. He was not lacking food or water, making this desperate urge entirely unnatural. The rate of his spirit depletion was absolutely terrifying. It was faster than sublimation. These strange fruits were clearly a trap. He stepped back, frowning at the pale harvest. Talk about a close call. The train's appraisal function only worked on board, which was a nuisance. But he suspected the low risk here was tied directly to these hallucinogens. Perhaps it was only the scent that caused his lapse in judgment. Still, he couldn't leave empty-handed and needed to get them to the train. To analyze them, he used his dagger to rip a cloth piece from his clothing. tying the cloth over his nose and mouth as a makeshift mask. The old saying proved true: men die for wealth as birds die for food, even knowing they were lethal. He could not bring himself to abandon them. He became a diligent farmer. In that eerie silence, harvesting until his backpack grew heavy. As he wiped the sweat from his brow, he felt incredibly thankful for his trusty dagger. Without it, this task would have been impossible. Once back, he ran in appraisal. The system identified them as level 3 white forest fruits. In their raw state, they let off a hallucinogenic aroma that drained a person's spirit, permanently cutting down their maximum capacity. But soaking them in cold water for 5 minutes changed everything. They would quickly restore spirit and give some minor illusion resistance. He patted his chest, a narrow escape from a complete disaster. It was a serious wake-up call. He thought he was careful, but clearly he had to do better. He quickly dumped everything in. After 5 minutes, they shifted from dull gray to a beautiful pure white. He took a bite, and an explosion of sweet juice filled his mouth. It tasted incredible, better than any fruit he had ever had. Compared to this, his old dry biscuits and bread felt like absolute cardboard. His eyes lit up as he realized how valuable this was. He emptied his bag of other supplies, grabbed his 2 guns and dagger, then headed right back out. Every trip took around 20 minutes, and harvesting took another 10, with just 4 hours. Total, he had 0 time to waste. Leaving the train, he saw the recycler he had set up was actually running. A tiny cube robot, barely knee-high, was moving back and forth, bringing back junk like leaves and stones. It seemed pretty useless to him, but since it was already built, he left it alone. He spent the next few hours working like crazy, his dagger flashing as he stripped tree after tree. By the time the countdown neared its final 30 minutes, he had collected over 100 pounds of fruit. It was a pity to walk away, not knowing if he would ever find this again. But he refused to let greed make him miss his train. He sat back in his seat, eating a sweet fruit while sorting his inventory. He had his harvest: 79 biscuits and 21 bottles of pure water. For now, survival was not a problem. He opened the regional chat, and the sheer numbers instantly froze him solid. Only 8,721. Out of 10,000, over 1,000 people gone by just the second station. The chat was a wall of pure misery, people dying from drinking dirty lake water, others suffering punctured lungs from wild beast attacks, and tons of people begging for food or medicine. Modern medical luxuries were gone. Out here, a tiny cut could be a death sentence. While he used his crossroads ability to find a safe zone, others were out there being chased by wild beasts or trapped in toxic mud. As his own countdown neared its end, he remembered the tiny recycling robot. He figured if it brought back 10 kilograms of wood, it would be a miracle. He walked back to the platform with 0 expectations, only to freeze right in his tracks. Sitting among the literal trash was a wooden box, a level 3 treasure chest. Talk about hitting the jackpot. He had not dared to venture deep into the woods for fear of getting lost. Yet this machine had wandered off and brought back exactly what he needed. He patted its metal head with newfound appreciation, feeling a little guilty for looking down on it. It was worth every single resource he had spent. Still, he resisted opening it. Right away, a level 3 chest, if sublimated, would reach level 4, guaranteeing better coins and much rarer items. His stats sat at 45 stamina and 92 mental energy. He gave the command to sublimate, feeling that familiar energy drain pulling at his very soul. When it was over, he was physically spent, but mentally soaring. With a creak, he opened the level 4 chest. The rewards: staggering 8 train coins, an external alert tower system, and white forest fruit seeds, a gray-white paint scheme, and an advanced ceramic bulletproof vest. He stared at the loot, knowing how envious the chat would be if they knew. Still, he kept it quiet. Bragging only breeds enemies. He realized he could not sublimate these new items further. The Cost was simply beyond his current total capacity. Level 4 was a major wall. He immediately installed the alert tower atop the locomotive. It was a sophisticated piece of tech that could equip ranged weapons and provide automated defense within 100 meters, even seeing through. Invisibility, he equipped 5 of his remaining rifles, feeling a massive surge in his sense of security. As for the seeds, they required special white forest soil and 30 days to mature, consuming half a kilogram of fresh water. Daily, it was a steep price, but he was one of the few who could afford it. In the final 3 minutes before departure, he scrambled to fill several crates with the gray soil the seeds required. He also processed the trash the robot had gathered, gaining some wood and white pigments from the leaves and stones. As the train began to move, he watched the white forest recede into the distance. He was back in the wilderness, but he was stronger than before. He stretched leisurely and noticed his private messages blinking. There was only one person on his friend list. It was Shangyuan Yinj asking if he still needed water. He typed out a message to her, making his position clear from the start. He asked what she needed, but warned her up front that he had no firearms. Left to trade, he waited for a long time without a reply, eventually assuming she decided against the deal, just as he was about to close the private chat. Message finally blinked onto the screen. She apologized for the delay, explaining that she had just been taking a bath. He glanced over at his own water storage tank, momentarily stunned. Just how much water did this woman have to be wasting it so lavishly? Even with his current success, he had not even considered being that extravagant. He told her it was no problem and asked what she wanted to trade, reminding her of his lack of guns. On the other side of the connection, inside Shangyuan Yinja's train, a black-haired girl with waist-length hair stood up from a large wooden tub that dominated most of her carriage. As she tied up her hair, her light blue eyes remained calm and unreadable. She sent over a list: 32 kilograms of wood, 50 kilograms of metal, and 40 mechanical parts. She added that she was fairly certain he had those items. He raised an eyebrow at the screen. He did not answer directly, instead questioning why she was so sure he had them, and even if he did, why he would not just use them for his own train upgrades. She replied that she simply hated trouble. She had gathered some materials herself, but dealing with too many people took more time than she liked. She calculated that he was likely the only one capable of providing bulk materials right now. After all, he had sold over 20 rifles, and aside from food and water, he had to be receiving materials. In exchange, she was right, though she did not know the half of it. He had sold over 40 items. He had the resources she wanted, but trading them for simple water was no longer appealing. His own reserves were currently sufficient, and he had even seen players in the chat room discussing how to boil raw lake water to make it safe. It was not a method he wanted to rely on unless he was desperate, but it made raw water less valuable. Shangyuan Yingsha remained silent for a bit while drying herself, then sent over a screenshot that immediately changed his mind. It was a level 1 water purification device capable of filtering wastewater at a rate of 1 kilogram per hour. He rubbed his eyes, staring at the image. A device like this actually existed. It perfectly explained her lavish baths. She could easily filter and recycle the water, given her willingness to trade it. He suspected she might even have the blueprint. When he asked her if she did not confirm or deny it, simply stating the device should be enough to cover the resources she needed. He quickly suppressed his surprise. Secret or not, he was incredibly lucky to get this tech. He agreed to the trade, and once the transaction was complete, he found the device could be perfectly installed right between his wastewater and clean water tanks. Once activated, the purified water would flow automatically into storage, saving him an immense amount of trouble. Naturally, he called upon sublimation since it was a small level 1 item. The energy drain was minimal. It transformed into a level 2 premium water purification device, tripling the output to 3 kilograms per hour and adding the brand new ability to purify non-freshwater sources like seawater. Feeling a sudden surge of goodwill, he sent her another message asking if she could upgrade her train and if she would be willing to share what those upgrade options actually looked like. He was quite curious to see if her choices matched his. She hesitated a bit, but eventually sent a screenshot of her level 2 options. She had the basic carriage and the extended stop time, which were completely identical to his. But her random options were a welding tool set and a wooden bed blueprint. It clearly confirmed his theory. The carriage and time extension were fixed, while the others were random and varied greatly in quality. Her options were noticeably inferior to the ones he had been offered. As he was nodding in understanding, she asked if he had any train coins. He told her he did not, and when she followed up by asking if he still wanted to buy more water, his mouth twitched, knowing she was recycling her own bath water, and honestly, who would want to drink that? It was too gross. He declined and the chat ended, knowing she wanted coins to buy her own upgrade options, but he barely had enough for himself. He still had one critical choice left to make: the train burst acceleration device blueprint. It cost 5 train coins, an amount most players would take several stations to accumulate, but he had more than enough. He finalized the purchase, leaving him with 4 coins. The device required 50 kilograms of metal and 200 mechanical parts to build, and it would allow him to produce acceleration bullets that could triple the train speed for 10 minutes. It was expensive, but undoubtedly worth the cost. The trading platform was becoming far more diverse after the second station, but food and water remained the most desperate needs for the majority. Those barrels of compressed biscuits he had once looked down on were suddenly looking like a gold mine. He shook his head, glancing at the resources he had finally managed to scrape together, costing him 7 biscuits and a mountain of effort to pry those gears from others. Now he fully understood why Shang Yuan Yingshuer hated trading, haggling with desperate survivors and constantly adjusting prices over scraps of food was a grueling waste of time. He fed the materials into the processor, watching the blueprint for the new acceleration device light up with a deep sapphire glow. Right before him, metal and gears fused, forming a complex mechanical heart. Suddenly, the system warned that this burst acceleration device could only be installed on the main body near the control station. Once integrated, it would produce special acceleration bullets limited to 3 daily uses. His heart sank slightly when he saw the heavy price of 1 kilogram of metal, 20 parts, and a coin per bullet. Even the basic ammo required currency. He wondered what a little sublimation could do. With his stamina at 55 and spirit at 70, after a few white forest fruits, he had enough for one attempt. He poured 30 stamina and 40 spirit points straight into the device, watching it become the red triple speed train acceleration device. The maximum capacity increased to 5 bullets per day, though the potential for further sublimation was now fully exhausted. Following the system prompt, he placed it near the console. Silvery light swallowed the device, and a sleek black loading port materialized on the dash. It was a pricey investment, costing him 2 of his remaining coins to forge 2 massive silvery shells, each as thick as his arm. He winced at the high expense as he tucked his last 2 coins away. He wanted to test the speed, but he wasn't feeling that extravagant yet. Time to rest, and trust me, he earned it. As he drifted off, he wondered if those low spirit side effects were just empty threats, since he felt nothing. When he finally woke, both his stamina and spirit were back to a full 100. He stretched in the warm, climate-controlled carriage, washing his face while humming a quiet little tune. Walking to the back, he checked on the seed buried in the ashen soil. It remained unchanged, so he decided to see if sublimation could jumpstart its growth. It cost him 30 stamina points, but the result was a blessed white forest fruit. Seed, the growth cycle plummeted from 30 days to just 93 hours to sprout, 3-2. Mature, better yet, it would yield one blessed fruit daily once ripe. He buried it back in the dirt and watered it, feeling highly satisfied. On his way back to the front, he stopped by the recycling robot. He had promised to upgrade the little guy after all. He crouched down and tapped on its oversized matchbox head, triggering a sublimation. Strangely, the stamina he funneled in simply vanished without any effect. Frowning at this first failure he had encountered, he tried again using spirit, at the cost of 40 spirit points. A familiar radiance enveloped the machine. It emerged as the GT-1 automatic treasure hunting robot. Its purpose was crystal clear. It would automatically leave the train at stations to locate hidden treasure chests, mapping out the ones it could not carry back, costing 1 train coin per. Used to forcibly return before the train departed. Strange camel-like eyes emerged from the box, rotating a full 360 degrees before locking onto his face to confirm his identity. When it asked for a name, he thought of the old world. He named the little robot Wally, which immediately shut down into sleep mode. It was waiting for a coin to wake up at the next station. Between the acceleration bullets and this robot, he felt his wallet screaming. Still, he realized most survivors here did not understand the true power of these coins. Everyone else was still too busy scraping by, desperate just to find bread. A quick, tense glance at the global chat room instantly confirmed his theory. People were opening chests, wondering if these coins were even useful yet. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately listed a trade: 1 compressed biscuit and a bottle of water for 1 single coin. If someone took the bait, great. If not, no loss. By 12:30 p.m., the prompt of fate appeared. He had to choose between a level 2 Goblin Village hunting station or Doomsday Town, a level 2 mission station. To him, the choice was obvious. A mission station promised new opportunities, way better than fighting endless goblins. He locked in his choice and felt the train lurch forward. The outside world dissolved into blinding white noise when the countdown hit 0. The transformation was complete. He peered outside at the desolate Doomsday Town. The docking timer began its 4-hour crawl, but a system warning hung heavy. No longer low risk, the system flagged this zone as straight-up dangerous. The train hissed to a halt, and he peered through the glass. And trust me, this station was nothing like the pitch-black tunnels from before. Instead, a blinding sun scorched the dry sky, casting a brutal, unforgiving light. The post-apocalyptic view stretched before him, silent and deeply haunting. Dark red stains covered the asphalt, and rows of rusted, abandoned cars choked the streets. Doomsday Town, the name fit perfectly. He turned to his tiny companion. It was finally time for little Wally to get to work. He winced, dropping a precious train coin into the slot and watching the robot wobble. Away through the chute, he wondered if some lurking monster might snatch it. But he had far bigger problems of his own to worry about. Specifically, he needed to uncover the exact mission for this station. The answer came quickly. Through the glass, he spotted a fresh corpse. It slumped nearby, its cold fingers still gripping a worn backpack. A piece of parchment inside flapped in the wind, but it was too far to read. He completed a final gear check before preparing to step outside. He had rations, water, and his custom rifle slung over his shoulder. A sleek black pistol and sharp dagger rested at his waist. Most importantly, he wore the advanced ceramic armor he had scavenged. He had upgraded and streamlined it from a bulky, heavy frame into a form-fitting vest without losing any of its defensive power. Fully armed, he pressed the release. The heavy doors hissed open. He stepped out, closing them behind him with a quick flick. Only the conductor could open them, keeping his home perfectly safe. Instantly, a heavy wave of scorching, oppressive heat rolled over him. It carried a foul stench, like rotten fish and long-decayed bread. Approaching the corpse, he used his rifle barrel to nudge the bag. He wanted to read that parchment inside without touching the corpse. It began by claiming the deceased was a great courier for the Run Company. Looking at those rotten remains, there really was not much greatness left. The writer clearly had a dark sense of humor, noting they would likely die soon. Yet the mission had to go on. Talk about dedication to the job. Deliver the contents of the bag to a silverware shop in the southeast corner of town. The note promised a massive reward from the company. If he showed the badge, this was his mission. Feeling curious, he looked inside the bag and found a cake sealed in a box, remarkably well preserved. Happy Birthday was written across it in jam, judging by the body. That birthday was a long-forgotten event. Even so, he decided that though the celebration was over, this cake was still a prize worth keeping. He also found a mechanical badge with a gear-driven image of a running courier, and a map of the town with a red dot marking his destination. Map in hand, he began his journey. The road was a graveyard of skeletons and dark red stains that whispered of ancient horrors. Then, sudden movement. A hyena was feeding on a corpse, the first living creature he had seen here, or so he thought until it turned its head. Its skull was completely rotted, its beating heart fully exposed. No ordinary animal, a zombie dog. The creature growled low and lunged, suppressing the rising panic in his chest. He forced himself to stay calm and raised his pistol. Fire again and again. He was no marksman, but at this close range, one bullet found its mark with massive force, blowing the beast completely apart. He knew he had to get moving right away. Gunfire in a place like this was a dinner bell for every nearby monster. Taking a quiet detour, he managed to reach the silverware shop without further trouble. To his surprise, the street was dead silent. Honestly, it felt way too quiet. Closed metal shutters, wondering if anyone was actually left to receive this package. Just as he prepared to pry it open, the shutter slid up a crack. Instantly leveling his rifle at the gap, a hoarse voice from inside begged him not to shoot, claiming to be human. He kept his distance, announcing himself as a courier taking over the delivery, and held up the badge. In this dying world, a professional title commanded far more respect than some random stranger. A scruffy bearded man in his 40s peered out, chuckling that only couriers, lunatics, and monsters were brave enough to wander outside these days. He offered an invitation, but the rifle remained pointed right at his head. No chances. He handed over the cake, demanding payment. The man stared at it with a pained expression, whispering it was a pity he had not arrived earlier. He retreated into the darkness, returning with a small box. Inside were 3 train coins, confirming his suspicion about the local currency. These tokens were indeed the universal money here, but as he reached out, the survivor's demeanor instantly shifted. He lunged forward, grabbing the rifle barrel. With clear, deadly intent, no hesitation, he pulled the trigger. A massive blast, a severed hand flew, and the shutter burst open. The figure inside was no longer human, swelling into a grotesque monster. His face twisted into a mask of grief and rage as he screamed about his daughter just wanting a cake, cursing the useless, slow couriers. Taking a deep breath, he centered his mind and kept firing. 3 heavy rounds hit home, but the creature's tough hide shrugged off his upgraded rifles. Power, a massive fist slammed his chest, sending him flying. He gritted his teeth, forcing his body back up despite the agonizing pain. Without that enhanced armor vest, he was dead. The shrieking monster charged. He fired another shot. The beast laughed, mocking his useless bullets, but he just smirked, telling him to look down. The monster paused in shock, seeing his body riddled with holes he had not even felt. No second chances. He drew his black, light enchanted pistol. It thrummed with an eerie, dangerous glow. Converting stamina into armor-piercing rounds, he stepped close and pressed the muzzle to the monster's forehead. One final bang. It was over. Total silence returned. He finally realized why no other monsters roamed nearby. This was boss territory. After catching his breath, he retrieved the cake and 3 train coins. With a flicker of regret, he opened the shutter to find a silverware shop. It was packed to the brim with silver crossbow bolts and spearheads. On a shelf lay a diary. Its entries told a heartbreaking story. A father finding coins in a broken train, trying to buy a birthday cake to cure his sick daughter, but by March 11th she had died. Without tasting anything sweet, by March 15th the man lost his mind. He walked to the backyard tombstone and gently placed the cake before it. Doing this felt like the only way to finish this heavy mission, but the diary left him with a deeply chilling thought: a broken train outside town. Was it a conductor who came before them, the realization they were not first? In this game weighed heavily on him. He scavenged what he could. A crossbow and some silver items, heavy but they felt vital. On his return, the town swarmed with active monsters, proving he needed that extra hour his upgrade provided. He saw zombie animals of all kinds, but curiously no humanoid ones. Back at the train, he checked the clock. 35 minutes remained. His haul: mythal bolts, a mythal cross, and a mythal sword, all level 2. He recycled scraps into 10 kilograms of raw mythal. This was an absolute fortune. He decided to upgrade the cross into a level 3 sanctified mythal cross, emitting brilliant holy light. It was stunning. As for weapons, he knew his limits. He was no swordsman at all. His crossbow aim was even worse. He hung the cross outside the train and checked the trading platform. Someone accepted his offer. For train coins, he sat back, eating fruit and admiring his new coins. Before checking the chat, the numbers were grim: 7,825. Out of 10,000, another 1,000 gone. Most were still struggling for bare essentials. While he sat on a mountain of mythal and enchanted weapons, the chat was a complete mess of fear and chaos. Survivors recounted their horrific experiences. Someone spoke of a scary cave crawling with spiders they did not dare enter, while another boasted of using a gun from an expert to fend off wild dogs. His ears perked up. That expert was him. His reputation was growing. But one voice insisted he was, calling him short-sighted and claiming his big brother, Lai Zio Shan, held the real power. Claiming Lai was on the verge of a level 2 upgrade, he remembered Lai Zio Shan, the guy who bragged he would reach level 2 within 3 stations. And yet, here they were at the 3rd, and he was only just announcing his success. He posted a screenshot of his upgrade options, inviting others to join his alliance if they had trained coins, promising food and water to early recruits. He ignored the guy's posturing, focusing strictly on the data. The options included a carriage blueprint, an automatic fishing rod, a survival rations recipe, and the 1-hour stop extension. Just as he suspected, the first and 4th options were identical to his own. The pattern was clear. While those rations were completely useless to him, that fishing rod seemed like a decent future asset for water-based stations, though there was no immediate need to buy it. With the Crossroads of Fate module, he had a 30-minute head start on information anyway. Now it was time to consider another train sublimation he had been holding off to recover his stamina and accumulate more train coins. Between the silverware shop bounty and his previous holdings, he had 4 coins. If Wallalai found a chest here, he would be in an even stronger position. Just as he prepared, the rhythmic clanking of treads outside caught his attention. He looked out to sea Wallalai wobbling back through the recycling chute, clutching a metal candy box stained with dark red marks. The little robot was covered in deep bite marks, clearly the work of something far more vicious than any normal animal. He followed its trail with his eyes and saw dozens of zombie dogs circling the train, followed by lumbering mutated humanoids, similar to the shop owner he had killed. He gave Wallalai's medal head a helpless rap, noting that it had led the monsters straight to his door. Still, it had brought back a level 2 treasure chest, so he could not be too angry. He picked up the box, completely unconcerned by the growing horde outside. This was only a level 2 station, and his train was equipped with a level 4 defensive sentry tower, as the monsters crossed. The 100-meter perimeter, the red orb atop the tower locked on, crimson circles, painted the ground beneath their feet, and long rifle barrels extended from the shadows, the air filled with the steady crack of gunfire, each shot finding a lethal weak point. In less than 10 seconds, the clearing was littered with corpses. He watched the scene with detached calm, munching on a white forest fruit as more monsters swarmed in, only to have their skulls shattered by the sentry's superior marksmanship. When the countdown hit 0, the train lurched forward. They slipped into the void, leaving the ruins of Doomsday Town behind for the familiar, endless wilderness. The onboard broadcast chimed, announcing that the newbie protection period was officially over. Survival mode was now active, and the voice warned them to be cautious at night. Any train moving slower than 30 kilometers per hour would enter a dangerous status. The chat room erupted in a fresh wave of panic, but he was focused on his own notifications. He had achieved an A-grade elimination rating for the station and completed a hidden mission, Town Liberator. His reward was a car exchange ticket. He patted Walalai's head, realizing he would have missed this entirely without the little bot's mistake. He decided to sublimate He upgraded the ticket first, transforming it into a special car exchange prize ticket for a Level 2 special car. Upon activation, a basic storage car descended from the sky and locked onto his train. It was exactly what he needed, 48 units that could store unlimited quantities of items, finally clearing the clutter from his living quarters. But he was not done. He moved to the end of the new car and initiated another sublimation to push it to level 3. The cost was heavy, 25 stamina and 25 mental energy, plunging him back into exhaustion. However, the result was a storage unit car that not only prevented items from decaying, but offered 3 special units accessible from anywhere. It was essentially a portable inventory. He tested it by placing fruits into a unit and successfully manifesting one in his hand back in the locomotive. It was an incredible gain. Exhaustion hit hard, but he still had that level 2 chest Wally had found. Pushing through the haze, he spent another 45 mental energy points to sublimate it into a level 3 chest. The warnings for mental collapse flashed red in his vision, but he felt nothing but a heavy numbing fatigue. He pried the box open to find 6 train coins, a zombie slayer chainsaw sword, 3 virus serums, and a windproof lighter, with 10 train coins. Now in his possession, he was likely the wealthiest conductor in existence. He had the resources to claim every upgrade option the next time the train leveled up, but for now his body was screaming for rest. He had pushed himself to the absolute limit, reaching a state of exhaustion he had never known before. While he slept, the rest of the world scrambled. Conductors were desperately trading for metal and parts to upgrade their wheels just to hit the 30 kilometers per hour safety threshold, even if it meant sabotaging their long-term progress. Meanwhile, Lai Zio sat in his carriage with a darkened expression. He had a resource radar ability that let him pinpoint materials, yet somehow someone was still faster than him. The sharp, rhythmic cracks of gunfire suddenly tore through the silence of the wilderness. The noise forced his heavy, leaden eyelids open as he instinctively glanced out the window, only to feel his heart skip beat. Dozens of glowing crimson eyes were cutting through the pitch black night, relentlessly chasing. Talk about a nightmare coming to life. This snapped him wide awake in an instant. He scrambled to the front of the locomotive, finding that his automated alert system had already hummed to life, its red sensors swiveled. He suddenly recalled the grim announcement that followed the third station. This had to be the nighttime danger they warned them about. The system identified the pursuers as level 1 Blood Moon wolves, noting their chasing speed at 25 kilometers per hour. Seeing that, the tension in his chest loosened slightly. As long as the train maintained a speed above 30 kilometers per hour, he was not technically in danger of being overtaken. since his level 2 train. Cruised at 40 kilometers per hour, these beasts could never catch him. He splashed some freezing water on his face, letting the biting wind from the vents clear the last of the fog from his brain. It was 1:44 in the morning, and all sleepiness was gone. He opened the chat room to check on the others, but seeing the numbers, his pupils contracted. Only 4,130 of 10,000 survived. He vaguely remembered the count being around 7 or 8,000 earlier that day. That meant over 4,000 people had been slaughtered in the wilderness while he slept, and the number was still ticking down. A chill, completely unrelated to the weather, ran down his spine. Nighttime was way deadlier than the stations. Anyone who had not upgraded their speed was basically served up as easy prey. Only survivors of this night of terror could truly claim that title. And it was clear that the days of hiding inside the train were over. To live, they had to explore, harvest, and upgrade, or die. A notification blinked in his private chat. It was Shangyuan Yingshuer asking if he was still alive. He told her he had just woken up and asked if she wanted to trade. She was looking for bullets, but he had to turn her down. Between the third station massacre and the alert tower defense, he had burned through over 70 rounds. He only had about 300 left, and he could not risk selling his own security. She asked if he had a bullet blueprint, and when he told her he did not, she offered a characteristically decisive goodbye. Their exchange was refreshingly simple. He sat back and checked his personal stats, noticing something absolutely impossible. His spirit had recovered to 110. He rubbed his eyes, pinching himself to make sure he was not dreaming, but the sting was real. His spirit cap had actually increased. He could not recall doing anything special before bed other than total exhaustion. But he pushed the confusion aside for now. An increased cap was a gift, and he was not going to question it. It was time. Having cleared 3 stations, the train was ready for its next sublimation. He touched the control panel and felt the floodgates open as his stamina and spirit began to drain rapidly. While the first upgrade was cheap, this one was a massive draw. His stamina dropped to 52 and his spirit to 50, but the notification confirmed the success. The train was now level 3. He glanced at the requirements for level 4 with a sudden headache. 300 kilograms of wood, 300 parts, 450 kilograms of metal, plus rare items like gold mithril and something called a fire stone. He turned his attention to the immediate rewards. His speed had jumped to 60 kilometers per hour, and the chassis, wheels, and frame were now level 3. But the real prizes were the upgrade options and the record-breaking module card he just earned. He opened the options: a conductor module card for early departure, a level 3 bullet blueprint, and a level 3 power generator blueprint. It was perfect timing. He desperately needed more bullets, and the generator would be vital later. Even with his 10 coins, he could not afford everything, so he had to be strategic. He spent 8 coins on the early departure privilege, the bullet blueprint, and the extra docking time. The bullet blueprint required metal and gunpowder, but since gunpowder was scarce on the trading platform, he decided to wait on manufacturing. Instead, he focused on the early departure module. He immediately sublimated it, turning it into the VIP early departure privilege, which allowed him to leave any station whenever the docking clock hit the final 3 hours. Finally, he looked at the new conductor module card. It was blood red with an abstract eye pattern, looking far more ominous than the previous cards. However, he was running on fumes. The constant cycle of survival and sublimation had left him in a state of perpetual fatigue. He decided to hold on to the card and let sleep take him once again. Even more, while he slept, the global chat turned into a graveyard of desperate pleas. People were realizing that 30 kilometers per hour was barely enough, and that the monsters were only getting faster. By 6:30 a.m., a new system broadcast chilled everyone to the bone. The second night of survival starts in 3 days. Anyone below 40 kilometers per hour is in danger. A level 2 upgrade is now absolutely mandatory for survival. Lai Xiao Sheng watched the panic with a smug grin. With his resource radar talent, he felt completely untouchable, using this mounting chaos to grow his alliance by promising easy upgrades. He wondered about our hero, the one who beat him to that first upgrade, sending an arrogant friend request, assuming he would jump at the chance. Our hero woke at 8:34 a.m., feeling the ache of a night spent on the cold floor. He ate some forest fruit, tended his sapling, and checked the time. That 40 kilometers requirement did not bother him, but the weather did. The sky was choked with oppressive dark clouds that seemed to weigh down on the world. He took the red conductor module card in his hand. His stamina was at 82 and his mental energy at 110. It was time to activate his talent and whispered the command to sublimate. The card transformed into an advanced conductor module, the judgment of gunfire. As the energy settled, strange new clarity flooded his mind. He drew his pistol, and the usual weight and clumsiness were gone. He felt like a master marksman who had spent decades on the range. This module allowed him to use mental energy to judge a target, absolute cheat code. Dealing damage based on their sins, he knew every shot he fired from now on would land exactly where he wanted it to. This changed everything. Directly receiving these sharpshooter skills changed his entire outlook. With this mastery, if he encountered those zombie monsters again, there would be no more frantic hiding and dodging. After digesting his rewards, he idly ate some fruit while opening his private chat. Given his growing reputation, he expected people to seek him out, hoping for trade blueprints or some valuable train coins. That's when he spotted a familiar name, Lai Xiao Sheng, the 3-station guy. He was inviting him to join his alliance, though the whole thing felt incredibly unreliable to him, but after hesitating, he accepted the request. Why not? Though not cut from the same cloth, he figured the guy likely had some train coins, and trading with him was fine as long as he did not get too involved. On the other side, Lai Xiao Sheng was busy competing for fishing rod sales when he noticed the accepted request, assuming our hero was reaching out necessity, but our protagonist cut straight to the point, asking if he was finished making those fishing rods. Lai Xiao Sheng immediately dodged the question, asking if our hero could pay his high price, even offering a free rod, provided he joined his alliance. The contribution was simple: 5 kilos of wood or 1 train coin in exchange for daily rations. Lai Xiao Sheng went on a long-winded speech about how our hero's own supplies would eventually run out completely, and how they should arm his members. He calmly finished his fruit while reading the pitch, before typing back a simple ultimatum. Was he selling the rods or not? Lai Xiao Sheng was not his only source. Someone else had found a mechanical fishing rod blueprint at the first station, and when Lai Xiao Sheng received this blunt message, his arrogant attitude took a major hit. With the seller silent, he did not waste time. He found another trader, a man named Xiaolin, and their trade was refreshingly quick. For 20 mechanical parts and a single biscuit, he acquired a fully automated mechanical fishing rod, miles better than any basic wooden gear. He immediately initiated a sublimation, transforming the gear into an alluring mechanical fishing rod that required zero bait and excelled at attracting fish. As he set it aside, he noticed Jaelin had sent a friend request and accepted it. At 12:30 p.m., a thunderous roar split the gloomy sky. Safe inside his climate-controlled carriage, he watched oppressive black clouds choke the atmosphere. A single heavy raindrop was followed by a massive torrential downpour, causing the train announcement system to crackle to life, declaring a thunderstorm day and warning passengers that the next station shared these harsh conditions. It was strange how wasteland weather affected these stations, which usually felt like completely different worlds. He checked his Crossroads of Fate map for the 4th station. The options were level 3. Thunder Strike Goblin Tribe, a hunting zone, or the level 3 Mist Vale. Manor, a mission station. Challenges were rising alongside a weirdly recurring presence of goblins, almost as if he shared some bizarre connection with them, but he had no intention of entering a hunting station reeking of danger. He chose the manor, despite their last mission in Doomsday Town being incredibly fraught with deadly peril. The train accelerated, space dissolving as darkness and thunder swallowed the locomotive. Upon arrival, the docking countdown began at 5 hours, carrying a heavy hazard warning. Peering through the window, he saw they stood on a broken mountain highway in a relentless storm, lightning illuminated a smoking police car nearby, surrounded by uniformed corpses. He hoped he was not facing zombies again. Honestly, who can blame him? He activated Wally, inserting one of his last 2 train coins, and watched the little robot wobble out. He made final preparations, checking his special storage units for fruits, bullets, and those blessed virus serums, which now acted as powerful health potions. Armed with rifle, pistol, dagger, vest, and his mythal cross, clad in a traded raincoat, he stepped out into the rain. He searched the wrecked vehicle and nearby bodies. They were not turning, which was a relief. Beside one officer, he found a voice recorder. The recording mentioned a tycoon named Ravi who had died at Rainville Villa on Davo Mountain. The police seemed reluctant to investigate this remote location, motivated only by the tycoon's daughter and her potential funding. They even discussed framing a maid if they could not find the real killer. It seemed a straightforward mission. He found 2 pistols and low-grade ammo in the car, tossing them back into his train since they were of little use. Taking the chief's identification and badge, he headed up the winding road. Within 15 minutes, he reached the gates of a massive black estate. A nervous guard rushed over, and his disguised identity was enough to gain entry. The guard begged him to find the real killer, insisting a maid did it. The master's death. The guard explained that Ravi died 4 nights ago, but due to the raging storm, they couldn't call for help until 3 days ago. It sounded like a classic locked room mystery, but he doubted a level 3 outpost would be this mundane. As they approached the castle, a shrill scream echoed from above. A woman's corpse plummeted through the air and crashed right onto the lawn. In the flash of lightning, he saw a shadow that was definitely not human, and the mythal cross on his chest began burning hot. The guard screamed out that the maid was dead. An elderly butler rushed out, and the terrified guard fled into the stormy night, accusing the old man of being the killer. The butler sighed, addressing him as chief and noting how young he looked. He picked up the maid's body and tossed it into one of 5 pre-dug graves on the lawn, 3 of which were already occupied. He invited the chief inside, and the prickling sensation of being watched made his skin crawl. Inside, he asked for hot water and pressed the butler for the truth. The old man explained that after the master died 4 days ago, his children had argued. The daughter was found dead the very next morning, which drove the guard mad. On the 3rd day, the young master died as well. He admitted he expected to die soon too, which was why he dug all 5 graves. He warned the chief that the estate was cursed and he should leave immediately, but his bloodshot eyes under the candlelight were deeply unsettling. The mystery was clearly supernatural now. He gripped his cross, knowing he'd have fled already without its protection. He asked why the butler still remained, and the old man gave a mournful smile, explaining that he simply could not leave. The gates wouldn't let him pass. He had told the guard not to let the chief in, but it was too late now. He apologized, adding that if the chief found himself unable to leave either, he would dig a grave for him too. The chief asked what he meant by that curse. The old butler stood momentarily stunned, his gaze locked onto the chief's face. Despite his youth, the butler saw no trace of the fear he expected, asking in absolute disbelief if the chief was not afraid. He simply stood up, his eyes tracking the solid wood stairs that spiraled into the upper reaches of the castle, mentioning a small forgotten detail. Besides being a police chief, he also worked part-time as an ordained priest. Since things had reached this point, he announced he wouldn't be leaving easily. To prove his point, the chief pulled the Mythal Sanctuary cross from his chest pocket. A gentle, warm, holy light immediately surged forth from the silver emblem, dispelling the heavy gloom and casting him in a glow like a literal agent of God. The old butler's mouth dropped wide open in utter disbelief. He rubbed his eyes hard, staring at the chief as if witnessing a miracle. It took him a long moment to regain his senses, even after the light faded, until the chief cleared his throat. The old man finally gasped out a desperate plea to the heavens, declaring they were saved now that this part-time priest was on the case. The old butler wasted absolutely no time spilling the manor's dark history. It turned out the original owner was a completely bloodthirsty madman who once used his own maid as a scapegoat, throwing her to a corrupt police chief. He tortured and executed her. Following her horrific death, the manor was swallowed by an eternal storm of thunder and rain. When it finally cleared, every single soul inside, including that treacherous police chief, had died terribly. Over the next 30 years, the mysterious manor repeatedly changed hands, leaving a dozen times, and every owner met a violent end on a rainy night. Ravi, the current owner, was a miser who never believed in ghosts. He only saw tax-free mansion at a bargain price and could not resist. Now the cycle was repeating: the rain, the isolation, and the deaths. The butler noted that the only difference this time was that they had successfully reached him, hoping he could finally break the curse. He asked where the first maid had died, and the butler pointed toward the clock tower at the castle's highest point. He already knew his path. This curse was likely a restless spirit bound to stone and soil. As long as his cross could overpower it, the mission was practically solved. He did not dwell on the possibility of failure. That kind of thinking was pointless. He grabbed an oil lamp and followed the butler up the stairs. The castle was a symphony of cold, damp echoes and the rhythmic dripping of leaks, but when they reached the clock tower, the cross in his palm began to pulse with sudden, intense heat. He knew they had arrived. The butler stayed back, paralyzed by fear, so he gritted his teeth and stepped inside the tower alone. The moment he crossed the threshold, something locked directly onto him, rushing through the air at high speed. He did not panic. He simply told it to back off as his Mythal Sanctuary cross unleashed a blinding, soft light. Piercing screams shattered the night, followed by the metallic clang of something hitting the floor. He looked down to see a smooth, translucent skull resting right at his feet. Wait, was that seriously it? He pinched his thigh to make sure he was not dreaming, but the pain was real. He searched the room, finding absolutely nothing else. Just like that, it was over. Looking at his cross, he realized he had completely underestimated its power. For anyone else, this station would have been a death trap, but his ability to sublimate the level 2 Mythal cross into this sanctuary version had given him a weapon the world had not prepared for. He exhaled deeply, picking up the skull, even if he did not know its purpose yet. He was not about to leave a level 3 drop behind. When he emerged, the butler was pale white with absolute terror, but he reassured him that the curse was lifted, showing him the skull as proof. The butler stammered out his gratitude, though the thunderstorm outside continued unabated. He knew the spirit had not caused the storm. The storm had likely birthed the spirit. With the manor seal gone, and having only been there for an hour, he decided to make the most of his time. This was a wealthy man's home, and while there were no valuable coins or weapons lying around, it had something far more vital: real food. He was sick of biscuits and fruit. He wanted a real meal. The butler led him to a safe and presented a pure red gemstone, a priceless treasure Ravi had found in his youth. He insisted he take it as a reward, adding that since the master was gone, he was free to take whatever he liked. Honestly, that was music to his ears. He weighed the cool, smooth gem in his hand, planning to head down the mountain soon, but first he needed to restock his supplies. He raided The kitchen, finding a fridge packed with fresh meat, eggs, and vegetables. He began making round trips to the train every 20 minutes, hauling back as much as he could carry. The butler, busy tying up the crazed security guard, looked startled when he reappeared for the third time, asking if there was a problem with the curse, and he casually told him that the Almighty God was just hungry. On his final trip, the butler called out to him at the iron gate. He and the guard bowed deeply, and he handed him a ribbon-tied wooden box. He explained that he did not care if he emptied the house, but he would regret letting him leave. Without this, inside were 3 train coins, currency for the run company. A name that sent a massive jolt through him. The organization was real. The Doomsday Town organization was definitely not just some random, one-off encounter. He could not solve it yet, so he boarded the train and ditched his wet raincoat. He grinned at his massive pile of fresh food and new kitchenware. Everything went straight into storage to prevent spoilage. Next, he fired up the grill. A thick premium steak started sizzling. While it cooked, he set out rain catchers. He organized his haul too. The skull was now a purified earthbound object. A level 3 item to ward off evil. The ruby was level 1 valuable. He decided to sublimate the skull immediately, despite the massive energy drain. His stamina and spirit ebbed away, leaving him nearly empty, but it worked. The skull transformed into a glowing jade stone, a level 4 earthbound treasure. This thing was an absolute powerhouse, nullifying any evil spirits below its level. It even absorbed negative effects meant for him. There was still room for more. But that was a project for another day. He had 42 minutes left. He was enjoying his steak when a familiar wobbly sound echoed out. Wall Ally emerged from the chute, carrying a bloodstained level 3 treasure box. He patted the little guy's head, promising him some machine oil down the line. The bot went back to hibernate. There was no reason to linger. He commanded the train to depart, accelerating quickly back into the wilderness. Immediately, the station chat room erupted. People were losing their minds. Monsters would now attack during the day, and newbie protection was officially gone. He ignored the panicked chatter about whether anyone had reached level 3 yet. Let them eat their words later. Station 4 deaths were relatively low. Only about 1,000 had died, but the sheer desperation was palpable. He focused on his level 3 chest, upgrading it to level 4. He grabbed a piece of steak and wiped his hands, waiting. His last level 4 chest had given him that awesome watchtower. Hopefully, this one would deliver something just as good. Right on cue, the level 4 treasure chest popped open. Inside were 8 train coins, an observer blueprint, and a safety bracelet. Plus a wind-up monkey doll bomb blueprint and a profane card fragment. Seriously, landing 2 level 4 blueprints in one go was absolute insanity. Talk about incredible luck. He eagerly started examining his brand new rewards. The observer blueprint required metal, wood, mechanical parts, and electronic components. Once fully installed, it would serve as an advanced security system. It would monitor every single inch of his train, day and night. An alarm would sound the second a foreign presence was detected. It was an incredible upgrade, though he needed to trade for electronics. The safety bracelet was much simpler, but perhaps even more vital. Its brief description promised to completely block a single deadly blow. Blocks a fatal blow before shattering. In this world, survival is the only currency. That actually matters, as he slides the bracelet onto his right wrist and unexplained security washes over him. Still, the monkey doll bomb remains. A massive logistical hurdle. It requires too much. Gunpowder 400 grams per unit, since 100 bullets use only 500 grams total. The cost is steep. He shakes his head. Frustrated by blueprints with no materials, he must take matters into his own hands and buy what is needed. Next, his attention shifts to the black and gold shard. It is only 1/3 of a whole, labeled a profane card fragment. The system indicates he needs 3 to synthesize the full card, though it's Ultimate function is still a mystery. It is clearly not ordinary, and getting 2 more fragments will likely require finding more level 4 chests, a tough task even with his luck. Checking the trading platform, he finds the market as chaotic as ever, tiny quantities and inconsistent. Predatory pricing are the norm, and he has no intention of being ripped off just because he has wealth. Truly capable survivors are no longer just giving away crucial supplies like gunpowder. To get results, he must talk to the masses directly. He spends 1 train coin to pin a public chat message, offering a choice of compressed biscuit and water or a fresh tomato for every 200 grams of gunpowder. He posts a similar deal for electronic parts, offering a bottle of water and a biscuit for every 10. Most people already have water from the thunderstorm, but his offer includes the comfort of sweet snacks and the luxury of fresh food. He has 3 crates of tomatoes from the 4th station manor, like ancient sailors. They are on a long voyage where scurvy is a very real threat. The chat explodes immediately. Some are stunned by the pinned message, others are shocked that he would spend a whole train coin just for visibility. Many are drooling over the tomatoes. Just as he suspected, some survivors are prepared. Within a very short time, he easily completes 10 trades. Securing 2 kilograms of gunpowder, he immediately goes to work crafting his first batch of level 3 bullets. They feel heavier and more solid than the basic rounds he started with. To test them, he fires a single shot from his black gloss pistol at a stack of scrap metal, where his old rounds would have simply pierced the target. This one obliterates the entire stack. He can only marvel at this jump in power. Talk about a massive upgrade. Quickly processes the rest of the gunpowder, storing 999 level 3 bullets in his special storage unit, ensuring he can access them even when away from the train. Soon his private messages begin to flicker. All 3 of his contacts have reached out. Lai Zio Shan is busy with his usual delusions of grandeur, suggesting they join forces to become kings of the tracks. He ignores him. Zioin, the fishing rod seller, wants to buy a gun with train coins, a partner worth keeping. Then there is Shangyuan Yingshuer. She asks about his train level, and he gives her a vague answer, simply saying he just upgraded. She does not press for details, but her interest soon shifts to his newly acquired gunpowder. She wants to buy bullets, knowing she is being one of the few who could actually afford a decent price. He offered her 40 bullets in exchange for 1 train coin, a middle ground price she reluctantly accepted. After some tense haggling, he did not stop there, offering to sell her a level 2 exquisite sharpshooter rifle for just 2 train coins, throwing in 10 extra bullets to sweeten the deal. She gritted her teeth and agreed, likely feeling as though he knew exactly how many coins she had in her pocket. For his final request, he asked her to use her blueprint to craft him a wooden bed, providing the materials himself. That trade was a massive win, leaving him with 3 more train coins and a proper place to sleep. The rifle was useless to him anyway. With his judgment of gunfire module, his handgun was more than enough for long-range targets. He then turned to Jaelin and sold him several sublimated level 2 rifles for 2 coins each, even trading some bullets for 5 freshwater fish. His wealth had grown to 16 train coins. After acquiring the necessary electronic components, he built the observer device in the 3rd car. He also finally purchased the energy power generator blueprint for 6 coins. The materials were manageable, and once built, the generator ran on diesel. But let's be real, who has time to hunt for oil? He patted it and initiated a sublimation. It transformed into an enchanted, omnivorous power generator, capable of burning wood, metal, or coal to produce electricity. He tossed in a piece of wood, watched the battery level rise, and finally installed some electric bulbs. For the first time since arriving in this world, he lay in a real bed under the glow of electric light. The thunderstorm had passed, leaving the wilderness night lonely but quiet. He stared into the darkness until he drifted Off the next morning, dazzling sunlight woke him. He stretched, enjoyed a white forest fruit for breakfast, and headed to the front cabin the moment he stepped. Inside, a wall of stifling heat hit him like a physical blow. The morning broadcast confirmed his fears. They had entered a hot wind day. The weather was shifting again, and though it did not mention a platform change, the temperature was already becoming dangerous. He retreated to the temperature-controlled car to wash his face, dreading the heat. It was a nuisance that the control system was only accessible in the sweltering front cabin, but he had no choice. He logged back into the chat room, finding it already bustling with the voices of survivors who had been forced awake long before he was. In this heat, it seemed he was the only one who had managed to sleep in. The air inside the carriage was stifling, almost like a physical weight pressing down on his chest. He wiped the stinging sweat from his forehead and gulped down an entire bottle of mineral water, trying to ignore the frantic messages scrolling across the chat interface. People were losing their minds, screaming about the 40-degree heat and how the train had transformed into a literal metal oven. They talked about their mental and physical attributes dropping continuously, driven to the brink of insanity by the sun's relentless beating. He checked his own interface and noted that while his physical stats were indeed dipping to 98, his mental state remained a steady 110. It made him wonder if his constant consumption of white forest fruits had granted him a resilience others lacked. A sharp gunshot shatters his thoughts. He spins toward the noise and spots his warning system flashing. Outside, a pack of starved, bone-thin hyenas relentlessly pursues the train, ribs pressing sharp against their decaying fur. At his current level 3 speed, they cannot catch up, but something feels off. There was absolutely no system warning for this encounter. This is no scheduled survival event. It is a completely spontaneous, random ambush. This, he realizes, is the brutal new normal of the wilderness. Suddenly his private chat pings. It is Zhao Lin, the creator of those automatic fishing rods, asking if he has also run into beasts. He sends a brief confirmation, watching the starving predators fade into the distance. Zhao Lin is trembling, explaining a massive flock almost smashed through her windows, forcing her to push the engine to 35 kilometers per hour. Terrified and broke, she begs him to trade materials for fresh fish. He stares at the screen, a cold shrug of pragmatism taking over. He has plenty of food and zero desire to play the savior. He declines the trade immediately, but her desperate messages keep flooding in. She reveals a unique talent called luck conservation, a bizarre, alternating cycle of massive highs and terrifying lows. A recent lucky streak made her rich, but she is dreading the brutal rebound that could ruin her next stop. Without upgrades before nightfall, she will not survive. That ability is fascinating, though he prefers the absolute control of his own sublimation skill. Honestly, in this world, survival means spotting a good deal. He asks what she needs. She demands 38 kilograms of wood, 22 of metal, and 14 mechanical parts. In return, he demands her latest chest contents plus 10 fresh fish. He makes sure to warn her not to dump useless blueprints on him. She accepts without hesitation, and a sudden flash of light completes their trade. Among the items is a level 1 plant nutrient solution, the waterproof boots and fishing line are just average, but this elixir is pure gold. He sublimates the fluid, watching the basic solution bubble. It refines into a blessed plant elixir. He immediately runs back of his temperature-controlled carriage, pouring the glowing fluid onto the roots of his white forest tree. A massive reaction begins. A brilliant, milky glow erupts, and the sapling surges toward the roof. Heavy branches bend with ripe fruit. The glowing light fades, revealing a level 4 blessed tree that will yield 3 fresh fruits daily. Even better, these level 4 fruits do not require the tedious soaking of a 5-minute water bath. He takes a bite, tasting the sweetness and realizes he now has 55 life-saving fruits secured in his stash. As the hours slide by, he relaxes in his 22 degrees Celsius sanctuary, feasting on a juicy steak while the outside world cooks, his only minor grievance is the warm beer. A working fridge is definitely his next target. 30 minutes before the fifth stop, the crossroads of fate suddenly appears. To his surprise, both choices are level 4, the combat-focused Abyssal Bat Cave or the mission-based Mystic Beltone. That red combat label makes him hesitate. At level 4, his current gear might not be enough to keep him alive. To avoid a direct confrontation, he stuck to what he knew, mission chosen. As the train sped into the void, the sun completely vanished, replaced by a quiet, snowy night. They pulled into what looked like a completely ordinary train station. Following routine, he activated Wall E with a train coin and watched him wobble away. Right then, he heard someone approaching. Footsteps. Drawing his pistol, his gunfire judgment module was already calculating the trajectory of the sound. Suddenly, a girl called out. Her voice was clear and innocent, relieved that the inspector had finally arrived. He hesitated but opened the door, trusting his defensive items to protect him. Standing on the platform was a petite girl of about 11 or 12. She wore a white winter coat, peering inside with bright blue eyes and waving enthusiastically. She claimed a sister nun promised an inspector would save them. He looked closely, searching for any catch, before asking for her name. With a bright, childlike smile, she replied that her name was Tina. It seemed his fifth mission had already begun before he even stepped off. Should we follow Tina and see what she expects him to do? She blinked at him, her eyes filled with an incredibly desperate plea, hanging in the air, asking if he was truly the inspector they all wanted. He could not help but smile kindly and nod. It made perfect sense. Since the person arriving by train was supposed to be the inspector, it had be him. The young girl let out a joyful cheer and urged him to follow her quickly, but he calmly asked her to wait just a moment. Reaching into his supplies, he handed her an ordinary white forest fruit. She took it without fear, taking a bite and marveling at the sweetness. He simply smiled, checking his gear one last time and donning his sanctuary. Finally, he stepped onto the platform, ready for whatever lay ahead. After sealing the train door and setting his warning tower to maximum sensitivity, he told the girl to lead the way to her people. They left the sterile station and entered a town blanketed in silent snow. There were absolutely no street lights, pitch black, everything was completely quiet. The only beacon was a single lantern hanging above a strange church. It looked uncannily like an upright train cab. The silence felt heavy. He could feel unseen, eyes tracking their every movement from the shadows. Whispers skittered through the dark, sending a cold chill down his spine. He kept one hand on his black glass pistol and the other closed to his cross, knowing this station was far more dangerous than the others. Tina skipped along anyway, the only splash of color in this grayscale world. She seemed completely untouched by the incredibly heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Reaching the church, Tina beckoned him inside, saying they were all waiting. He hesitated at the base of the white jade steps, letting her go in first. As she pushed the heavy doors wide open, a flood of light revealed hundreds of townspeople seated inside, their heads bowed in prayer. At the front stood a golden-haired nun dressed in dark robes. Clutching a black book, Tina announced his arrival, bringing an immediate silence. Then, like puppets controlled by a single thread, they all turned together. Suddenly, every head lifts in unison, and hundreds of eyes lock onto him. He does not flinch, already keeping the safety off on his pistol. He knows that the slightest move will mean a bullet for the nun. She tells the crowd not to frighten him, sending Tina to prepare something. As the prayers resume, the nun approaches him with a box from the pulpit. He levels his gun right at her face, telling her to stay back and demanding answers. This entire place feels completely wrong, and her calm demeanor only makes it worse. The nun stops, but Nella steps forward and places the box on the floor. Inside lies a dark, black and gold shard, a fragment of a blasphemy card. The nun prays before the card, her smile never wavering as she explains that only those who blaspheme against gods can enter this world. She calls him the inspector but quickly corrects herself, calling him a blasphemer or a conductor. She asks which stop this town represents for him. His cross does not react. But he knows he must leave. Giving a cold laugh, he says only fools stay, and bolts straight back toward the station. The nun screams for the townspeople to stop him, and the praying residents instantly transform into sprinting hunters. They chase with impossible speed. He realizes this stop is going to be a complete nightmare. He fires a headshot at the lead pursuer, but her voice echoes through the streets, mocking him. She claims his bullets are completely useless against her creations, and that a novice like him cannot hope to win. Her smug triumph turns to shock when she feels her connection to the puppet sever. His level 3 armor-piercing rounds are doing exactly what ordinary bullets cannot. Armed with his judgment of gunfire module, his aim is completely effortless. He is picking them off one by one, creating distance, looking like he might actually escape. Then, with a soft, chilling sigh, the nun suddenly appears directly in his path, less than 100 meters from the station. She teleported as if she had always been standing there. She admits her surprise that a level 3 train could defeat her puppets. Just as his warning tower hums to life, before it can fire, black chains lash out and bind the barrels. Seeing his defense so easily neutralized, he realizes he is completely outmatched. He tries to play it cool, suggesting she just take whatever she wants without all this hostility, but she assures him she means no harm. He sits on the ground, accepting that running from a woman who controls chains and space itself is impossible. She introduces herself as Shah and pulls him to his feet, her slender, elegant figure contrasting with the terrifying power she just displayed. Back inside the church, she shoves the blasphemy card fragment right into his hands. He tries to decline the precious item, sensing the danger attached to it, but she just laughs, asking how a kind nun could possibly harm anyone. His skepticism instantly grows when she casually crushes the skull of a puppet with her bare hands, a skull that took his best ammunition to penetrate. He quickly promises her that he will not throw the card away. Shah then asks what his talent is, and though he remains silent, she claims she is not curious. She is a strange woman, constantly shifting between holy grace and erratic frustration. She grows annoyed when he asks no questions, teleporting right in front of him and crushing. He watches her crush another puppet skull, quickly rattling off questions, hoping to satisfy her, but she simply covers his mouth and tells him to hush. Choose one. She sits cross-legged, finally revealing her past. She is a veteran survivor of sorts, having arrived in this dangerous world 20 years ago. She explains that someone sealed her here, completely erasing this station from the database. This made it absolutely impossible for high-level trains to ever track her down. Only a low-level train like his could enter, though even that was highly unlikely. This specific platform, she quickly deduces his rare talent, is how he successfully found her. And she warns him never to reveal his abilities or that blasphemy card. To anyone talk about an absolute death flag, they would definitely hunt him down. Leaving him trapped just like her, he stares at the card, desperately wishing she would just take it back because it feels like an absolute death sentence. But looking into She's eyes, he knows he is stuck with it. He asks her directly, "She, were you part of the very first survivor batch here?" Since she does not seem to actually want him dead, that paralyzing fear finally starts to slowly ebb away, and he decides to be bold and clarify his important questions. After all, a seasoned senior who has survived here for over 20 years must possess vast knowledge, but looking at him, she simply shakes her head, explaining there were many groups of survivors long before her time, though she notes they rarely encounter them. When he asks why, she snaps her fingers, and heavy black chains suddenly materialize in midair. Forming a spectral train track, she reminds him that this world is completely infinite, and every station represents a different world. Back in her era, a powerful man wanted to measure the entire vastness of this wilderness. He united the strongest conductors of that age to gather massive resources, and boosted his train's speed to levels even she found hard to imagine. She clicks her tongue as if recalling a truly terrifying and unimaginable speed. She mentions that the man had a very special module, asking if he knew about them yet. Her own chains are modules, describing them as magic or sci-fi. Weapons that serve as the best way to enhance their power, but then she looks at him, noting that for a level 3 conductor, getting modules is tough. They usually only appear in level 5 or higher treasure chests, or from specific upgrades. She gives him a deeply scrutinizing look, asking if he has actually already got a module from his upgrades, considering his incredibly accurate shot. He chuckles sheepishly. He had indeed unlocked a module. But it was definitely not for marksmanship. It was the highly coveted early departure privilege. He asks what happened to that specific man and if he succeeded. She remains silent for a brief moment before slowly shaking her head. She tells him the man died after traveling at that extreme speed for a full year, without ever seeing another train in the wild. One day, his friends' avatar simply grayed out, signaling his sudden death and his train's absolute destruction. But his death was not completely in vain, because he traveled for a year. Without meeting anyone, they realized these regions are separate worlds. They will never cross paths unless the population in a sector reaches a specific threshold. Suddenly, she pulls out a sweet, brightly colored lollipop and popped it into her mouth, casually asking if he wanted one. When he thanked her but said he was not hungry, she grinned mischievously, telling him he was welcome because she was not planning on giving it to him anyway. It was her last one. She removed her nun hat and stood up, clearly finished with that topic. Shia tells him she will answer one last question before he has to find out the rest himself, warning him that his level is too low and knowing too much will only lead to overthinking. Then, contradicting herself, she produces another lollipop. Without waiting for him to speak, she unwraps it and stuffs it directly into his mouth. It is sweet with a slightly bitter aftertaste, and the cooling sensation makes him feel unexpectedly relaxed, wiping away the exhaustion from his earlier escape. When he points out that she lied about having only one left, she just remarks that the more beautiful a woman is, the better she lies. He crunches the candy and asks his final question: does she know about the Run Company? He describes what he has seen in Doomsday Town and Rainville Villa. She looks confused, admitting she does not know the company. However, she notes that if he has seen them across multiple stations, they are likely just one of many forces established by former conductors who grew tired of risking their lives and chose to settle down and influence certain stations. Shia tells him time is almost up and offers to show him her train. She claps her hands and Tina comes running from behind the church. The girl happily takes his hand and swings it playfully, thanking him for helping them. Shia casually mentions that Tina is her puppet, her finest creation. He rubs his eyes, staring at the girl. She is completely indistinguishable from a real person. He even pokes her cheek, wondering if she had once been human. Pretty dark thought crosses his mind. Is Shia some sort of sealed demonist? He realizes he had better stay on her good side, so he does not end up as a puppet himself. Suddenly, the church begins to tremble. Shia leads Tina to the prayer platform and commands the system to prepare for departure. He watches in a daze as light screens flash everywhere. The church itself is the locomotive of her train. She tosses him a black box, calling it a reward for helping her open this world and promising it will suit his current level. The church finishes its transformation into a massive locomotive and black tracks appear beneath its wheels. In an instant, they are at the station outside town. He is stunned by the speed compared to her. His train moves like a snail. She reveals she is a level 57 conductor. Rank considered formidable even in her era. She explains that while conductor levels go high, everything else, platforms, items, treasure chests, maxes out at level 12. As she finishes configuring the controls, she pokes his cheek and gives him a final warning. Never let the blasphemy card leave his possession. He senses no malice in her voice, only a strange kind of teasing. He promises he will not lose the one she gave him, and she urges him to synthesize his own soon for the tremendous benefits it will bring. She tells him it is time for her to go. She could have taken his train with her, she says, but staying aboard forever would be dull. She invites him to enjoy the land until the docking countdown ends and tells him he can recycle the houses in town as he. She was pleased. Her parting wish was for him to torch the place after she left, as she never planned to step foot in the prison that held her for 15 years. Tina grabbed his hand, urging him that it was time to get off. She was so adorable. He could not resist giving her head a gentle pat, recalling her love for White Forest fruit. He pulled out 10 blessed fruits for her. She was delighted, and the rich scent caught Shea's eye. He overheard Shea muttering to herself about his blessing aura, questioning how a basic level 3 train possessed such incredibly rare carriages. She seemed completely captivated by his gift, lugging the heavy gift box outside to the platform. He stood there staring at her level 57 train, the massive Night Angel. It was a stunning black and white beast of 18 carriages, dripping with pure luxury that made his tiny 2-car train look like total garbage. Honestly, who wouldn't feel incredibly jealous? Still, he forced himself to believe he would absolutely surpass her someday. A friend request from her popped up on his screen. He desperately wanted to decline, but a forced message with a smug emoji made it clear that was impossible. Choosing survival, he clicked accept, but then quietly went in and sneakily renamed her golden retriever. She caught him immediately, busted, teasingly calling him a good boy and warning him she could track his location anywhere. He swiftly changed the tag to Evil Woman Golden Retriever. Suddenly, the Night Angels massive engines roared, rattling the entire town. Colorful fireworks lit up the sky as Shea popped a fresh lollipop into her mouth. She called out her farewell and the train vanished into the dark void, leaving Mystic Beltown in complete silence. He stared at the heavy box she'd left behind. It was a level 9 safety chest, a 2x2 cube of absolute security. Impervious to physical damage, stunned, her generosity was unreal. Empty, this rare container was worth a massive fortune. He quickly renamed her to Beautiful Kind-Hearted Lady and pressed his thumb right onto the lock of the box to register ownership and reveal the contents. A glowing notification flashed in front of his eyes. Process complete. Opening up the secure inventory, he found his loot sorted into perfectly neat slots. 1 powerful flame stone, 10 kilograms of gold, another 10 of mithril, and finally 3 colorful lollipops. It seemed the high-tech box prioritized quality, every item perfectly organized by type. He stared at the materials, feeling a deep wave of relief. These were exactly what he required to upgrade his train to level 4, without his powerful sublimation talent. Securing a flame stone this early was basically impossible, a pipe dream. Shea clearly had no idea about his true abilities, yet her gift was a perfectly timed strategic boost. But those colorful candies, they caught his eye. He looked closer. The system identified them as Shea's personal healing lollipops, a rare level 8 masterpiece crafted by the Dark Nun herself. Eating just one created a powerful protective barrier against outside damage, quickly healing severe wounds and fully restoring stamina. The attached note was clear, still breathing, good. These sweets would keep him that way. A soft chime echoed as a text from Shea popped up, asking if he liked her little surprise and reminding him that leaping from level 3 to level 4 is a massive milestone. She explained that for most beginners, these items are Practically mythic until reaching at least the 10th station. She was basically saving him weeks of painful grinding, warning him not to eat the lollipops like regular candy. Stay alive, complete the blasphemy card, she urged him as he read her words. A wave of complicated gratitude hit him. He didn't strictly need this head start, but he appreciated the gesture. He muttered a quiet thank you to the empty carriage. If he ever found another fragment of that card, he would stop at absolutely nothing to get it. What kind of power would be unleashed if it were ever made whole? Meanwhile, far away in the wilderness, the night angel thundered forward. Shah stood on her prayer platform, munching on a fruit while gazing at a horizon that never seemed to change. She received a message from a mysterious contact who expressed surprise at her return after 15 years. Shah simply replied that fate had chosen a new path and that she was now focused on retribution. When asked about the rune company, Shah expressed disdain at their reach, only to be told that the heavenly organization's inspectors had already vanished. Back in Mystic Belton, the clock was ticking. He spent the remaining 20 minutes dismantling the houses Shah had left behind. Though the manual labor was grueling, he managed to salvage a decent amount of wood, metal, and mechanical parts, though only about a tenth of the original materials were recoverable. Shah had designed the safety box to store entire carriages, which was a massive relief, but time was against him. By the time the countdown hit the final 10 minutes, he had to abandon the rest. Checking his resources, he had 645 kilos of wood, 770 of metal, over 500 mechanical parts, along with precious gold and meethil. It was enough for a conventional upgrade, but he had a wild gamble in mind. Ready for this? Wally wobbled back toward him with a mysterious metal cube. Curiosity finally won out. The system appraised it as a level 4 treasure chest. He ran his fingers over the cold surface, wondering if Shah had left it for him or if it was simply part of the town's hidden loot. He considered waiting until he could sublimate it to level 5, but he felt a strange nagging resistance. His stamina and mental energy were high, yet something felt fundamentally blocked. He realized then that beyond level 4, everything from chests to structures resisted his talent. He refused to accept a plateau. If the talent itself was the limit, then he would simply have to change the talent. He popped one of the healing lollipops into his mouth, feeling his stamina surge back to full in an instant, and placed his hand on the chest. Instead of focusing on the box, he turned his power inward. He would sublimate his own sublimation talent. The world turned red. Blinding screens of warning text appeared as a massive energy surge shrouded the train. Conductors across the entire sector felt a momentary tremor of primal fear. Amidst the chaos of the red light, his consciousness faded into black. He drifted in a void, vaguely aware of distorted system messages. There was an error in the crossroads of fate. Something was trying to correct a selection, then failing. A countdown started, 5 seconds, 4, 3. By the time the timeout hit, the system randomly selected a destination, Hope Valley, a level 4 slaughter station. The train accelerated through the void. More errors appeared as a mysterious force tried to interfere with his departure, attempting to set the countdown to infinity to trap him forever. Terrifying, however. The train system fought back, eliminating the interference, and the clock reset, locking in a 10-hour countdown on a station marked as extremely dangerous. In the eerie quiet of the train, his consciousness finally begins to drift back. The train had been stationary for 10 minutes when the morning sunlight pierced through. Warm beams hit his face, finally pulling him out of a heavy, deep sleep. The sudden, blinding glare forces him to blink and look around in a daze. Outside, endless stretches of thick forest fill his view. Clearly, this is no wilderness. They are at a platform station. As his mind clears, everything comes back. The memories of the moments before he blacked out flood his mind like a tide. He looks down and spots a heavy ironclad chest resting quietly right at his feet. A level 5 chest. he actually pulled off that highly dangerous sublimation process. He quickly opens his system screen to check the status of his talents. There it is, the detailed description for his sublimation talent has completely changed. It now includes the crucial words, ignores resistance. That is all the proof he needs. A confident smile creeps across his face as he glances up toward the ceiling. He looks right at the Sentinel Tower device mounted at the top of his train. That annoying barrier preventing him from upgrading items beyond level 4 is totally gone. The stubborn shackles holding back his natural talent are finally shattered, but he remains cautious. Despite his growing excitement, he carefully scans the surrounding area. He faintly remembers hearing bizarre noises while he was out cold. This random stop is a slaughter platform, the worst possible place to land. He has no clue what the real difference is between slaughter and hunting, since he has never even set foot on a hunting platform. But that mystery is quickly pushed aside by the train system logs as he reads. His lighter mood completely vanishes, replaced by a cold weight in his chest. There has been major interference. Someone actively tampered with his destination, and stop time. Even though the system cleared the threat, the timer remains terrifying. He rubs his eyes hard, praying he is just misreading the bright display. But it is real, 10 hours. That is a brutally long time to survive a deadly platform. Normally his train only stops for 5 hours. This is an absolute trap. Some mysterious entity is clearly trying to keep him trapped here forever. Although the system acted fairly by wiping out that external interference, he is stuck. His single saving grace right now is a special early departure privilege module. Even with that VIP perk, he still has to survive 7 more hours. He takes a long, slow breath to calm his racing thoughts. He has to adapt. Since he is stuck, opening the level 5 chest is his absolute best move. Hopefully, the high-tier loot inside will help him dominate this deadly platform. The lid pops open, revealing 10 train coins, 2 modules, and 2 top-tier items. These modules are system-bind and in station launch. He activates them immediately. Since they are not physical cards, he cannot use his sublimation talent. The system-bind function is incredibly handy, permanently transferring control directly to him. He will no longer be inconvenienced by constant trips back and forth. No more running to the locomotive just to identify gear or check status. The in-station launch module is just as critical for his immediate survival. It allows him to reposition the train to precise locations inside the station. This crucial movement costs just 1 train coin per hour. Now for the items. He holds up the Golden Strike card, a level 5 item to boost attack power. It could multiply his next strike by 5, but he pushes it even further. Activating his talent instantly drains his stamina, though the cost is lighter this time. Through self-sublimation, the card evolves into a level 6 masterpiece. A golden critical card, it can multiply his next attack by 50. Unleashing that kind of massive power on an enemy, pure satisfaction, he smiles. He pockets the card, relieved he won't be helpless against formidable monsters. Next up, he grabs the pocket watch, always perfectly accurate. While it seems like a simple reward for a level 5 item, it is gorgeous. The piece is crafted from pure white materials with ornate golden patterns. Gemstone hands tick away, offering the most precise time in any dimension. A handy tool indeed, but suddenly a loud bang. He looks toward the noise and spots crimson blood pooling in a forest clearing. A dog-like beast clutching a dagger in its mouth floats up through the blood. The Sentinel Tower's detection ability caught it, but this is only the start. A single dead creature. Soon, the entire forest will erupt in violence. The tower flares bright red as target-locking rings appear on the ground. An endless wave of monsters charges out, fierce and relentless. Gunfire erupts in a constant roar as the Sentinel Tower goes to full power. It precisely targets and kills everything entering the 100-meter zone. Seeing the defense hold makes him breathe easier, though tension remains. His heart grows heavy. What if he lacked the tower? Without its reveal ability, monsters would have already torn his train apart. He sneers at the thought, wondering about the true nature of this brutal platform. Here, the line between hunting and slaughter is razor thin. Hunting means killing enemies, but slaughter is waiting in despair to be butchered. This entire ambush was clearly planned by some unknown force to kill him. They want him dead. He sits quietly in his carriage, watching the screens. Cold, unwavering resolve fills his eyes. Whoever wants him dead is in for a shock. They are going to be sorely disappointed. He has already made up his mind. No matter how dangerous this forest is, it is still only a level 4 platform. And he is far from helpless, not a single chance of that. As the monster's desperate siege finally stops, he climbs onto the train roof. He reaches out to touch the warning device, still incredibly hot from firing. A level 5 defense should be more than enough to handle this station. He initiates another sublimation, watching his spirit drop all the way from 90 to 40. But the payoff is instantaneous and highly successful. The device transforms before him. He gains a sentinel guard. Its power level is massive. The guard can now be armed with up to 9 different weapons. It appears anywhere on the train, extending surveillance to 150 meters. The guard automatically locks onto hostile targets, dispelling any stealth or illusion. It can even detach to chase threats. Amazing. Best of all, he can activate over-limit mode using a single train coin. This will double its attack speed if things get truly desperate. But he is far from finished with these train upgrades. Level 4 installations were not just on the roof, so he moved over to the third carriage where the surveillance device sat completely idle. It barely got any use. While the sentinel dealt with threats outside, but he had to prepare for the worst since the sentinel did not watch the inside of the train. If a monster managed to slip past, this surveillance tool would serve as his absolute final line of defense. He poured 40 points of stamina and 10 spirit into it, successfully transforming it into an illusion surveillant. Now, this tool was capable of monitoring every single corner of the train, triggering alarms and releasing disorienting illusions to trap intruders. After 3 back-to-back sublimations, a crushing wave of exhaustion hit him, yet he forced himself to keep moving. He went back to the lead carriage to grab both the mythal cross and the pure earthbound stone, while the mechanical sensors watched for physical threats. These 2 items would serve as his shield against the supernatural. He knew the pure earthbound stone still held enough power for one final sublimation, but with his energy completely drained, he had to wait patiently. For recovery, he put on his bulletproof armor and gripped his black lost pistol, preparing as thoroughly as possible. He was getting out of this station alive no matter the cost, and honestly, you cannot blame him for being this cautious. Before settling down, he remembered one more crucial tool, an activated Wally. Since he was stuck here anyway, he might as well scavenge for resources. With his preparations complete, his stomach let out a massive growl. He quickly grabbed some fresh meat and vegetables from his inventory and fired up a grill right outside the train carriage for lunch. Distant gunshots echoed in the background, but he felt he earned this meal. While his lunch sizzled, he opened up his system notifications. Clearing the 5th station actually brought some massive new updates. Those annoying trading restrictions inside the stations were finally gone. He could list up to 5 items on the market at once now. This was huge, even if he felt a small stab of regret for missing the trade rush while sleeping. Suddenly, his private chat box began to flicker. With unread messages, Shang Guanyingu was the first to reach out, asking if he felt the tremors. Her weird, sudden apology left him confused about what exactly went down while he was out cold. Xiaolin also messaged him to thank him for upgrading her shop and shared a photo of the snack shop at her 6th station. He felt pretty jealous looking at her massive stash of food and alcohol. But he remained skeptical of her luck conservation talent in this world. Good luck was always shadowed by disaster. She might land in a hellhole next. Finally, he saw a message from Lai Zio, still talking big about his empty alliance. The man claimed he would be the first to reach a level 3 train. He wanted weapons in exchange for future protection. But his words sounded just like a greedy, shady corporate boss. Remembering the fishing rod incident, he immediately deleted him from his list. As he scrolled further down, he noticed several names had turned gray, signifying destroyed trains and lost lives, a truly grim reminder indeed. Ignoring Shaw's warnings, he cleared his chats. He requested gunpowder, noting only 2,453. Survivors remained out of 10,000, making replies slow. Many were still exploring, lacking system modules to trade. But that worked in his favor. His message stood out. An hour after docking, thanks to the Sentinel's insane efficiency, his 150-meter defensive zone was incredibly secure. He relaxed, enjoying his grilled meat and wild forest fruit. He washed it down with a cold beer from Xiaolin. This felt like a scenic vacation, despite the smell of blood. Once he finished eating, his head cleared. Ideas started coming. This slaughter platform seemed to only require a passive defense. But that didn't mean he had to just sit idle. The monster corpses left by his sentinels were valuable resources. If he recycled them, he would make a heavy profit. He took action immediately, buying a large bamboo basket on the market and rigging some carrying ropes to it. He tied a sharp dagger to a pole, crafting a sickle. During the quiet moments after his sentinel finished its kills, he ran out into the clearing to grab the carcasses. One by one, he collected level 2 blackhorn hunting dogs, level 3 swift fear snakes, and level 3 assassin lizards. He fed them all to the processor. The harvest was massive. He got 10 dog meats, 5 snake, and 10 lizard. He also recovered rare materials like an assassin lizard skin, which masked his presence, and a corrosive hunting dog dagger. He moved fast, sticking within his 150-meter safe zone, fully trusting the Sentinel's lock-on to guard him. To be honest, this deadly platform was turning into a total jackpot. His level 5 Sentinels completely dominated all low-tier beasts, even when an occasional beast tide attempted to swarm him. Activating overlimit mode crushed them instantly, combined with his automated defenses. His own marksmanship was stellar. Backed by his advanced judgment module and armor-piercing bullets, this dark forest had basically become his personal slaughterhouse. His gear was strong enough to pierce Shaw's elite puppets, so these normal monsters stood absolutely zero chance against him. But after 5 hours of constant fighting, danger finally appeared. He looked down. His ammunition was getting dangerously low. He started with nearly 1,000, but under 400 remained. As the sky darkened, the remaining monsters grew incredibly cautious. The smell of blood and corpses acted as a heavy warning, keeping them lingering just outside his deadly defense zone, waiting. He checked his pocket watch. The time was 6:12 p.m. With night falling, he had no intention of pushing his luck. He heads into the woods, lighting a campfire as he prepares a fresh piece of snake meat, skewering it over the flames. His grinding has netted him 810 kilos of various meats now safely stored in his units, where the storage carriages. Unique properties will keep them from rotting. As the meat roasts, he pulls up the system light screen to check the chat. The survivor count has plunged to 2,404. The 6th station has claimed many lives. While he was busy, the chat is a frantic mix of panic and desperation. With people realizing the next night's survival event is imminent, some are terrified, still stuck with level 1 trains, and lacking the resources to upgrade to the 40-kilometer speed required to outrun the coming darkness. He watches as people beg for metal and parts, willing to trade every scrap of food and Water they have just to survive the night. Others point toward Li Zio. Shang's alliance, though the reports are grim, he is charging sky-high prices. Demanding a train coin for a mere 15 kilos of metal, his lackeys are in the chat. Defending their leader Li Zio Shang, claiming only he is brave enough to sell materials now, even as they hike the price to 10 kilos per coin. Looking at the 2,000 remaining conductors, he realizes about a tenth of them are still trapped behind that level 1 threshold, whether through poor choices or sheer bad luck. They are now desperate enough to spend anything to bridge the gap. He still has 16 train coins, but he knows the next round of upgrades will be expensive. If there is an opportunity to earn more, he is not going to pass it up. He drafts a message and sends it into the fray, offering 30 kilos of metal or wood or 20 mechanical parts for a train coin. His prices are far more reasonable than Li Zio Shang's, and he makes it clear that quantities are limited and the terms are non-negotiable. The reaction is instantaneous. While some call him a bloodsucker, the majority of the chat recognizes the value. Desperate conductors flood his private messages, while Li Zio Shang's supporters try to trash his reputation, only to be shut down by those grateful for a fair alternative. He ignores the petty squabbles entirely. His listings on the trading interface sell out in a heartbeat, and in an instant his wealth grows by another 10 train coins. The chat room remains a cacophony of noise, filled with voices begging for material listings, while a relentless flood of private messages overwhelms his inbox. He decides to list another batch of resources, but the return is meager. Only 3 train coins. It is not that the demand has vanished, but rather that almost no one actually possesses any coins anymore. Treasure chests are becoming a rare luxury in this world. Reflecting on his own journey, he realizes that without Wally's specialized assistance, the only chest he likely would have found was that initial one from the armory. No chests means no coins, and no coins means a lack of resources for the upgrades essential to surviving the next night. It is a cycle of certain death for many, but he reminds himself that it has nothing to do with him. He cannot save everyone. Listing materials is just a business move to harvest what few coins remain. In his eyes, if a conductor cannot manage their first upgrade after 6 stations, they simply are not cut out for this environment. As he scans the desperate, scanning the endless trade requests, he noticed a clear pattern. Almost none of them offered anything of real value to prove they were worth his time. Then, a message from someone named Peng. When Xuan caught his eye, he claimed to have only one blueprint left, begging for 30 kilograms of metal to save his stranded train. Design like that was always worth a look, though he found it strange that even a low-tier item had not brought in any offers from other survivors. He asked what it was, and the seller replied with frantic gratitude, sending over the details for a level 1 wooden bow. He immediately regretted his earlier curiosity. Honestly, it was no wonder the man could not sell it. In this age of guns and crossbows, how many people actually knew how to handle a bow? It required serious skill and strength, unlike the simple aim and shoot mechanics of a firearm, and that did not even include arrows. Still, a blueprint was a blueprint. While it was useless to the masses, it held great potential for him. He agreed to the trade. Peng Wen Xuan wept with joy at the acceptance, calling him a good person and promising repayment. He merely scratched his head at that good person label. These days, such a remark felt more like an insult than a compliment. He did not dwell on his promise of repayment, suspecting this would be their final interaction of all. If he was only just reaching level 2 now, the escalating difficulty would likely swallow him whole. Once the transaction was complete, he turned to his true goal. Sublimation. Even a trash-tier blueprint could become something far more formidable in his hands. He poured a small amount of spirit into it, watching the level 1 bow evolve into a level 2 black hardwood bow. Checking the requirements of 10 kilograms of wood and fiber, he crafted it immediately. Then he pushed it further with another 10 points of spirit. The weapon transformed into a level 3 floral enchanted wooden bow. Honestly, it was a strangely beautiful weapon, adorned with floral patterns and capable of consuming spirit to craft its own energy arrows with a minor auto-aim feature. He drew the string, watching a pale pink arrow materialize and fire, piercing right through a distant monster with impressive force. It was comparable to his armor-piercing rounds, but he still preferred his guns. Regardless, this enchanted bow would fetch a handsome price if he chose to sell it. He looked through the unfamiliar private messages from his screen, unconcerned with the pleas of strangers. He knew that charging a coin for 30 kilograms of scrap already proved he was no saint. However, he left his friend's messages untouched, noticing one from Shangyu and Yinggu. She was looking for bullets and offered gunpowder in exchange. She was always a pleasant, well-supplied partner, so the timing was perfect. He offered her 10 level 3 bullets for every 500 grams of gunpowder, mentioning he would cover the cost of the crafting metal himself. She agreed instantly, asking for 100 rounds. He was genuinely surprised she had managed to stockpile so much gunpowder. It meant she was providing enough raw material for him to craft 1,000 bullets. Trading with her was truly a delight. With the deal closed, he got to work at the processing station. Any concerns he had about his ammunition levels for the station vanished as he loaded fresh rounds into his sentry guns, ensuring maximum security. As he watched the snake meat sizzle over the grill, oil dripping and salt sparkling, he tapped out a message to her, asking about the tremor. She mentioned earlier that he had been completely knocked out yesterday after taking a severe beating at a station. Apologetic, she thought he was ignoring her. She described the terrifying tremor that hit around 5:50 p.m. the previous day. It felt like pure, primal fury. He immediately noted the exact time. That was the exact moment he left Mystic Belton. He thanked her for sharing. He then asked if she had scavenged anything good from her last station. She sent a screenshot of a level 2 froststone capable of freezing liquids. The asking price was 60 bullets, or 2 of his train coins. He immediately started thinking about the sheer luxury of a cold drink right now. This was a massive win. Without a proper water tank, the brutal heat in this wasteland would make any stored water rot in no time. But if he could keep the water freezing cold, that decay would stop entirely. Beyond surviving, having ice in this scorching heat was the ultimate luxury. After all, who among us could turn down a freezing cold drink right now? Especially when the world outside was absolutely scorching. That was when he remembered. He had almost forgotten a crucial asset, so he headed back to the compartment. Rummaging through his blueprints, he searched for one specific target. This particular blueprint was a reward from his very first train upgrade. Even though he only built it once, it was absolutely essential now. He immediately thought of Shangyu Yingyue, the woman who seemed to love water. She had an almost elemental, spiritual bond with it. This was perfect for her. He quickly sent over the tank's details. He offered to sell it, and she bit instantly, wanting to know the price. The price was set at 2 train coins, making her hesitate. She complained she was short on cash and begged to buy it on credit. Paying 2 coins seemed way too expensive for a basic tank. He suggested trading items instead, reminding her that credit was a joke out here. Shangyu and Yingyue knew that relying on credit was pure fantasy in this wasteland. After hesitating for a second, she finally made a move and offered something rare. An ice condensation pearl. He was stunned. She just accepted, no questions asked. She did not even try to haggle. He patted the basic water tank. Honestly, the whole setup was just a hunk of cheap iron with simple features. The blueprint only cost him 1 coin, yet he was about to get 3. He was basically tripling his investment. Talk about a master businessman. When she asked if he was still interested, he quickly played it cool. He told her the trade was fine and to wait just a moment. If she wanted to overpay, he certainly was not going to stop her. He gathered the materials and started crafting at the processing station. The new tank materialized right as her trade request popped up on screen. With the trade finalized, he held the rare, glowing pearl. Not a bad deal at all. Next, he needed to buy drinks from Xiaolin. He just wondered if she would even survive until the next major stop. First, he had to handle sublimation. He felt his spirit stat drop quickly. It fell from 104 down to 84 as the pearl upgraded. Level 3 could condense water into ice and shape it. He was intrigued. Wondering if he could finally wield real power, he cleared his throat and struck what he thought was an impressive pose, pointing the ice vein pearl at the water tank. He commanded an ice sword, the fresh water inside slowly hummed and condensed into a long blade of pure ice. He reached to grab the hilt, but the instant his fingers brushed it, the blade shattered into 1,000 useless shards. Talk about a massive letdown. He expected epic magic, but this was total garbage. Still, he did not feel it was a complete loss. He had practically gotten the pearl for free. No real harm done there. He opened the chat interface again. His gaze fell upon the floral enchanted wooden bow lying beside him. He paused, then sent a quick screenshot of the weapon to Shangyuan Yinj, offering it for 4 train coins or some equal trade. She froze at the offer, replying that she was broke and the price was too high. He countered confidently, telling her it was cheap for a level 3 weapon. It completely outclassed any monster they had faced. He reminded her again that she could trade items instead of coins. She sounded quite resentful. Why had he not mentioned the bow earlier? If he had offered it first, she would not have wasted resources on bullets. He shamelessly kept up the act, saying he had just remembered it and pointing out that she was the one asking for bullets first. If she could not trade, he would find another buyer. He was testing her limits. Compared to Xiaolin, Shangyuan Yinj seemed far luckier. She was, after all, the first conductor besides him to upgrade her train. She likely had good stuff hidden away. He asked if she found anything else. That treasure chest from the last station besides the pearl, adding casually that he was not pressuring her to trade. Those words must have stung. He could feel her urge to block him right through the screen. Did he really think she was that desperate? It was just a level 3 weapon after all. She did not absolutely need it. Then a screenshot popped up. Level 2 consumes 2 spirit points to predict tomorrow's noon weather. She made it clear that if he would not sell for that, she was done. She had truly offered everything she could. It was not out of desperation, but a level 3 weapon was an incredible temptation for anyone still navigating with a level 2 train. If he refused now, she was done. He replied instantly, telling her that since they traded so much, he would do her a favor. He accepted. Despite his cool reply, he was absolutely beaming with joy. He had struck gold again, flipping a cheap blueprint obtained for 30 kilograms of scrap into the equivalent of 3 train coins. Absolute genius. The trade went through smoothly. He was practically a financial wizard now. The fresh water filled his tank, and a white sunny doll appeared. It was pretty cute. He quickly initiated another sublimation. His spirit fell from 84 to 69. Level 3 takes 1 spirit point to predict today's and tomorrow's weather at any time. The upgrade was perfect. He could now check the weather whenever he wanted. The upgrade took until noon and cost half. Its appearance remained unchanged, so he hung it up in his climate-controlled resting compartment. This string of trades had brought him significant gains, not a total transformation perhaps, but a massive accumulation of wealth. He now had 30 train coins in his possession. He briefly considered sublimating the train again, but he decided it was better to wait until he had left the station. It simply was not safe here. Having made up his mind, he stepped out of the compartment, only to be hit by a sudden pungent odor. He sniffed the air and his expression shifted to one of horror. His meat was ruined. The snake meat he had been roasting was completely charred and inedible. He sighed, realizing he would have to start over. As he prepared to relight the grill, he realized that Wally still had not returned after all this time. He could not help but wonder if the little guy had actually died out there. He could practically feel the waves of fury radiating from Lai Zio Shan as the chat room remained in an uproar. He was clearly beyond incensed, likely wearing an expression of pure disgust after realizing he had actually deleted him from his friends list. To make matters worse for him, he was selling materials at prices that undercut his own, which he undoubtedly saw as a deliberate attempt to oppose his authority. He likely felt like he had swallowed a fly. Seeing that glaring notification, muttering threats about making him regret his choices while he sat surrounded by his hoard of basic wood and metal, he let out a triumphant laugh, convinced he was the chosen one because he could upgrade every 3 stations, and immediately initiated his transition to Level 3. However, his arrogance likely hit a wall the moment he looked at the new requirements. Anyone could easily imagine his frown as he stared at names he did not recognize: Flamestone's gold and Meethil. His talent, as powerful as it seemed, evidently had its limits. It allowed him to pinpoint basic resources like metal and wood, but it could not touch the exotic materials required for higher tiers. He was finding out the hard way that his path would not be as smooth as he had imagined. While his rival was fuming, he finally got the chance to eat. During the 6-hour stopover, he spent his time blowing ashes off a piece of snake meat, the rich aroma making his mouth water. Despite only having basic salt for seasoning, the monsters outside had been strangely passive during this entire period. Even when he proactively took shots at them with his rifle, they would only scatter and retreat back to their 150-meter perimeter. It felt as though they were practicing a patient siege, simply waiting for him to make a mistake. As he chewed on the meat and rubbed his chin in contemplation, a rustling sound came from the nearby brush. He did not reach for his gun because the sentinel guard remained silent. Recognizing the visitor, Wally approached from the distance, wobbling on his tracks, and he greeted him, noting he had almost thought Wally had gotten himself killed out there. Though unable to speak, Wally presented him with a tree stump that the system appraised as a level 4 treasure chest. His mood shifted instantly as he patted his metal head and praised his consistent performance. He did not open the chest right away, instead discarding his meal and boarding the train while jokingly advising him not to lead any monsters back next time. Almost on cue, an earth-shaking howl erupts from the dark woods. A massive white wolf, the size of a grown man, appears. The moment it crosses into the sentry perimeter, instantly, a storm of bullets begins to hammer its giant body. The sentinel defense system immediately recognizes this is no ordinary beast. It is quickly identified as a level 4 lightning wolf, yelping as electricity crackles across its fur. Suddenly, its speed explodes as it activates a lightning armor skill, closing the gap to within 50 meters of the train in a heartbeat. He does not hesitate to trigger overdrive mode, dissolving a train coin into golden light to double the weapon's firing rate. The 5 rifles transform into a makeshift minigun, shredding the wolf in a brutal hail of light. In 3 seconds, the threat is neutralized, but the automated sentry does not stop there, because other monsters waiting just outside the border begin to follow the Alpha's lead. It seems they had been waiting for this Alpha to break through. 30 seconds of pure overdrive turns hundreds of charging beasts into complete minced meat. He looks at the carnage with a twinge of regret over the ruined fur. Though he hopes recycling might salvage something, he drags the bloodied wolf carcass back to the train for processing, acquiring a lightning wolf fur, 10 bones, and a fang. This is a substantial harvest, even if the meat was turned into a useless pulp by the immense firepower. He realizes that the white wolf was a true gatekeeper, enduring 100 meters of constant fire before he was Forced to use overdrive, he knows any ordinary level 3 conductor would have been torn apart by such a beast. Let's face it, he is just built different. He looks through the window at the sky, silently telling whoever tried to kill him at this station that he is sorry to disappoint them. When the countdown finally hits the 3-hour mark, his early departure privilege turns colorful on the screen, letting him relax. He does not leave yet. Though the wolf is dead and the other monsters are way too terrified to approach, this is a perfect chance to gather more resources. Forested Valley is a gold mine for timber, and he will not waste the remaining time. He shoulders his axe and brings out the safety case Shaw gave him. Its loose definition of a single item means he can store entire trees in its grid. He spends the next 2 hours chopping and transporting, successfully hauling back 500 kilograms of wood. With 30 minutes left, the VIP early departure prompt appears as a massive button on his screen. He casts one last glance at the dark, silent forest before slapping the button. Spatial distortions ripple, the tracks extend, and the train accelerates directly into the void, speeding through darkness until bright moonlight finally streams through the windows, marking their arrival at 10:30 p.m. The announcement confirms that all conductors have officially left the 6th platform. The loud broadcast echoes through the carriages, forcing the remaining 2,000 conductors to pause their frantic activities and turn toward the source of the announcement in collective surprise. The voice is cold and final, declaring that any conductor with a train below level 2 will perish during the upcoming night survival, and that the survivors will proceed to a trading platform at Station 7. There they can purchase a single item matching their train's current level, provided they actually had the train coins to afford it. But more importantly, the system broadcast warned that Sector E3 was rapidly dropping under the 2,000-person limit, meaning a sector merger would trigger right after the next station. A friendly reminder followed, noting that night survival would kick off at midnight sharp and run for 2 hours and 30 minutes. Then came a crucial warning: any damage taken by the train would drop its speed, making immediate repairs absolutely vital. This grim announcement hammered at the hearts of the surviving conductors out there. The chat room was already overflowing with desperate cries for help, yet at this critical moment, absolutely nobody was willing to extend a helping hand, while the others panicking that even a level 2 upgrade wouldn't protect them from damage. Those fears meant absolutely nothing to him. Stepping back out into the endless wasteland, a glowing screen suddenly materialized before his eyes, offering congratulations for surviving the level 4 slaughter platform. Despite all the sabotage he had faced, the train system actually extended a rare apology for the direct interference he experienced. As compensation, he received a free processing module. He swiped the screen to accept, quietly grumbling to himself that it would have been nice to get this earlier if he could have summoned the processing station anywhere on that last platform. He wouldn't have worn himself out hauling heavy timber and monster corpses back and forth. Despite his brief complaint, his focus quickly shifted to the wood stump in his hands, or rather the level 4 treasure chest Walala had safely retrieved. Night survival, total afterthought. He had far more important matters to chase down. Eagerly initiating a sublimation, his stamina plummeted to 50 and his spirit to 95, upgrading the box into a level 5 treasure chest. 50 points felt like an absolute steal compared to his previous upgrades. He eagerly popped the lid open. The haul was incredible: 10 train coins, a level 4 lightning assault conductor module, a level 5 weapon conversion card, and a rare blueprint for lightning wolf leather boots. That assault module was especially wild since it allowed him to burn stamina and envelop his body in crackling lightning for sudden bursts of speed, a great way to dodge or escape. The boot's blueprint also held massive potential, especially since the memory of that savage white wolf was still fresh in his mind. But what truly caught his eye was that weapon conversion card. It had the power to immediately upgrade any weapon into a level 5 powerhouse. Using the original as a template, he pulled out his Black Lost pistol, a weapon that was his constant companion across multiple stations, remaining highly effective even high-level zones. He decided to push things even further, sublimating the card. Itself, the process was brutal, draining 70 points of his energy and leaving him washed in exhaustion, but the result was that enchanted Heaven's Reaper weapon conversion card. Without a second thought, he pressed it against his pistol. A blinding burst of black and white light erupted, as if angels and demons were manifesting at the same time inside his carriage. The pistol hovered in midair, vibrating with a heavy hum that shook the entire train, until the blinding light cleared, revealing a sleek black gun engraved with both holy and demonic wings. It was now an incredibly powerful level 6 masterpiece. The Heaven's Reaper enchantment could absorb life force from kills to heal him and fully restore his energy. It fired black armor-piercing rounds for spirit targets, or white explosive rounds for stamina, even combining both for a devastating dual-colored shot. He named the weapon Black Ebony, honoring a favorite game. To test this raw power, he opened his carriage window and scanned the frozen wasteland until spotting a distant, shambling mummy monster. With 1 point of stamina used, he fired a white bullet. Upon impact, the beast didn't just fall, it exploded with incredible power, shattering everything around. He decided against upgrading the rest of his gear. For now, cautious about the rare materials a higher boost might require. Instead, he used the leftover wolf pelt to craft incredibly soft bedding. His daily goals complete, he lay back and hummed a cheerful tune. Midnight had passed. Outside, ravenous monsters were still chasing his train. Think about it, while other players were desperately fighting to survive. For him, it was just another cozy night. His path was clear. Tomorrow he would reach level 4, distant screams of those who failed. To reach level 2 echoed through the dark wasteland as night claimed them. He could only listen to their desperate, hopeless cries for help. Those who hadn't upgraded became easy monster prey, even some with reinforced trains met tragic ends when simple damage slowed them down. Enough to be caught, a brutal reminder of their harsh new reality. But as the morning sun began streaming into his cozy carriage, those horrors felt miles away. He started his morning routine in peace, washing his face and cooking a hot breakfast as light filled the train. His sunny doll was right about the weather, and as he opened the window to let a cool, mild breeze drift inside, it felt like his most comfortable day here yet. Checking the sentry tower logs, he saw 70 bullets had been fired. Overnight, that was fewer than expected, but a few sneak attacks had still managed to scrape the train's side. He noted to prioritize dodging damage, since repairs drained his precious material stock. Thankfully, his personal stats were fully restored, sitting at 100 stamina and 120 mental energy. He finished his white forest fruit and rubbed his hands together with absolute excitement. Can you blame him? He was about to unlock level 4. He walked to the locomotive, placing his hand on the control console. It was a ritual, even though his new system modules made physical contact totally unnecessary. The sublimation command drained 30 stamina and 70 mental energy, but the outcome was absolutely worth it. He was now the official conductor of a level 4 train, earning the upgrade master title and an exclusive card for braking. Another record. His talent had significantly lessened the drain of the process. Without his self-enhanced efficiency, an upgrade this massive would have left him completely hollow. Surprisingly, he was the first in his sector to reach this level, despite others getting rare items. He figured other veterans probably guided newcomers in a similar way. But he was wrong. Shah's help was a total anomaly in this harsh world. A brutal world where veterans rarely help the new rookies. With the upgrade, his train speed jumped 20 kilometers, but the real excitement lay right in the new purchase options. He stared at the screen in disbelief. The steep prices brought endless questions. A luxury dream bed cost 5 coins. An expansion was 8, a special door module 6, and a smart chip 10. Purchasing everything would cost 29 train coins, nearly wiping out his savings. He wondered if the system was dynamically adjusting these costs to match his wealth. It felt ridiculously expensive. He winced at the steep cost. Still, he knew these rare opportunities might never come around again. Carefully evaluating each choice, he started with the luxury dream bed. It promised perfect rest without nightmares, a massive upgrade from his metal slab. He bought it instantly. Next up on his list was the space expansion. This was another easy choice, reminding him of Shaw's massive carriage. He added the upgrade to his cart, along with the special Anywhere door module, which would let him travel between different train cars with absolute ease. But at the smart chip, he hesitated. Giving Wally actual intelligence was tempting. But he had to stay practical and keep his budget in check. With only 20 coins left and a trading station coming up, he needed funds. Going completely broke was too risky, so the robot upgrade had to wait. He felt confident he could earn back those coins at the next few stations. Once the transaction finished, the train cabin felt noticeably roomier. An extra meter in every direction made an absolute world of difference. He dragged his new bed into the temperature-controlled carriage used as his bedroom. Without that spatial expansion, it would have been a tight squeeze. He collapsed onto the soft mattress, letting the resilient material melt away his lingering muscle tension. A quick glance at his interface confirmed the results. His recovery rates were ticking upward, proving he made the right decision. Prioritizing his rest over Wally's brain was correct. After relaxing for a bit, he sat up, already feeling the incredible healing magic of the luxury bed. But his recent level-up rewards were not limited to simple physical comforts. A shining new system notification caught his eye, offering a unique title. He received the Upgrade Master title for being the first conductor in the sector to reach Level 4, rewarding his outstanding performance and making it easier to gain the trust of any natives he encountered, since trust is incredibly rare in this world. He equipped the title immediately, knowing he would have to wait for the next station to see if it really helped with introductions. Next, he focused on the unique reward for breaking the Level 4 record. Conductor Enhancement Card. It promised to boost his mental and physical stamina by 10 points, perfect for someone who constantly burns through massive energy. For his sublimations, however, unlike standard digital modules that existed only as digital data, this card had a physical form. That meant he could push its limits. He channeled 35 points of mental energy inside, watching it. He pushed it further, funneling 35 points of mental energy into the process. It transformed into an advanced conductor enhancement card. Suddenly, its potential boost had doubled to 20 points. He held the card between 2 fingers and pressed it close to his heart, choosing to enhance his physical stamina first. The card dissolved into tiny red light particles that merged straight into his skin, sending an incredibly warm wave of comfort through his body for several minutes. Once the process finished, his physical stamina limit jumped from 100 to 120. Clenching his fist, he grabbed some stray wood. With a simple squeeze, the strength was staggering. If he were back in his old world, he would be considered superhuman. It seemed stamina in the system acted as a catch-all for raw power and speed, just as mental stamina likely governed far more than focus. He decided not to overthink the mechanics for now. Needing to recover his condition before the next stop, the clock struck 1 p.m., the scheduled time for station entry, yet the familiar spatial distortion was nowhere to be found. He leaned against the window and flicked his Fingers opening the public chat to see the survivor count had dwindled to 1,735. Over 200 people vanished in a night. Seriously, the public chat was a complete mess of panic over the missing station. But soon enough, the cold, mechanical female voice of the broadcast broke the silence. She announced that Station 7 would be a public trading station. All conductors would stop, but there was a catch. They had to travel 300 kilometers to reach it with only 20 parking tracks available. It was a first-come, first-served race, and to make matters worse, they were warned to expect monster attacks designed to slow progress. The chat room instantly exploded, with many complaining that level 2 trains capped at 40 kilometers stood no chance against Li Xiaosheng, who bragged about reaching level 3 and a 60-kilometer top speed. He watched Li Xiaosheng bask in the praise of his alliance members, promising to report back once he arrived first. A smirk curved his lips as he did the math. A level 2 train took 7.5 hours, while Li Xiaosheng's level 3 would take 5. His level 4 train could make it in 3 hours and 45 minutes at its base speed of 80 kilometers. No way was he going to be that slow. He still had his red triple-speed train acceleration device and a deep stockpile of bullets he had never had a reason to use. He retrieved a silver-white acceleration bullet thick as a baby's arm and used the anywhere door to step directly into the locomotive. He loaded the shell, felt the device rise, and initiated the boost. A powerful surge of momentum pushed him back into his seat as the wilderness began to blur. When the monsters mentioned in the broadcast blocked his path, they had zero time to react. At 240 kilometers per hour, the train simply smashed them into completely unidentifiable meat patties. In 10 minutes, he had already covered 40 kilometers. He loaded another bullet, keeping the pressure on. Thanks to that sustained burst of speed, it took him only 3 hours to see the massive silhouette of the station rising from the wasteland. Just as he approached, the crossroads of fate flickered to life, offering him a choice between the novice trading zone for levels 1 to 3 or the regular trading zone for levels 4 to 6. He did not hesitate to choose the latter. The train began to slow as he passed through a semi-transparent dome. The shifting tracks divert him toward a much larger, more imposing station. A welcoming message identifies him by name and identity, confirming his arrival at the transit station. Yakayan looks at the system screen and blinks in surprise. The parking countdown is marked as infinite, and the danger level is non-existent. Infinite parking in a place with zero danger seems too good to be true. After the train stops at the trading platform, he stands staring at the system light screen. The word infinite written in the docking column refuses to make sense to him. Infinite docking. Does this world really hand out a free choice to stop just like that? Honestly, he does not believe it for a second. While he is still puzzling over the line, a soft knocking sound reaches his ears and he looks up to see an eerie figure of mysterious gender standing before the train door, wearing a white smiling face mask and a black military cap. Waving at him, the vigilant sentry has not triggered, so this is a person, not a monster. The smiling man tilts his head, standing nearly 2 meters tall. He looks like a small mountain. He claps his white-gloved hands together and bows. He greets Yakayan with a soft welcome, addressing him as a respectable train captain and announcing that the guide for transit station, platform number 2, is sincerely at his service. Yakayan asks what a guide does. The man straightens up and points one hand toward the building behind him, explaining he is here to lead him into the shopping hall so the station can earn train coins from his hands. Of course, he can also answer some of his questions. Yakayan tells him he certainly is honest, and the guide thanks him for the compliment. Yakayan climbs off the train and closes the door, leaving the sentry behind to guard his carriage from intruders. He asks what the price is for answers, and the guide replies that there is no price. Answering questions is just reasonable conduct for a guide, though. It would be even better if Yakayan is willing to spend more train coins. On the way to the shops, he asks the question he is most concerned about. Why does this station exist in the wilderness, and what does the infinite docking time mean? Does it really mean he can stay here and never continue? The smiling man pauses, and even through the mask, Yakayan feels a playful gaze landing on him. Then it vanishes in a flash. The guide tells him that traveling stations have always existed. In this world, there is no why about it, and as for the docking time, yes, he can indeed stay here, abandon the train, and remain forever. The guide asks with something like naked malice rolling off him whether Yakayan wishes to stay. Yakayan tells him, never mind. The guide shakes his head and sighs, what a pity, they arrived before. The shopping hall, and the guide bends down, pulls a card from his chest, and swipes it at the entrance. The doors slide open, and the grand hall appears before him. The guide gestures him inside. As he steps in, a light screen drops from midair, displaying his info, serial number E31102. Name Yakayan, train level 4, current count 7 stations, train coin. Assets 20, he does not care as this information is not precious. He asks what he should do, no response. He looks suspiciously at the smiling man and finds him standing blankly in place, his eyes behind the mask staring fixedly at him. Yakayan asks what is wrong, whether something is off about him. The guide snaps out of it in an incredulous tone, sizes him up, saying this is actually only his the 7th station, a total surprise. He has been here for years and has never seen anyone reach it this early. The second platform of a traveling station has never been the 7th station for any train captain. How was the captain able to reach level 4 already? He tells him there is no reason to satisfy his curiosity. The captain's expression stays calm, his leather boots flicker faint sparks of electricity, just in case the guide forgets this. Guest can bite back. He shakes his head, saying it is not important, and apologizes for being rude. Then he raises a slender palm and right in front of him tears off one of his own arms. He calls it self-punishment and offers to tear off the other if the captain is still unsatisfied. There is no need. He is not that bored. The guide thanks him, picking up the severed arm to press it back against the torn wound. Bloody sprouts of flesh bond the two together. Even the blood on the ground returns to his body. Seriously, who does that? Is he even human? He leads the captain to the rightmost path in the shopping hall. The path is marked above with the numeral 6. He explains that this is the display case for level 6 items, where the captain is allowed to purchase one single item. The guide waves his arm and 2 display cases rise. On either side of the path, the captain asks why there are only 2. If he is unsatisfied, he can also check the level 4 and 5 areas, which have many more options. Plus, there are lower-level trading posts next door, covering levels 1 to 3. The captain shrugs and says they should look first. He walks straight between the 2 display cases, bringing up the hologram screen. The Great Compassion heavy machine gun, level 6, uses mental power to replace bullets. 10 rounds are condensed per point of power, dealing massive damage to evil mental entities, demons, and applies an expiation effect to ghosts and anomalies. It costs 18 train coins. The level 6 trickster sword consumes 10 points of maximum mental power capacity, causing a triple reduction effect on mental power identified as life. It also doubles enemy sanity dissipation, fueling self-doubt and madness. Price is 18 train coins. It is extremely expensive. The smiling man tells him it is worth the price, and he is right. But what on earth is this trickster sword? It consumes his own maximum mental capacity just to get a reduction in the opponent's power. That is a pure case of hurting the enemy a little while totally crippling himself. He makes his choice, and 18 train coins in his hand dissolve into golden light, merging into the display cabinet. With a soft glow, the dark golden Great Compassion heavy machine gun rises into view. It looks absolutely massive, insanely cool, and incredibly heavy. He tries to lift it, immediately feeling the crushing weight if he had not already boosted his stamina by 20 points, which also increased his strength. Handling this giant weapon would have been a struggle. The smiling man shows no intention of helping. The captain must haul this heavy weapon back himself. Luckily, he came prepared for big-ticket purchases. So he pulls a safety box from his backpack and slips the massive gun. Inside, the smiling man stays silent, his eyes beneath the mask darting around, until he realizes the captain is about to leave without another word. Only then does he speak, calling him a truly impressive captain and asking. He asks for a favor, though the captain cannot handle it right now. If he agrees, a level 6 item is his. For free, he freezes. What favor? The guide shatters the glass of the next display case right away. Pulls the trickster's sword out, presenting it with a simple request, let me die. The heavy blade is handed over, a sinister purple aura spreading across its surface. Faint whispers echo in his ears. The captain tells him to just commit suicide. Why ask him anyway? Besides, he cannot kill someone who heals so incredibly fast. Someone who regenerates severed limbs in seconds. The guide shakes his head. He cannot kill himself. Guides do not have that choice. Still, he reassures him. It does not matter. The captain truly lacks the power to kill him right now. Then why do this? The guide is simply gambling that the captain will return stronger, hoping that one day he might have the power to grant him true release. The guide removes his mask. Twisted wrinkles and grotesque, abstract features appear. He reveals he was once a train captain too, but was forced to stay here. And this horrifying, twisted face is the curse keeping him trapped here forever. Terrifying, is it not? He puts the mask back on. The sword is already out. It cannot go back, so the legendary weapon is his, even if he eventually forgets this conversation in the future. He can just treat it as nothing. He drops the trickster's sword right at the captain's feet. Accept it, why not? He tells the guide he cannot promise when or if he can do it, but if the guide is willing to try under those terms, he agrees. The guide bows deeply. Returning to his stiff posture, he says the transactions are over. But then he mentions the station sells specialty food from human society. It can be easily bought with train coins. Would he like to try some? The captain starts to wave it off, saying he has enough food, but then the guide lists everything from steamed buns to hot pot, only 1 coin. An exclusive perk for the very first train captain to arrive here. How could he say no? Minutes later, the captain is sitting in a restaurant, staring at a massive feast of incredible delicacies. He thinks of the dry, too salty or too bland meat from the past. Few days, saliva flooding his mouth, he begins to feast. 5 hours and 30 minutes later, a totally wrecked train slowly rolls into the station. It stops and Lai Zion comes running out, looking absolutely disheveled and filthy. Coughing heavily, he curses the monsters that set his train on fire. If he had not been fast enough, he would be dead. Every single carriage was completely destroyed. Only his engine carriage survived. The resource carriages were ambushed on the way and totally blown apart. If not for his extreme speed, he would have vanished with those cars too. He punches the dirt in fury, taking a moment to calm his raging nerves. Looking across the empty platform, a smug smile grows on him. He is the first, finally. He plans to buy weapon blueprints, to trade with other captains in exchange for valuable flamestones. He will keep leading. Stop, no way, he is the protagonist. Standing up, he spots the main building and strides right over. Little does he know, his every desperate move is already being watched. Right now, someone might be watching. In the ordinary trading zone, only one train sits on the empty platform, and he sits leisurely on the roof, enjoying peaceful sunbath. The smiling man stands silently beside him as he asks if he is sure those below cannot see them. Of course, the guide explains that the different levels of the trading zones have extremely strict rules. Low-level zones absolutely cannot see anything in higher ones, so perhaps someone is Watching them from a higher zone right now, he muses. No, the guide replies. Transit stations only have two types, novice and ordinary trading zones. Oh, ye. Cracks peanuts watching Li Zioxian's antics in the novice trading zone with great interest, asking if those newbies have a guide too. That guy looks completely lost. The smiling man shakes his head, then nods. There used to be, but they died later, and he envies the dead. He tells you he is currently moonlighting as a guide for both zones and should have appeared in the novice zone, but compared to guiding a group of novices, he is far more important to him. Furthermore, he says the novice transaction is just a simple tutorial meant to let new train captains understand the world as much as possible within 10 stations. This ordinary zone was not supposed to open yet, a situation that has only happened once in decades. His look at Yi is strange. He does not understand how anyone upgrades a train to level 4 before 10 stations, nor how Yi barged into the ordinary zone, and he is not mistaken. What he saw earlier was a level 9 safety box, which is even less likely to be something a novice should hold. It is precisely this unreasonableness that makes him hope he might kill him. He takes that as a small point of pride. By the way, does he want to eat? He asks, holding the last peanut out. He doesn't speak, only silently turning his head away. Ah, ye forgot he cannot eat. Tossing the last peanut into his mouth and clapping his hands clean, Yi summons. The light screen raises his eyes and stares right at him. This infinite stop time displayed by the system really is problematic, is it not? The guide chooses silence. Message received. Yi nods and stops asking, having already gotten his answer. There is a new message notification waiting in his inbox from Jolin. If he remembers correctly, this woman's luck is always conserved, and right now she should be in a state of terrible luck. However, her avatar is not gray yet, meaning she is still alive, though given her great luck at the last station and her horrible luck at this one, he is not sure she will survive the station alive. 40 minutes ago, she asked if he wanted to meet up when they arrived, offering to bring snacks and alcohol. Then, 9 minutes ago, another message. Oh no, there are so many mummies blocking the front of her train, but they are incredibly slow, just like snails. Haha, it seems her bad luck is not that serious. After all, it is just that the alcohol she prepared for him shattered, sadly. But then she messaged that her real bad luck had officially kicked in. The wheels got caught in a mummy's corpse and the train speed decreased a lot. Can he sell her some repair materials? She mentioned that at the last station, the things she put on the trading platform went completely ignored by everyone except for him. Sure enough, the bad luck has begun. He tells her that getting a wheel stuck by a mummy is incredibly typical. Meanwhile, Jolin, clutching her gun in a corner. She constantly peeks outside to see if oncoming monsters block her. When she spots his message, she instantly grabs onto it like a literal lifeline, crying that she never wanted things to turn out like this. Ye already knows her talent. She was supposed to trade her loot for supplies, but absolutely nobody is buying from her. She has no clue why. Her bad luck did not start at this station. It began the exact moment her good luck ended. As for why nobody will buy from her, the reason is pretty obvious to anyone left alive in this world. Almost nobody has spare resources to waste on snacks just to satisfy a sudden, greedy appetite. Ye tells her to deal with it, but she wails that she cannot. She offers him all her snacks if he will just trade her the necessary repair materials. Beneath her message is a cute, dramatic emoji of someone kneeling and sobbing. It is honestly pretty hilarious, but Ye has absolutely no intention of playing her savior. He tells her she must have some train coins from her last chest. He wants her to use those very coins to trade with him for the repair supplies. The chat falls silent, but Ye is in absolutely no rush to respond. Less than a minute later, she reluctantly sends over her list of 42 machine parts. Normally, Xiaolin would never willingly give up 2 train coins for this. But right now, she has absolutely no choice. crying out that he is a total scammer. She complains that even if she reaches the station, she will not be able to buy anything. After getting the parts, she quickly repairs her train before the monsters arrive. With a mournful face, she pats her empty wallet, lamenting her lack of cash. She complains that she gave away all those snacks to a guy who lacks any manners. Her funds are totally gone, and yeah, we have all been there. Suddenly, a message arrives. Ye decides to offer her a bit of useful advice as a friendly gesture. He asks if she wants to hear it. She immediately accuses him of another scam. Though she claims she will not fall for it, she begs him to tell her. Ye writes back with a warning, telling her the docking time at this station is infinite. Upon seeing his warning, Xiaolin immediately stands up straight in absolute shock. She bangs her head against a wooden cabinet, sending random items crashing down. Ignoring the sharp pain on her head, she frantically continues typing away on her screen. She asks if staying there forever means she can avoid the adventure. Just as Ye expected, without his timely warning, she likely would have chosen to stay put. Her talent keeps her constantly cycling between extreme danger and happiness. Whenever she encounters great luck, she does not feel surprised. Instead, she feels even more terrified of the inevitable bad luck that is bound to follow. But this must be a trap, she eventually writes to him. Otherwise, Ye would not have gone out of his way to warn her in advance. Taking a deep breath, her initial excitement slowly fades into helplessness. She realizes this brutal world would never let any of them off the hook so easily. Even if she stayed, she would definitely face far worse threats off the train. Especially since her current stop is already plagued by absolutely nothing but terrible misfortune. How could anything good happen? She sends over a sincere thank you. She is highly intelligent, putting the entire puzzle together from just his single sentence. Ye remains silent, having only warned her because she occasionally lays golden eggs. After all, keeping her alive just a bit longer might actually benefit him in the future. If she dies from bad luck in the future, it will be a real pity. Right then, a second. Train rumbles into the station with a deep roar. A woman with smooth, waist-length black hair steps off the carriage. She looks around, frowning slightly when she notices only one other train in the station besides hers. She pulls out a light blue Japanese-style flip phone, typing out a question. Is she not at the station yet? She is already level 3. This train is not mine, is it? The captain, who is playing with the smiling man, hears the system prompt and looks over in confusion, thinking that unlucky girl has gotten into trouble again, but when he pulls up the screen, it is Shangyuan Yinj. So that train is hers. She arrived quite fast, and how is she talking to him? From outside, a phone. He had not expected this woman to be the very one he has been trading with daily. That makes perfect sense, since besides him and Lai Zio, she is the most outstanding of the remaining train captains. He is not. There, he writes back. A question mark comes back instantly. She wonders if she has not woken up yet. She rubs her eyes, then asks how. Lai Zio said in the public chat that he was the fastest and had not seen anyone else, unless he is already level 4. He tells her. How boring. She closes the chat in annoyance. Honestly, who can blame her shock? She takes a deep breath. How on earth did he do it? Why is he leveling up so fast? She cannot understand it, so she has to accept it. She switches to the system station. Introduction. Docking time is infinite, she reads. A boring trap, she concludes. She has absolutely no intention of staying. Following the sign, she finds the shopping hall. There are 3 paths here as well, marked with numerals 1 to 3. She chooses the third path without hesitation. Just as she is about to enter, she sees Lai Zio walking out. An exquisite marksman rifle appears from her phone, its dark muzzle aimed directly at the top of his head. He swallows in fear, raises his hands, and points trembling at a nearby warning sign. No killing, say the 4 clearly written characters. He stammers that he is Lai Zio and killing is not allowed here. She tells him to move. He says he will leave immediately, begging her not to shoot. Bypassing the barrel, he runs out. 2 steps still shaken before suddenly remembering who he is. He is Lai Zio, the president of the Alliance. Since she was able to arrive after him, she must also be highly capable. Can he invite her? Bang, the bullet lands at his feet, a hair's breadth from piercing his thigh. The first arrival, she scoffs, blowing smoke from the muzzle while looking at him like he is an idiot, feeling her blatant mockery. His face turns the color of pig liver. If not for his fear of her gun, he would have lashed out. He scuttles out of the shopping hall in defeat. Only when he is safely away does Lai Zio dare to bellow that she will regret this. The guy is surprisingly flexible. After watching the show, the captain turns around and jumps off. Time to get moving. He pulls a water pipe connected to the shopping mall from the first carriage window, tossing it back to the smiling man, telling him he is finished so he can take this back since the water tank is currently overflowing. The smiling man silently pinches the pipe and answers faintly that having the captain fetch water at the trading hall is against rules. It is already good enough that he found. He smiles at the water pipe. In the end, the stranger still ended up agreeing to it. He boards the train and slides the door shut. Outside, the smiling man takes off his mask once again, asking him to always remember one rule: never trust the infinite, because doing so only leads to a terrible end. He will remember. The man hopes that when they meet next, he can help him find release. If he fails, it is fine, since he has been disappointed too many times to count. Looking at the man's distorted, horribly twisted features, our hero feels absolutely no disgust or fear. Shaking his head, he reaches into his inventory, pulls out a blessed white forest fruit, and hands it through the window. Do not worry, he promises. Next time they meet, he will definitely grant him peace. The man accepts the fruit and he presses the start button. Departure times at this wilderness station are completely up to him. The train travels forward, passing right through the void-like screen ahead. Looking back, the wilderness station behind him has already completely vanished into thin air. Though it was just a stop in the wild, something felt different. This world has too many deep secrets, far beyond what he can understand right now. Flopping onto the soft bed, he summons the glowing system screen to begin checking his loot. First are 2 level 6 items, the Great Compassion Heavy Machine Gun and the Trickster Sword. The gun must be installed right away on his Vigilant Sentry. Its 9 weapon slots currently hold 5 exquisite shooter rifles and 1 mithril crossbow, easily clearing a level 4 slaughter station without breaking a sweat. Adding the heavy machine gun to his arsenal means he can drive around level 4 zones, actively looking for monsters to hunt down. As for the Trickster Sword, its appeal is near zero. Any weapon that drains his maximum mental power is practically useless. In his book, still, free gear is always a highly welcome reward, and even if he sells it later, it will fetch a massive fortune. His water tank is now filled with 1,000 kilograms of fresh water. Even now, fresh water is incredibly precious, as one can survive 7 days without food, but not 3 without water. He still cannot rest yet. Leaving his bed, he retrieves the Great Compassion Heavy Machine Gun from its safety container. Looking at the powerful weapon sitting in front of him, he rubs his hands in excitement, wondering if sublimation makes it even cooler. He begins. Stamina drops to 90, mental power to 100, only 50 points consumed. Strange for a level 6 item. Why is the sublimation cost so low? He opens the identification function in confusion. The description reads, Enchantment Mental Power Magazine. Great Compassion Heavy Machine Gun. At level 6, it can consume mental power to additionally load a magazine of 500 rounds. The level has not increased, but it has an extra ability now. Unfortunately, the weapon's potential is now completely exhausted, meaning it cannot be upgraded any further. Still not bad, 500 extra rounds plus the original 300. He is actually quite satisfied with this sublimation. After configuring It for the sentry, he consumes 50 mental power to fill its mental power. Magazine loading 300 level 3 rounds. As for this sword, he does not plan to use it, making sublimation pointless, and the trickster sword. He tosses it into the final slot of his storage unit. It is still early today. Today is going to be quiet, so he decides to sublimate this item too, a pure earthbending stone. Back at the level 4 slaughter station, he had thought about sublimating it to protect his train from being invaded by evil mental powers, but the sentry was so fierce that it almost cleared out the entire station, shelving the plan, spending 90 to 40 stamina. The pure earthbending stone transforms into a level 5 purification stone. Placed anywhere on the train, it keeps the interior completely pure, shielding it from filth and interference by evil mental powers and dark invasions. Its potential is fully unlocked in his hand. The already smooth stone has actually become somewhat transparent. It's cold and hard. Touch carries a strange, soft feel. The stone itself emits a faint glow that makes for a perfect nightlight. He buys a wall ornament from the trading market and places it right in the center facing his bed. It looks great. Finally done, he grabs a sweet white forest fruit and lies back comfortably on his bed, opening the system screen to check the public chat. By now, other players should be arriving soon. It seems Leah Shan kept the infinite stopping time a secret, though everyone is bound to find out soon. How many will fall into this trap? The chat reads 1,574. Damn. We are finally about to arrive at the station. I am truly exhausted from this trip. Whoa, how are you so fast? Did you upgrade your train wheels? Someone else replies they got a blueprint back in the early stations that allows using manual labor to boost speed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so tired, but didn't Leah Shan say he would send out the news once he arrived first? Why hasn't he sent it? Brother Lee says he will only send it to Alliance members, so outsiders are completely out of luck. Why should he share anything with you, idiot? Someone else fires back, asking why people are always willing to act like obedient dogs. It is disgusting. If he won't, then I will. Meanwhile, a captain who used manual labor to boost speed enters the transit station, becoming the 4th person to arrive. He pants heavily as he walks out, only to see 2 trains parked nearby. Wow, besides Leah Shan, there is someone else who arrived this fast. There really are other big shots out there. After envying them for a moment, the system screen suddenly flashes before his eyes too. Forward station, he murmurs, what a terrible name. Then he looks down at the stop time. It is infinite. Holy crap. He quickly sends a screenshot to the public chat. Holy crap, my eyes must be playing major tricks on me. I even read the post backward to make sure. What a pity, another one agrees. What are you guys focusing on? If the stopping time is infinite, does that mean we never have to head out to the next dangerous station again? Someone agreed. +1, as expected. Once they learn about the infinite stop time, some people start getting greedy ideas. Shengyu and Yinggu, walking out of the shopping hall, scoffs at their foolishness, gathers her items, boards her train, and leaves immediately. Unlike her, Leah Shan has no intention of leaving just yet, although he has no plans to settle down either. His newly established alliance agreed to meet here. Besides, he has a devious plan to harvest resources. Since the docking time is infinite, his alliance can block the 20 tracks, forcing everyone else to wait outside. If they do not pay his hefty toll, they can forget about entering. As time passes, more and more survivors arrive, thanks to the basic resources he provided. His guild members arrive first to occupy the tracks. But those arriving late can only wait outside on the platform, vulnerable to the endless waves of spawning monsters. They huddle together to survive, cursing Lai Zioshing in the group chat. Why are you blocking the entrance? Let us in. Is this station yours? Why are you demanding resources, charging 1 train coin? Who do you think you are? Wait until I get inside. I will personally kill that idiot. Others fire back. If you arrived late, that is on you. You would do the same. If you are weak, do not cry about it, brother. Lai is doing the right thing. His benefited members start a massive chat war. As monsters keep spawning outside, some desperate players choose to compromise and pay the heavy toll. Lai Xiaoxing tastes real power for the very first time. Talk about an ego trip. He actually thinks he is the protagonist here. Eager to show off, he pulls up his screen and types a familiar name. He vows that Ian will never enter. Meanwhile, Ian is watering his tree. Ian skillfully plucks a fresh fruit and takes a juicy bite. It tastes amazing, especially since he is getting tired of eating rich meats every day. Anyone else struggling to survive would be absolutely furious. Suddenly, his system screen hovers nearby, flashing with a new private message on the screen. It is from Lai Xiaoxing. Ian wonders why this guy is bothering him again. With nothing better to do, he opens it. Lai Xiaoxing demands Ian hand. Is his last chance to hand over the rifle blueprint to enter the platform. Otherwise, Ian can just stay outside and rot among the monsters. Enter the station. Ian left ages ago and wonders why this guy is so hostile. Did he do something to offend him? Immediately, another angry message pops up. Lai Xiaoxing taunts him, claiming that even with the blueprint, Ian is dead. He mocks him for valuing a low-level rifle blueprint so much. He promises to pay Ian back double for all the past humiliation. Yeah, no surprise there. Ian realizes this guy is a total psycho. Deleting his contact earlier was definitely the smartest move. There is no point in wasting time on him. He simply replies with a single word, "Oh." He then blocks and mutes him, cutting him off completely, inside the station. Lai Xiaoxing stares at that single-letter response, his temper instantly flaring up. Veins bulge on his forehead as he furiously taps his screen to reply. But after typing out a massive rant, the send option turns completely gray. Blocked, the realization makes his face turn red with absolute rage, looking like a clown about to explode. Meanwhile, the station grows more crowded, even as people refuse to pay the fee, exposing a massive loophole. The extortion scheme only works if all 20 tracks are fully occupied. When an outsider pays the fee, a member must leave their track first. But once they cycle out, the coordination completely falls apart. And once these angry outsiders manage to slip inside, they refuse to listen to his rules, coming and going as they please. If not for some who hear about the infinite docking and decide to stay. If everyone tried to stay, keeping those 20 tracks occupied would have been absolutely impossible. Quite a few of them are even his own alliance members, with absolutely no intention of leaving, making their total gains minimal. This leaves Li Xiaoshan, who spent a massive fortune upgrading wheels and speed for his crew. Looking increasingly grim, this so-called alliance was never built on solid ground anyway. Most people only joined to leech off his valuable materials, and when it actually came down to taking real action, they only offered useless lip service. Worse yet, while he tries leading them, others secretly plot to snatch his resources. He spent too much time showing off his supplies, letting everyone know exactly how wealthy he is. Honestly, he is begging to get backstabbed. The looks his alliance members give him are starting to change. Left with no other choice, he has to slink away from the station. He failed to recoup even a fraction of what he spent. Li Xiaoshan's retreat doesn't mean anyone can just roll in. Those 20 tracks are still fiercely guarded, strangers outside offering resources to get inside find themselves completely ignored because the squatters have absolutely no intention of budging. They believe that no matter how long they survive or whether they run out of supplies, staying off the train keeps them safe from any new deadly stations. This is how they survive. Meanwhile, poor Xiaolin is stuck outside with zero luck, looking completely miserable. She clutches the gun she bought from Yi Qian tightly, her only source of comfort. She wonders if she survived the station just to end up dying out here. Why is she so incredibly unlucky? Out in the dark wilderness, monsters begin to howl. She curls tightly into a corner, covers her ears, and hides her face. If she can't hear them, she can pretend they aren't there. Then after 24 hours, a strange bell suddenly rings out. The monsters, lurking nearby, instantly scatter and flee, as if terrified by something massive. Confused, Xiaolin looks up and peers out the window. The massive station is suddenly swallowed by a massive, oozing tide of black sludge. Under the pale moonlight, the entire structure seems to breathe. Inside, the smiling man has removed his mask, slowly eating the white forest fruit Yi Qian gifted him. Standing high above, he gazes down coldly at the 20 survivors huddled below. Foolish, weak, and pathetic humans, they lack the right to even be cursed. In this cruel world, there is simply no option to stop. Giant whirlpools of bubbling, black slime begin opening beneath their feet. Everyone panics and tries to escape, but the liquid easily swallows their trains. Whole, terrified screams for help echo through the dark night. The smiling man simply keeps eating, whispering about how delicious it tastes. A frantic spam of messages suddenly wakes Yi Qian up from his sleep. He opens his eyes, completely speechless. Doesn't she have any concept of the time? But Xiaolin fires back, too terrified to even close her eyes. She tells him to look as she sends a shocking new photo. Seeing the station engulfed in slime, Yi Qian sits up, asking if she hid a camera. She dismisses the question, telling him to focus on the horrifying picture. She was nearly scared to death. Hearing she stayed outside, he asks in disbelief. She never actually entered that station. He picks up the pocket watch beside him too. Check the time. She messages that her luck is terrible lately, making it normal that she failed to enter, but she deeply thanks him for warning her about the trap. Otherwise, she would have traded her last items just to buy a ticket inside. To secure a qualification, finally, she asks where he is currently staying. Xiaolin blinks and looks around. The station in the wilderness has already vanished, leaving the road ahead smooth and clear. The trains that had originally gathered there have also disappeared, as if they suddenly vanished from reality. The station is entirely gone, and the other trains are completely missing too. Only a single track remains on the ground. Suddenly, the train restarts. Moving as if this stop never existed, she asks what is going on with this world bringing them here and what it actually wants from them. He wonders if Shaw was right about each train captain living independently. It makes him wonder just how many massive worlds actually exist out there. It is unimaginably vast. Leaning back, he shifts into a more comfortable position. He messages her back, advising her not to overthink things right now. Instead of wasting time on that, she should get some sleep since they arrive at their next stop tomorrow at 1 in the afternoon. She quickly agrees. Their chat ends under the quiet wilderness in the middle of the night. Only the heavy roar of the passing train echoes, leaving everyone wondering what lies ahead. At 6:30 the next morning, a cold broadcast wakes everyone up. The voice announces they will arrive at the 8th stop today. Only 2 stops remain in the novice period. After the 7th stop, rewards are distributed to survivors based on their exact arrival rankings. These rankings depend on when they reached the public trading station. The first captain to arrive at the station receives 4 train coins. Second place gets 3 and third gets 2. Everyone else receives just 1 coin, while anyone failing to enter the station gets absolutely nothing. Today is clear, and the current population in E3 block is 1,204. A massive block merger will take place in 3 hours. Honestly, it feels like even the cold system broadcast is getting more lively. Hearing about the free train coins, all of his morning grumpiness vanishes. He happily pulls up his train system and sees the mail icon flickering. 4 shiny train coins drop right into his palm, and he weighs them. He now has 7 coins in total, leaving him 3 short of buying the upgrade chip. He walks over and pats the sleeping robot on its iron head, encouraging Wally to keep up the great work. Finding another treasure chest at the next stop, will let them buy its brain. While he is happy, over on the other side, Lai Xiaoxing looks miserable. He wonders why he only got 3 coins when he arrived first. Furious, he files a complaint with the system, only to receive a cold response stating there are no errors in sorting for questioning the system. This captain from E3 Block 4409 receives a warning. Another infraction means he goes to the penalty platform. He curses, wondering who could possibly be faster. Meanwhile, Shangwan Yingshai reacts much more calmly. She sinks deep into thought after receiving those 2 train coins. It turns out he was telling the truth about arriving first at the station. But why didn't he buy anything, she wonders, remembering those rare items. There were 2 level 3 display cases in the main shopping hall. One went to Li Xia and she bought the other, but what about Yin? She finds it impossible to believe that mysterious prophet ran out of cash. He is easily the richest person here, leaving her incredibly curious about his power. She mutters to herself while pulling up the glowing system interface. Her personal status screen clearly displays a unique talent called Mirror Moon. It burns mental energy to manifest a random item below the train's level. Massaging her temples, she sighs at the pile of useless, shriveled water balloons. Another complete failure. This talent is just too unreliable. Aside from the water purifier, the only decent pull was a mobile phone. Plus, the mental toll of using this skill is absolutely brutal. Dropping below 50 points triggers an incredibly overwhelming sense of self-doubt. If it falls any lower, she doubts she could even stay sane. She cannot risk using her ability again anytime soon, since recovery is painfully slow. Carriage sublimation activated. Mental power drops from 120 to 110. The blueprint requires 150 kilograms of wood and 200 of metal. Add 90 machine parts, 30 kilograms of glass, and 20 kilograms of fiber. The upgrade finishes successfully. She now has a 3rd carriage. This low-level blueprint she held onto from the start is finally upgraded. Her patience paid off. Holding back on the early upgrade was the right choice. The resource costs spiked heavily, but her current hoard can easily handle it. Construction finished. She steps inside. The space is far cleaner and tidier than the basic carriage. Unlike the previous rusted mess, everything here feels completely fresh and silent. No more annoying squeaks or stubborn stains, yet she is still not satisfied. She pushes further, dropping her mental power from 110 to 95. The comfortable carriage becomes a specialized planting carriage. It features climate control options to optimize growth for different crops. Plants grow rapidly here, and it can even run on autopilot. With a smart chip, it handles planting, watering, and harvesting automatically. However, this high-tech setup requires a constant power source. She must install a generator before the automated functions can even run. Perfect timing. This is the new home for her white forest tree. Getting a generator is easy since she already possesses the correct blueprint. She crafts it immediately and applies sublimation to create a modified device. This upgraded machine generates power by simply burning wood and scrap metal. Inside, the air feels humid, divided into 6 customizable sections. Each zone allows independent adjustments for both temperature and moisture levels. Instead of cold steel, the floor is covered in rich black soil. She carefully plants the white forest fruit tree right in the center. Directly overhead, an adjustable skylight opens up to let the sunlight pour in. This leaves her with plenty of empty space to utilize. Zhao plants his leftover tomatoes from Yoyu Manor in the empty spots. The planting carriage's growth acceleration is seriously impressive. They have already taken root and sprouted just moments after planting. The first batch will be ready in 3 days, and he even grabs some watermelon seeds. Someone clearly tossed their leftover seeds onto the trading market for cheap. Nobody else wanted them, which works out as a total steal for him. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zhao admires his green masterpiece with pride. With some space left over, he plans to keep searching for more seeds. Any rare plants he finds at future stations can be easily transplanted here. No market emergencies, the merge is too close anyway. Conductors from other sectors will definitely bring a flood of new trade goods. At exactly 9:30, the 3 hours expire and a system broadcast blares out. Starting block merge for D56 and D19. Several other zones join, uniting 10,000 survivors in a single massive merge. Zero chaos, just a massive wall of text scrolling by. Watch the screen, the chat count is absolutely skyrocketing back up. Once it hits 10,000, the endless wall of scrolling text brings back memories. A total flashback, right back to day one of this hell. People scream in disbelief, asking if the other sectors can actually read this. The replies flood in immediately, celebrating that they finally have company again. One survivor notes they only had 300 people left alive on their side. Others report around 1,000 survivors, wondering just how vast this world is. Some notice 3-digit codes on the new blocks, which seems pretty wild. It turns out Block D119 boasts 1,900 survivors, the highest count. They boast that with Brother Zhao around, they definitely won't starve to death. Confused newcomers ask if this Brother Zhao guy is really that big of a deal. Old allies hype him up as D19's ultimate powerhouse who grows fresh crops. Most of their food comes from him, and he already has a level 3 train. Rivals quickly scoff, asking why a level 3 train and a few vegetables matter. They claim they have their own powerhouses, like Brother Lai, who leveled up first. Others brag about their sector's weapon trade, asking if anyone can beat that. Everyone starts bickering and showing off as the different factions clash. Survivors cling to their old block numbers like badges of honor. Without real bonds, those simple letters still give them a sense of identity. The code before their name offers a tiny comfort in this dark world. Even though they did nothing, they use the greatness of others to show off. It is as if the entire sector shares in a single champion's glory. Zhao notices that other survivors are also successfully growing their own food. There are definitely capable rivals out there, making him feel a bit behind. He is already at the 8th station and only just started his farm. Shaking his head, he takes a bite of a white forest fruit and sighs. Then he opens up the trading platform to see the new market changes. With the sectors combined, the marketplace has also completely expanded. There is a massive spike in available items, with each block bringing unique goods. Sector D119, for example, seems to specialize in heavily militarized gear. To sell food, but there are absolutely no seeds. Honestly, that makes sense. Since someone began farming early, most of D119's seeds would naturally end up in their hands. There is still plenty to see. After browsing the trading platform for a long time, Yakayan buys some clothes, soap, a toothbrush, and toothpaste. The price is neither too high nor low, and very few people buy them since most still struggle to survive. Honestly, who would waste resources on comfort? But he decided to indulge. Splurging a bit, he also buys a large wooden tub and fills it with clean water, strips down, and jumps right inside. Man, that water is freezing cold, but it feels incredibly comfortable. He squints his eyes in enjoyment, his body relaxing. Every bit of his built-up exhaustion simply dissipates. Right now, after bathing and changing into clean clothes, he finally settles in. He lies down on the large, soft bed. Honestly, if not for the roaring wheels by his ears, none of this mattered. It is now 12:30. Just 30 minutes before reaching the 8th station, Fate's crossroads has triggered. The system prompts him to choose a dock between two destinations. There is the level 4 escape station in the Plains of Nights, or a level 4 mission platform. This escape station is brand new. Going by the name, it sounds promising, and it is even called Labyrinth. On the other hand, the mission platform is something he has experienced many times before, and the rewards there are usually pretty solid. He selects the second option, selection complete, so he holds on tight. The train begins approaching the 8th station, heading into the plains of nights. The engine accelerates as a strange distortion forms directly ahead of them. When the hand on his pocket watch points to 1, the entire train passes through the void, completely changing the scenery outside. They have arrived. Docking countdown starts at 9 hours, 59 minutes. And 59 seconds, the system warns of danger. Wait, what is? With this crazy docking time, Yakayan rubs his eyes, thinking he misread it. But the flashing countdown on the light screen confirms it is real. Wasn't his docking time supposed to be capped at 5 hours? The train's broadcast quickly explains that a captain's docking time is fixed. It cannot be reverted. His specific captain code, E3110. 2 has faced external interference. On top of that, because his docking time exceeds the standard newbie limit, he will not get any further. Time extension options when upgrading before reaching the 10th station. Is that really how this works? This feels like a massive scam. He is completely speechless. Still, this unexpected extra time has its pros and cons. On resource-rich platforms, more time means he can harvest more. But on extremely dangerous levels, it means he is trapped for hours. He will be forced to survive for 7 long hours before escaping. The system broadcast chimes in, stating that compensation has been provided. They hope that train Captain Yakayan will continue working hard. He sighs, he will just have to be extra careful from now on. Since things have already come to this, there is no turning back. He walks straight to Wally and inserts a coin, tapping his head as he boots up. A smile appears on his face as he wishes the little robot good luck. He promises to install a brain for Wally if he finds a treasure chest at the station. Watching him roll out, he hits the door button and prepares to step outside. Suddenly, the sound of hoofbeats catches his attention as a strange knight appears. The figure in tattered armor rides a horribly gaunt horse directly toward the train. He brandishes a rusted spear in his hand. Talk about a fast, albeit incredibly shabby, enemy. After pausing for a quick second, he decides to stop the automated sentry from firing. Experience tells him that this platform is a mission zone, and the first encounter matters. He stands his ground and simply lets the tattered knight approach. Stepping out, he draws his weapon and fires a single shot right at the horse's feet. Startled, the old horse flips over completely, throwing its rider straight to the dirt. Ouch, the knight's helmet rolls away, revealing a flimsy cardboard core inside. Talk about weak, he looks completely worn down, with a haggard face and dark skin. His sparse gray beard is caked in mud, and his body seems incredibly frail. He looks like a gust of wind could knock him over, yet his eyes tell a different story. Even from afar, he can see an intense fanaticism and sheer persistence in those eyes. Asking if the man is all right, he tries to figure out what to call this bizarre traveler. The stranger seems human enough, quickly claiming he is fine before asking if our protagonist is also human. He wonders aloud why this strange traveler came out of the belly of a giant dragon. The old man gasps, asking if he has already slain and conquered the beast. He immediately proclaims himself a great dragon knight. The protagonist is completely baffled. All this talk of dragons sounds like absolute nonsense. Could this guy be totally mad? Suddenly, a short, chubby man riding a gray donkey comes wobbling from the same direction. Laughing it off, the old knight tells Sancho he merely offended a great dragon knight. He calls it fate, meeting a legendary warrior before battling the giants. The name Sancho immediately rings a bell. Our protagonist feels like he has heard it before. Sancho asks Master Don Quixote what giant dragon he is talking about. Don Quixote gestures to the massive black train, asking if Sancho did not hear its roar. He insists it descended from high in the sky. Hearing the name Don Quixote, everything clicks. He instantly remembers exactly who the old man is, Don Quixote, the famous delusional dreamer. A knight completely lost in illusions, the archetype of all tragic dreamers in history. This platform is actually the world of Don Quixote, meaning the chubby traveler beside him is key. This has to be his loyal and most famous servant, Sancho. It turns out the train's platforms can host entire worlds from fictional books. He never expected to meet a legendary childhood book character in real life. He sighs inwardly as Don Quixote climbs back up, patting the mud off his armor. The delusional old knight desperately tries to maintain the dignified look of a master. But Sancho quickly speaks up, insisting that the train is not a giant dragon. He explains that it is just a strange row of houses hooked together on wheels. Don Quixote snaps back, calling it a dragon and telling Sancho he is still an amateur. This comedic banter is almost a carbon copy of the dialogue from the book. The only difference is they are debating a train instead of the classic windmills. He starts to wonder if he is cast as the villain in this bizarre scenario. But that does not seem right. Turning around, he spots 34 dark figures approaching. A windmill stands tall in the rice field ahead, and his sudden appearance interrupts the scene. Don Quixote's first battle is cut short. He apologizes to the Dragon Knight. There are still long-armed giants ahead, waiting for the knight to launch his crusade. Once those monsters are dealt with, he promises to return and speak with him. He raises his spear, mounts his old horse, and charges past the train again. Sancho cries out to his master that those are definitely not giants. They are only windmills, and those long arms are just turning blades. Don Quixote ignores the warnings entirely, charging forward as the young man watches. From atop the train, he expects the foolish adventurer to crash and burn. But then, the world before his eyes begins to shift in strange ways. Are those windmills? No, massive giants are actually standing in the fields. He rubs his eyes, and the beasts instantly transform back into harmless structures. Sensing something is terribly wrong, he quickly retreats back inside the train. The pure purification stone radiates power, easing the sudden unease in his chest. But looking out from inside the train, cabin confirms one very chilling reality. Those things out in the fields are absolutely not harmless wooden windmills. They are genuine long-armed giants. Don Quixote was right. He opens his system. Checking his personal stats, his eyes land on a brand new status effect. His mental power is 120, witnessing truth and falsehood. This is a strange state of mind he has never encountered before. It seems these mysterious mission platforms are far more dangerous than expected. Out in the fields, a giant casually swats Don Quixote to the ground. The moment he crashes down, the giant turns back into a windmill. Sancho sighs with relief, repeating that those are clearly just harmless windmills. He grumbles that only a madman would mistake them for giant beasts. As they argue, Sancho helps his bruised master get back on his horse. They prepare to turn back and continue onward toward their original destination. As they pass the train, the young traveler suddenly decides to speak up. He asks Don Quixote if he really plans to run from active giants. He asks if he still wishes to become a true knight of legend. Hearing those words, Don Quixote freezes while Sancho stands there utterly speechless. The young man presses on, urging the knight to look back once more. Those giants are destroying local fields. How can a true knight walk away? He points toward the fields, watching the old warrior's reaction very closely. Right on cue, Don Quixote slowly turns his gaze back to the crops. Instantly, those massive giants in the distance begin to stir and rage. Don Quixote points excitedly, shouting that Sancho must see the towering monsters. He thanks the Dragon Knight, while Sancho looks back and forth in confusion. The poor companion begins to wonder if he is the one losing his mind. There are only wooden windmills out there, so where are these beasts coming from? Don Quixote snaps, telling Sancho to stop questioning the legendary Dragon Knight. He proudly slides his damaged helmet back onto his head with determination. He declares that a real fighter would never flee from this fight. He turns his horse and gallops back toward the fields once more. Through the traveler's eyes, the giants grow terrifyingly solid, raising their arms. Facing monsters dozens of times larger than himself, Doniot is ready to fight. He shows zero fear, raising his ragged lance to thrust directly forward. Bang! The exact moment his lance touches the giant's arm, a gunshot rings out. The bullet from ebony strikes the giant's palm. At that exact second, Doniot's lance pierces right into the bullet hole. The giant lets out a painful howl before collapsing heavily to the ground. Doniot rubs his eyes and shouts with pure excitement, staring at the corpse. He laughs out loud, asking Sancho if he saw him defeat the giant. Sancho stays silent because he is staring in complete shock at Yakayan. To Sancho, a flash of fire shot from something resembling a black flute. It was held by this strange young mage. Every bullet Yakayan fires lands perfectly. Right where Doniot's lance strikes, 34 windmills, 34 giants, 34 charges. He shows no fear, his face glowing with excitement as the giants fall. The field itself starts to warp and distort, even Sancho rubs his eyes. Now he too vaguely sees those windmills turning into terrifying, long-armed giants. Are they truly giants, or is this crazy world actually bending to his will? And the one driving this surreal transformation is none other than Doniot. As the giants dwindle, even without any gunfire backup, Doniot pierces their bodies. He drives his ragged lance straight through them, no hesitation, determining deep in his heart that he can conquer any foe. Just as he decided the wheat field held giants and not simple windmills. The reality of this world is shifting. Yakayan watches this unfold, understanding. He realizes this is his task. The final giant falls. Doniot, covered in blood, waves excitedly towards Sancho and Yakayan. Laughing, he calls them the Dragon Knight and his dear friend Sancho. He proudly shouts that he killed all the giants, proving he is a true knight. Holding his lance high, his old horse Rosinante suddenly looks magnificent. He boasts to Sancho that he never lied and that those really were giants. Now he declares his friend Sancho must call him the legendary giant knight. Turning to the Dragon Knight, the proud warrior thanks him for his assistance. He admits that without Yakayan's help, he might have disgraced his noble name. Yakayan introduces himself, telling the eccentric knight there is no need to thank him. He only did his duty. Meanwhile, Yakayan's gaze remains fixed on the strange field. Paying zero attention to the antics, he focuses on the changing sky. To honor their new bond, Doniot suddenly offers him a wooden round shield. This unexpected gesture finally makes Yakayan turn his head in slight surprise. Asking what Doniot will use, the knight simply pats his chest, promising to forge another. He insists his friend Yakayan must accept this gift for their eternal bond. From this day on, the two of them form an official alliance of knights. If Yakayan ever faces a crisis, Doniot vows to charge to his aid. He initially wants to refuse, until he reads the shield's insane hidden properties. The item description reveals that summoning the ally in times of danger is possible. As long as he believes he faces a mighty monster, he will never retreat. This marks a true bond between the giant knight and the dragon knight. Together, Doniot and Sancho ready themselves for the journey ahead. They leave to continue their journey, watching their retreating figures. He silently contemplates the real battle they just experienced. Will Doniot still end up as the loser of the story? Maybe the flock of sheep will actually turn into an enemy army, and the Knight of the White Moon will truly be a knight. As long as he believes, Doniot will charge forward. What a terrifying ability. Belief makes reality. It seems he has actually changed the plot. If Doniot truly possesses those powers, maybe he won't end up as that loser after all. He smiles, wondering if he just did a good deed. Does the old man have this kind of power at other stations? He must write. If he really does, then his exhausting acting performance was not a waste of time. Gently brushing his hand against the unranked wooden shield, he contemplates the possibilities. If Doniot can do this in other worlds, he just needs to stall for time. Confidence to win, honestly, that is a genius loophole, putting the Wooden shield back on the train, he immediately rushes toward the wheat field. 34 giant corpses are already starting to revert into ordinary windmills. The power of belief has a strict time limit. He realized this right after Doniot left. The field keeping a very close eye on the scene, summoning the processing table. He knows it would be a shame to let these fantasy monsters just vanish. He decides to try his luck and see what valuable things can be salvaged. Equipping the arbitrary processing module makes salvaging large objects so much easier. He begins the salvaging process. Long-armed giant corpse successfully salvaged, obtained 1 giant skeleton, 1 dream crystal, and 1 chunk of meat. He understands the skeleton and meat, but wonders about the dream crystal. It is called an illusory crystal. Upon consumption, the user can awaken inside their own dream. Lucid dreaming, basically, what use does this actually have? Shrugging it off, he puts it away and continues salvaging. 1 corpse takes 10 minutes to process. 34 would take over 5 hours, but factoring in the wind down time before they turn back into windmills, the final number he can salvage is likely around 13. 13 giant skeletons, 5 phantom crystals, 13 meat chunks. That is the final yield, if only the processing tables recycling speed were faster. He could have gathered every single corpse before they turn back into simple windmills, but the machine is integrated directly with the train itself. To upgrade it, he must upgrade the train. The remaining corpses have already reverted to windmills, but he does not want to waste them, turning them into raw wood. The biggest prize from this harvest is the massive giant meat, though he has absolutely no intention of eating it. Humanoid meat sounds incredibly disgusting to even think about, but just because he won't eat it doesn't mean others will feel the same. 13 portions translate to 130 caddies of meat. He fills all 5 trading slots, pricing each portion at just 1 train coin. For starving survivors who have not tasted meat in forever, this price is an absolute steal. Even though he clearly labels it as giant meat, it cannot stop desperate buyers from rushing to purchase. Someone is selling cheap meat on the trade market. 10 whole caddies for just 1 train coin. What a crazy deal. Someone complains that they spent a coin for 1 caddy of chicken yesterday. Is this offer actually real? Others confirm there really is meat, starving to get some. Forget it, he still has to buy 10 caddies to roast. At least he got 1 train coin from the last trading station. Some refuse to buy, pointing out the warning that says it is giant meat. They ask how anyone can bring themselves to eat humanoid flesh. Are you guys even human? Some voice their disgust, while others argue that giants are not human. They're starving for meat and going crazy. Forget giants. If he gets hungry enough, he would even eat people. Someone yells to shut up or die. At the next station, others wonder if that crazy player's mental power is too low. He still has 33 points. So what? Did he eat their food? The diagnosis is clear. That guy is losing his mind. Meanwhile, the meat on sale quickly sells out. After all, these 10,000 players are elite survivors of the 7th station. Not only do they have level 2 trains or better, but they also possess a decent amount of train coins in hand. Plus, the price he set is the absolute lowest on the market. They do not care if it is giant meat. They just buy. Every time he replenishes the listings, they sell out. In just a short moment, he racks up 10 train coins, but he stops selling. He keeps the remaining 3 portions, just in case they prove useful later. From their frantic chats, he notices something crazy, and honestly, this changes everything. For ordinary survivors, once their mental power drops, it is incredibly hard to recover. Once it falls past a certain point, they slowly slip away into absolute madness, a complete loss of sanity and mental fatigue. Yet for him, despite using sublimation repeatedly, he feels completely fine. Even when his mental power dipped below 20 points, there was no issue. And his recovery speed is incredibly fast compared to all the other survivors. While others struggle to regain their sanity, his mind rebounds at a rate that even outpaces his physical stamina. Why is that? Could there be a hidden, special talent that he does not even realize? A gift that even the train system cannot detect? He shrugs it off. There is no point in overthinking. Things always have a way of working out. When the time comes, a path will appear. Worrying now is completely useless. After resting for a moment, he gets right back to work on his train. He remembers the wheat field where Don Quixote fought those massive giants. It is packed with golden, ripe wheat. He decides to transplant a portion into his planting carriage while loading as much of the rest as possible. The countdown begins, 3 hours and 41 minutes left on the clock. As he harvests the crops, he spots his robotic companion, Wally. The little robot is stuck under the wreckage of an old windmill. He wonders if the poor thing was trapped down here this entire time. No wonder. Wally waves its mechanical arm, rolling its tracks to point in one direction. A hidden treasure is waiting there. Intrigued, he follows the robot deeper in. They reach the center of the field, right near the ruined windmill wreckage. This was where the final giant fell during Don Quixote's charge. Clearing away the rubble, a dark golden fragment catches his eye. It looks incredibly familiar. He pauses, completely stunned by what he sees. Buried deep beneath the debris is something he never expected to find. It is 1/3 of a blasphemy card. Is his collection finally complete? Is he dreaming? He originally thought finding this last piece would take forever. After all, Shaw spent 15 years sealed away for just that one piece. No doubt about it, this item had to be incredibly rare. Yet here it was, the final third, sitting right at the 8th station. Picking up the fragment, he hesitates. Could it be dangerous? He pushes those doubts aside. There is no time to lose. Holding the pieces and not combining them would be absolute madness. He pulls the other 2/3 out of his secure storage box. Combined, the fragments snap together seamlessly. A dark golden glow flows from the completed blasphemy card. Endless streams of light pour out, feeling like they could engulf everything. The card floats in midair, and a faint whisper suddenly rings in his ears. He cannot understand the words, but the volume quickly intensifies. It sounds like 100 voices, singing and shouting all at once. Covering his ears does nothing to block out the overwhelming, deafening noise. Just as he draws his gun to shoot the card, the sound abruptly stops. The blinding light fades, and the dark golden card drops into his hand. This thing feels genuinely creepy, but he has to check its effects. If it is useless, he can always get rid of it later. And honestly, who wouldn't look at this crazy card with pure anticipation? It is Blasphemy Card 7, called Anchor. It consumes mental power to set a point. With a 1-day cooldown, Voyage lets him teleport directly to an anchor. Then there is Banish, which clears his anchors to exile any threat. The final skill, Return, consumes all his remaining mental power. Reading this screen makes the main character swallow hard. The card is absurdly powerful. If the details are real, it changes everything. If he leaves an anchor at a station, he can teleport right back. On top of that, he now has a way to banish his enemies. Even though using it destroys his setup and halts the teleportation. It serves as an ultimate trump card in any life-or-death situation. But that last ability, the one draining all mental power, worries him. His mind has been low before, but hitting 0 is uncharted territory. He has zero intention of recklessly testing that limit just yet. However, the other powers of the card are fair game. An anchor can be placed daily, and he already knows his first target. He sets it inside the train, right in front of the operating console. Activating the anchor drains 50 points of his mental power. It is a reasonable cost. He runs outside to test the next step. He triggers the Voyage command. Instantly, another 30 points vanish. The dark golden, hooded figure on the card suddenly begins to move. His body sinks rapidly, feeling like he is dropping into a dark abyss. Whispers echo, but the feeling passes. When he opens his eyes, he is standing right inside the front car. The small figure on his card slowly fades to gray. A 1-hour cooldown, that is acceptable. Suddenly, a sharp ding sounds and the system screen flashes. A private chat screen pops up beside him, showing a message from a blonde avatar. It is Shia. Why is she contacting him now? Did she already figure out the synthesis? Intrigued, he opens the message. She immediately asks if he successfully completed the blasphemy card. She wants to know if he found the final piece and combined them. She actually knows. He is speechless since he never intended to share this secret. He clearly underestimated her. She must have left some sort of tracker on that fragment. There is no point in hiding the truth now. Yes, he just finished the synthesis. He replies, asking Sister Shia how on earth she managed to find out so quickly. Sending back a confused emoji, she replies that she naturally has her own clever ways. Tell him to keep learning from his senior, yet her heart is actually heavy. Shia is struggling with incredibly mixed emotions right now, only messaging him by chance. Someone simply told her that a new blasphemy card had emerged somewhere in the world. Nobody knew who grabbed it or where it happened. She had no real leads. So she just thought of him and asked casually, never expecting this shocking truth. It really is him. Talk about mind-blowing. This card only chooses the owner it expects. Fate is funny like that. It took her years just to find 1/3 of it. And because of that single piece, she was sealed away for 15 long years. In the end, nothing. A bitter smile crosses her face as she calms herself down. She types on the screen, asking about his card before deciding to drop it. He wouldn't have told her anyway. He chuckles quietly and decides not to respond. Keep that card perfectly safe, she warns him. Do not let others discover it. Try not to flash it in public, and absolutely never give it to anyone. He is relieved knowing only the two of them share this secret, no one else. She closes the chat with a playful emoji, sitting alone inside her quiet church. She looks up at the blinding white light, whispering a heavy question to God. Why is he the one chosen to defy you instead of me? The chat fades and the excitement in his chest slowly cools down. Shia's warning is a sharp reminder that they are not the only survivors here. Countless powerful players are already out there, holding immense resources and incredible talents. He cannot afford to get arrogant. He almost wants to store the card away safely. But if he locks it up, he cannot carry it around, rendering it useless. Carrying it safely is crucial, if only he could access the safe box instantly. Just like retrieving items directly from the special storage unit whenever he needs. Then a brilliant idea hits him. You have to admit, his creativity is unmatched. Since the safe is also an item, can it be stored in the inventory? Eager to test this, he hurries over to the storage carriage. He tries placing it. It actually works. The system smoothly stores the safe box inside the inventory. Even better, he can retrieve items from the nested box directly from the screen. This clever loophole grants him 4 extra slots of accessible portable storage space. The man is a certified genius. Today has turned out to be incredibly profitable. He clears out the unnecessary items, keeping only 1 carriage in the safe. Beside the blasphemy card, he places the highly purified virus serum. The serum retrieved from Doomsday Town, he reserves the final slot for the purification stone. Now he can access 7 critical items on the fly. Outside, he has blessed white forest fruit, level 3 bullets, virus serum, and 1 carriage along with the purification stone, the blasphemy card, and the safe box itself. There is no doubt that these things will keep him safe if danger strikes out there. 3 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds, only 3 hours left before his departure. His VIP departure privilege turns from gray to green. Time is up, it is time to go. He taps the screen, and the familiar spatial passage appears ahead. The tracks rumble. A massive roar echoes between heaven and earth as the heavy train shoots forward through the rift, leaving the emerald plains behind for the endless wilderness. 20 hours remain. Suddenly, a broadcast echoes through the cabin, all train. Captains have now departed the 8th platform, warning that extreme weather will arrive tomorrow. Ruthless monsters adapted to this brutal climate will emerge from the wilderness to hunt the trains. Any vessel traveling under 50 kilometers per hour will face certain doom. Talk about pressure. Captains must upgrade immediately. Now, get this, that warning alone is enough to make many whale. 9641. No way, how has time flown? The minimum speed is now 50. This means they must quickly upgrade to Level 3 or modify the wheels separately. Fortunately, he did not dare to sell off his materials. Level 3 is tough, but a wheel upgrade is easy. How is this fair? The station frequency is still the same. Do not complain. Sister broadcaster, those who cannot afford to upgrade need to blame themselves. Did they even collect resources? Did they trade for food? He wanted to save his train coins, but now he must upgrade immediately. Looking at the recent chatter on the network, he can easily see that the quality of these train captains has improved significantly after the recent block merger. At the very least, they are no longer completely paralyzed by fear when facing these deadly system warnings. Most of these veterans have already prepared themselves for this sudden, absolute necessity of pushing their engine speeds higher to outrun the coming storm. He knows that boosting speed is not just about upgrading the chassis or the wheels. During his time at the 7th station, a resourceful captain who relied on manual labor for speed actually listed a human-powered bicycle generator on the market, which he had crafted using a special blueprint. By pedaling this customized generator bicycle, captains could boost their speed by 10 kilometers per hour. For desperate captains lacking materials to upgrade their engines, but still fighting to survive, spending a single train coin on this device is their absolute best option, even if it severely limits their future growth. Fortunately, he does not have to worry about such petty struggles. After listening to the ominous announcement, he expends some of his spiritual energy to forecast tomorrow's weather using his sunny doll. When he sees the grim results, he wonders if this heavy blizzard means the night station will be frozen over as well. Just then, a new message notification chimes, and he looks up to see that Shangyuan Yingsha is urgently asking him for a weather forecast. Since she was the original owner who traded the doll to him, it makes perfect sense for her to ask him for info. He calmly tells her the price is 1 train coin. And though she probably curses him as a greedy profiteer, she still transfers the coin. He completes the transaction by warning her that tomorrow will bring a massive blizzard, adding a friendly reminder to stay warm, to which she replies in frustration. He gave a simple nod. Once their chat ended, his thoughts drifted elsewhere. He thought of another friend, remembering that Ya's last station was supposed to be lucky. Since her life was a weird mix of terrible luck and sudden windfalls, he wondered what kind of valuable loot had she scored. He fired off a quick message. He asked how her last stop went, and her reply came back instantly. She proudly revealed she had already upgraded to a level 3 train. He congratulated her, genuinely shocked since she had only recently hit level 2. Her haul from the 8th station must have been massive. But he also knew the bad luck waiting at her 9th station would be brutal. She laughed it off as pure luck, mentioning she was actually looking for him. She wanted to know if he was interested in buying a shaved ice machine. Her sales pitch was simple. On a scorching day like this, he needed ice. A sweet bowl of shaved ice was exactly what he needed on such a scorching day. She even offered a massive block of ice as a bonus for just 1 coin. He smirked, realizing she was trying to turn the tables and make some money. He admitted her haul was impressive and the machine was neat, but he declined. Instead, he offered to sell her a highly valuable piece of information. The price was 1 train coin, and she immediately agreed to the deal. She asked if she could pay using the machine and the ice block instead. To her, he was elite. She knew other captains did not even compare to him. He accepted the trade, and the items materialized right before his eyes. With a massive block of ice and the machine ready, he dropped the news. He warned her about the upcoming blizzard that was heading their way and would freeze everything. She thanked him endlessly, realizing she might have frozen to death without it. She rushed off to buy winter gear, urging him to stay warm too. With the chat closed and his new machine prepped, he made some dessert. He crushed some fresh white forest fruit to use as a sweet jam. He poured the jam over the towering pile of ice and took a big spoonful. That sweet flavor mixed with the freezing cold was an absolutely unbeatable combination. Enjoying his treat, he remembered one final task he needed to finish. He entered the climate-controlled carriage and opened the holographic system menu. The requirements for a level 4 train upgrade showed just one missing item. He needed a smart chip, which cost exactly 10 train coins. Though Wally had not found any chests, his recent meat sales saved him. His deal with Shangyuan Ying Sha brought his balance up to 17 coins. It was more than enough. He confirmed the purchase, spending 10 train coins. The coins dissolved into light, leaving a small, high-tech chip resting in his palm. It glowed with a soft blue light. He now faced two distinct choices. He could automate his farm carriage or upgrade Wally's intelligence. The choice was obvious, but first he decided to use sublimation. His stamina instantly plummeted from 104 down to 64. The standard chip transformed into an emotional smart chip, granting genuine feelings. This upgrade would allow a cold machine to feel real human emotions. He gently tapped Wally's metal head, promising that he was keeping his word. Pressing the chip against him, it dissolves into a stream of blue light and merges. Into his metallic body, a blue current flickers and suddenly his camera-like eyes blink. He is now an intelligent, emotional, treasure-hunting robot. He can still search for items for just one train coin, no longer requiring coins to function in his normal state. Relying instead on self-charging, he would follow any instruction the captain gave him. Though the system noted that, as a former trash collector, he still has a deep preference for useless junk, while Ally no longer needs to enter deep sleep mode, the captain habitually tapped his head and told him to get some water. Unlike before, Wall Ally reacts aggrievedly now, clutching his head with his clamps like a bullied little punching bag. Even as he moves to obey, his tracks roll across the floor, and he soon returns. Holding a glass of fresh water, the captain tells him he is pretty smart and promises to tap him less, prompting the little robot to nod. Rapidly in agreement, he cannot resist tapping him one more time just to see that hilarious, aggrieved look, laughing out loud. Then he gently pats his head, promising that is truly the last time, absolutely no more teasing. Will not tease him anymore. He finally understands why someone like Shaw would build an android like Tina. If a little guy like Walally brings this much joy to this boring train life, a companion like Tina would be next level. Entirely, he wonders if he will ever be able to build such an android. Himself he will, but the next morning arrives with a chilling transformation of the world. Look outside the train window. A terrifying blizzard has painted the entire wilderness in a blinding, absolute white. The open plain, completely frozen over and teeming with snowfield monsters that emerge from the drifts to chase the train with deadly intent. Snow wolves, snow demons, and strange snow creatures swarm the tracks. Their sudden appearance strikes a deep sense of panic into those captains who are still struggling at level 2. He can see their desperation. From a distance, some have simply given up, waiting for frozen death to claim them, while others exhaust their entire wealth just to reach level 3 or upgrade their engines to barely maintain a safe distance, surviving only on temporary speed boosts. Yet, even those meeting the speed thresholds find themselves in a desperate struggle as monsters claw at their hulls, leaving some unlucky trains riddled with gaps. The environment is just as unforgiving as the creatures. The blizzard causes temperatures to plummet to -30 degrees, forcing those without proper winter gear to huddle inside and burn wood just to survive. But none of this matters to him. His circumstances are completely different. Inside his temperature-controlled carriage, the air is a comfortable 22 degrees, and he sits leisurely enjoying shaved ice. At level 4, his train moves with a grace and speed those monsters cannot hope to match. While he rests, while Ally is working diligently under orders, he climbs through the skylight onto the roof to collect snow, shaping them into neat ice blocks to stack in the storage carriage. When he sees the space is nearly full, he waves his small mechanical arms, waving them frantically to get his attention. Seeing his success, the captain praises him and rewards his hard work with a recharge, watching him happily scurry to the powered device for the juice he would have given him anyway. Wrapping a heavy wolf skin over his shoulders, he steps into the storage car, shivering instantly as the freezing drop in temperature hits his bones, bitterly cold inside. But he quickly starts loading the massive snow blocks Wally gathered into the unit. He knows that if temperatures spike, these blocks will become extremely valuable as a crucial future source of water. Suddenly, at 12:30, a familiar system prompt flashes before his eyes. The crossroads of destiny triggers, offering 2 distinct choices for his next stop. First is the Goblin Fortress, a level 4 hunting station, and the second is Screaming Village, a level 5 hunting station. Both are classified as hunting zones, which immediately sparks his curiosity. He wants to understand what differentiates a hunting zone from a slaughter station. Since neither level poses any threat, he naturally aims high. He picks the higher rewards, selecting Screaming Village as his destination. The train instantly surges forward, tearing through distorted space as tracks stretch into the endless void, emerging into a savage blizzard that still dominates the frozen sky, burying the entire area in endless white. However, he quickly notices a suspicious black dot moving slowly through the drifts. As it gets closer, he realizes the approaching figure is actually a human being. The system announces they have arrived at Screaming Village for 10 hours, tagging the station with a dangerous warning. A blonde, blue-eyed, middle-aged traveler with a scruffy beard runs frantically toward the train, calling out to him as if he were a savior, begging the master hunter to stop. He pleads for his village, in awe of the train, thanking God they arrived. Since his train sentry is not triggered, he knows the traveler is friendly. He presses the button, opening the door as freezing winds blast inside. The carriage, bundled up in heavy winter gear, he looks down at the traveler. The stranger looks about 40, calling him Hunter suggests his assigned role. And recognizing the train means other captains have likely crossed through before. He coolly tells the man he is just passing through, not playing hero. Then he asks him to explain what happened to his village. The traveler immediately drops to his knees in the deep snow. Begging for help, he explains that their home has been totally overrun by the ruthless Blood Clan, who treat the locals like livestock, draining them night and day. Without help, everyone will die very soon. Vampires, identifying them as targets, he asks how he escaped such a terrible fate. The man reveals his father knocked out a guard during a blood-drawing session so he could break free. His father told him to seek out a master hunter for aid, claiming a specific, valuable item would ensure the hunter would agree. With trembling hands, the man unwraps a dirty, tattered cloth to reveal a single well-preserved train coin. The captain stares at it, wondering if a simple coin is really the only reward for this deadly level 5 zone. He realized this was just a down payment, not the actual bounty. The real profit would come from hunting the Blood Clan itself. He pocketed the coin and told the desperate man to wait outside. Stepping back inside, he started picking out his gear for the job. The Meathil weapons he got in Doomsday Town were perfect for this. Though the Temple Meathil cross was ready, he used his mental power to quickly upgrade the Meathil crossbow and ritual sword to level 3. These would help him play the hunter, though his guns remained his best fallback. His firearms would still do the heavy lifting if things got too dangerous. Now watch, because he is bringing out a weapon of total destruction. The mental power enchanted machine gun, known as Great Compassion. He swapped out the virus serum for real ammunition and packed up. Wall Ally bumped against his ankle, blinking his massive screen-like eyes. Knowing what his little buddy wanted, he placed a train coin on its head. Activating treasure hunt mode, the little robot happily crawled out into the snow. It left a tiny trail behind as it vanished into the white. Opening the door, our hunter looked at the kneeling, praying blonde man. On their walk to the village, he learned the sloppy uncle's name. It was Atani, the village chief, who barely escaped with his life. His father sacrificed himself to buy him time, leaving behind a secret path. A tunnel dug in his basement, originally made to meet local young widows. Now that the widows are gone, the passage serves as an escape route. After cresting a snowy hillside, the village finally comes into view. Blood red contrasts sharply against the pure white snow beneath the eaves. Swarms of bats hang sleeping in silence, though distant wild laughter echoes. Atani grits his teeth as tears stream down his face once more. He drops to his knees, begging the hunter to save his people. There is no response. His goal is strictly hunting vampires, not playing hero. He demands to know where the secret passage is and orders him forward. Atani quickly guides him to a hidden cave that conceals the tunnel. Seeing how spacious the tunnel is, he shoots Atani a suspicious look. He asks if the chief truly dug this massive path all alone. Atani grins sheepishly, admitting his friends helped out for the widows. He tells the chief to head inside first, ignoring his confused questions. With a swift kick to the rear, Atani is sent stumbling inside. Our hunter follows closely behind, keeping a very sharp eye on everything. With his stats maxed out, his senses are sharper than ever. He can see perfectly in the pitch black up to 10 meters. A silver bolt suddenly shoots past Atani, nailing a red-eyed bat. The creature instantly turns to ash, leaving Atani staring back in terror. The hunter retrieves his bolt, realizing this hidden path was discovered long ago. It is a trap, and right on cue, sinister laughter echoes out. Swarms of bats seal off the exit behind them in an instant. A dozen pale, ugly monsters in dark cloaks step from the shadows. The leading vampire sneers, mocking the hunter who walked into their trap. He was completely right. Escaping with that coin always drags a hunter right into their trap. The vampire chuckles, surprised to see a human show up so incredibly fast. Atani breaks down completely, stammering that he had absolutely no idea. He did not mean to leave him behind. The hunter just cuts him off. It has nothing to do with you. Looking around, he only counts 13 vampires. The lead vampire sneers that those silver weapons cannot possibly kill them. In this dark, they are invincible. He orders the pack to attack immediately. Suck him dry, they growl. Invincible in the dark, the hunter repeats. Time to brighten things up. With a quick snap, a glowing stone fills his hand. Instantly, every vampire senses extreme danger and tries to flee. But they are too late. He warns Atani to close his eyes immediately. The pure purification stone erupts in blinding light, flooding the entire passage. Bats and vampires alike crumble into silent ash. Once the glare fades, the cave stands empty. It is as if they were never there. Pocketing the stone, he signals to move. He marches forward. There is absolutely no reason to hide anymore. Stepping out of the passage, he drops the waiting vampires with rapid crossbow bolts. This was once Atani's home, now desecrated as a blood harvesting station. Over a dozen pale, drained corpses pile in the corner, with others barely clinging to life. They are breathing but doomed. He steps outside. The noise has drawn major attention. The moment he steps into the open, dozens of vampires and bats swarm the sky. Human, you, the leader, begins, but never finishes. The hunter pulls out his stone. Brilliant light flashes, disintegrating everything it touches. He walks calmly through the village. The purifying glow spreads everywhere, sweeping the streets clean of the undead. Even the ones quick enough to dodge get pinned by his deadly crossbow bolts. It takes 2 full hours of relentless hunting to loop back to Atani's house. The village seems clear, mission complete, but honestly it felt way too easy. This is a level 5 platform, yet these monsters were barely level 2. A few level 3s but nothing special. Where are the level 5s? He turns to Atani. Sitting blankly by his brother's corpse, Atani slowly drags himself back to reality. This is Tess Village, he whispers. Thank you for saving our home. Tess Village, that doesn't match the platform's name. His pocket suddenly starts heating up. The purification stone is glowing intensely. He looks up at the sky. A massive blood-red spiral vortex slowly swirls open overhead, and a grotesque creature descends. This ancient vampire is far uglier than the others. It stretches its bloody mouth. And then a deafening shriek. Quickly, he pops in the earplugs he bought earlier. A smug smirk plays on his lips. Now this is more like it. A hunting platform without a boss. Yeah, right, things are about to get real. The system screen flashes. The screeching vampire progenitor is level 5. It is completely immune to lower holy attacks. Its shriek resurrects dead corpses nearby. It drains mental power from the living, driving survivors into absolute madness. His purification stone flares with light, but it barely does anything. The cold reality remains exactly as the system screen had warned him. A level 5 stone simply cannot harm this shrieking blood ancestor. High above, the blood ancestor perches atop a giant bat, glaring down with cold mockery. He sneers, mocking how much hunters intrigue him before boasting about his power. 3 centuries ago, a train-riding hunter had slain the creature's ancestor. Now, he wanted absolute vengeance, offering him a simple choice: kneel and become. His clan's first familiar, promising him an eternal, undying existence, eternal and undying, but he wondered if a level 5 station boss actually believed he had the right to make such grand claims. A dry smirk touched his lips as he casually tossed the purification stone back into his storage unit. Beside him, Otali watched his movements with sheer terror, clearly convinced that he was preparing to surrender to the monster. In the sky, he waved a hand to dismiss his fears, telling him not to worry because he had absolutely no interest in bowing to some frog in a well. When Otali asked what he meant, he simply replied that the creature was already dead. With a sharp snap of his fingers, his golden heavy machine gun materialized on the ground before him. The shrieking blood ancestor laughed in pure disdain, mocking the foolishness of humans and the weapons they take such pride in. He did not even finish his sentence before he pulled the trigger. A single bullet tore through the air, instantly shattering the rotting flesh of his palm. A shrill, agonizing scream ripped through the silence. The blood ancestor clutched the ruin of his hand, howling as he tumbled from the sky and rolled through the snow. He seemed utterly bewildered, crying out in pain and questioning what kind of weapon could possibly do this to him. You can actually see the moment he realizes he's completely done for a monster that had survived hundreds of years. The prospect of an end was terrifying. He turned to flee without a second thought. Desperate to escape, he did not get far. A storm of golden bullets erupted, infused with the ethereal power of Sanskrit chants, swallowing the arrogant old bat whole. In the blink of an eye, his body was reduced to ash. That drifted harmlessly into the wind. He was gone, turned to dust. He rubbed his hand, which felt quite numb from the weapon's massive recoil, and noticed Otali standing nearby with his mouth wide open in absolute, frozen disbelief. "Wake up," he commanded, prompting him to stammer a question about where the Blood Clan leader had gone. He answered plainly that the creature was dead, as if any other outcome was possible. Otali's shock was totally understandable. The heavy pressure the ancestor exerted upon his arrival was overwhelming, and after seeing the purification stone fail, the Poor man had completely given up all hope, seeing such a terrifying entity deleted so fast. Must have felt like a wild dream, or perhaps some hallucination. Brought on by severe blood loss, he did not pay much attention to his internal crisis and instead strolled right over to the exact spot where the arrogant bat had completely disintegrated. In truth, the old guy suffered an incredibly unjust death. Any other captain at level 4 or 5 would have met their end here, facing a boss. Immune to level 5 items, he was just incredibly unlucky to run into our hero, an outlier carrying level 6 gear at level 4. Beyond that, his abilities were entirely useless. His summoned corpses were either turned to fine ash by his own high-level purification, stone, or shredded by his own kin. Mental attacks failed completely, he felt perfectly fine. Checking his status screen, he confirmed that while his mental power had dropped, the insanity debuff had not touched him. Ever since the plains of nights, he had been under the permanent effect of witnessing truth and falsehood. He did not fully grasp the mechanics, but he was not complaining. After searching the ashes, he found a shriveled heart in the snow that managed to keep its shape. It was the heart of a blood baron. The system informed him that consuming it would transform his race into the Blood Clan, granting modules like night vision and blood feeding, but at the cost of being permanently labeled a racial traitor. He looked at the list of perks and felt it was rather mediocre. He had no desire to stop being human, and after seeing how ugly that old bat was, he definitely was not interested in the transformation. Still, just because it was useless to him did not mean it lacked value. The Blood Clan is a classic fantasy race, and these modules would be enough to let someone dominate low-level stations. If he posted this in the chat room, people would surely fight over it. He tucked the heart into his pocket, thinking he should hold out for a good price. It seemed the true draw of a hunting station was the ability to obtain unique racial items like this, which offered rewards far richer than a standard mission platform. Since his business here was essentially finished, he began heading back toward the train, but then he spotted a pair of tread marks in the distance. Following the tracks led him to the backyard of Otali's house. There, he found Wally working tirelessly with his mechanical pincers. He was in the middle of dragging a coffin out of a grave from which he pulled a ragged wooden box buried alongside some old bones. It was the treasure chest for this station. Though the location was incredibly abstract, he could not help but feel a bit speechless. Even among the strange stories he had read in the chat, finding a chest in a grave was a new low. Wally noticed him and waved his pincers happily, scurrying over with the box. He patted his head and told him he had done a great job, promising an extra charge once they were back on board. Otali, who had followed him in secret, looked at the scene in a daze. He asked if Wally was his pet and why he was digging up his ancestor's grave, but then his eyes fixed on the wooden box. He asked if he recognized it, and Otali admitted that while he did not know it personally, his family had spoken of it. It was apparently an item left behind by the hunter who had saved the village 300 years ago. 300 years ago. No. It should be a train captain. Was this box left behind by that train captain? According to train system detection, it is indeed a level 5 treasure chest. Treasure chest left by a train captain. How could anyone be so kind? And another point he has been thinking about ever since hearing a train captain came here 300 years ago. 300 years, and according to Sister Shia, a batch of survivors appears every 3 years. Does that not mean at least 100 batches have come to this world? No, that is not it. Shia said few train captains from earlier batches can still be seen, and unless she is lying given her overlevel 50 train status, she should at least know more about previous batches than a newbie like him. He cannot figure it out, so he silently pushes the matter aside. He tells Otali he passed through this village just to find this wooden box, saying the contents inside are not very precious, but it was this thing that attracted the vampires. Now that he is taking it, the village will be safe. he still has the ability to spout nonsense, and Otali believes it without doubt. He bows, thanking the great. He acts as their savior, but as he prepares to leave, the man hesitates. After a long silence, the villager calls out to him, prompting him to stop and turn. Trudging through the deep snow, the gasping man asks a very cautious question. Since he is the sole survivor, could he join him? But the train only has one seat. Our main character shuts him down immediately. He is simply not a team player. No one else is ever boarding this train, not now and not in the future. Just like Shah, he would rather manufacture dolls or use technology for company. He simply does not trust strangers. The villager freezes, words caught in his throat. The man stands completely stunned in the freezing wind, while our hero internally sighs. He tells the man to leave this place, especially since he is the sole survivor. He needs to survive for his people, and if danger strikes again like this time, he can use a special coin to call for help from other passing hunters. He pulls out a train coin, flashes it briefly, and tucks it back away. Finding help will just depend on his luck. With that, our hero turns around. He heads back to the train, battling against an increasingly brutal snowstorm. The freezing cold makes him miss his temperature-controlled carriage so much. Back inside, he checks the timer. Only 2.5 hours remain. Stepping into his quarters, he peels off his frozen, stiff winter gear. He collapses onto the soft bed, completely exhausted by the brutal frost outside. He orders Wally to head to the storage room and grab some beef. He tells the little robot not to look at him like that. He will get his charge. He promises to roast it himself, sending Wally rolling happily towards storage. The machine can only retrieve items with direct permission, not store them. He tosses the beef on the hot grill and finally checks his second major reward. A level 5 treasure chest is finally ready, his first ever reward from a platform. Once he sublimates the chest, it will instantly upgrade to a level 6 reward. He is filled with anticipation. His stamina drops from 85 to 45. Mental power drops from 67 to 37, that is 70 points in total. The level 6 chest is unlocked. He opens it up without a single hesitation. To his surprise, there are only train coins and a single blueprint inside. He gets 24 train coins and a mecha dragon blueprint. This unranked blueprint is for crafting a stage 1 mecha dragon. It requires 1 mine cube and a massive 1,000 kilograms of metal. Along with 800 machine parts, it needs 1 emotional intelligence chip. A note reveals a master created this before their fall, then another captain snatched it. That dying captain broke into a low-level station to steal this very item. Driven by spite, he threw it onto a low-level platform so no one else could have it. That is how the chest was formed, leading to the third note. The chest was originally level 5, but got promoted due to his special talent. Since the blueprint itself could not change, the coin reward was boosted instead. The payout increased to 24 coins, making him rub his eyes in disbelief. He stares with his mouth wide open, completely shocked by the absurd requirements. It demands 1,000 kilograms of metal and 800 machine parts. Seriously now, since when did the stingy system become so incredibly generous? The train system actually pulled through. The system explains its core rule of serving the train captain. It replies that when faced with items exceeding his current level, extra annotations will appear to help newbies understand. He spots a blueprint marked by 3 question marks snatched away by a high-level captain. That is quite interesting. He definitely has to build it, but where can he find a mined cube? Rubbing his chin, he realizes other conductors in his sector probably know nothing about this mysterious item. The best way to find out is still asking Shah. However, he temporarily suppresses the thought. The next station is the 10th, and once he passes it, his newbie phase ends. He has no idea what comes next, so it won't be too late to ask after he sees it. His latest loot isn't massive, a vampire baron. Heart that can change races should sell for a good price, and the hunting mecca. Dragon Blueprint is full of mystery, adding the 24 train coins, his reserves. Hit 31, while that seems like a lot, he doesn't think it's enough for a level. 5 train upgrade option, so he keeps saving, no rush. He licks his lips at the beef sizzling on the grill. Nothing makes him happier than barbecue in a snowstorm except hot pot. Departure writes trigger, and the hour hand of the pocket watch stops at 8. The train's whistle blasts loudly, even amid the void emerges. The tracks move forward, and they return from one expanse of white to another. The wild weather hasn't changed since. Entering the station, he opens the public chat. 8,683 remaining. Honestly, who could survive in this hellish frozen wasteland? Others tell them to just bear it. There are only 4 more hours. Someone suggests burning wood. Meanwhile, Li Zhang posted tons of materials on the trading platform again. Where on earth does he get them? Such enviable luck. Others chime in that Zion in their sector isn't bad either, pointing to the vegetables he posted. These two must have accumulated plenty of train coins by now. One wonders when the next public station appears, only to be accused of wanting to rob them. Li Zhang bought a level 3 assault crossbow blueprint at the public station and sold one to every alliance member. If anyone reaches a public platform, they better stay away or they will die. Some argue a crossbow cannot beat a gun, questioning how that guy survived. Others explain that a level 3 weapon easily beats low-level firearms. They ask if anyone noticed the guy who sold guns, Ye Kaiyan. He hasn't appeared lately, meaning his low-level rifles are likely outdated. That guy refused to join the alliance, and Brother Li has declared that the next time they see him, they will take his life. Brother Li also warned that no one is allowed to buy his items, or else they are against the alliance. Watching these lackeys type away, Ye Kaiyan calmly posts on his screen. He attaches a screenshot, spending 1 coin to pin his message, selling the heart of the vampire baron on the trading platform's auction. He is only accepting train coins, with the highest bidder winning. The trading platform has an auction feature that is rarely used. When his post appears, the scrolling chat freezes for a moment before exploding. Users ask about transforming into a vampire. Completely shocked by this unseen module, they wonder how many coins, and if had this, would they still need to fear the monsters chasing their trains. He can do whatever he wants inside the station, where the auction price reaches 15 train coins. Other captains wonder where everyone gets so much cash when they supposedly struggle. They are absolute liars. This heart immediately draws massive attention. Tempted captains bid first, they do not wait. Li Zhao is right there among them, cursing Yi Han for having such absurdly good luck. Still, he thinks Yi Han is stupid to sell it instead of using it. Does the guy want to keep his human identity? Li Zhao sneers in absolute disdain. To him, being human does not matter as long as a person gets stronger. Once he consumes this heart and becomes a vampire, no one will be his rival. Li Zhao takes out a coin and pins a public message, claiming his alliance wants this. Suddenly, another message completely overrides his, asking if his lackeys banned buying from Yi Han. As leader, why is he the first to break his own rule? The person posting this callout is Jiao En, a highly respected captain from another sector. He has been growing vegetables since reaching the very first station. One sells basic resources, the other vegetables. They really should have ignored each other. However, Li Zhao's lackeys are always showing off and mocking everyone else. Because of this, their alliance has developed an absolutely terrible reputation. Li Zhao's face turns livid with rage as he grits his teeth in pure frustration. He watches the price climb and continues bidding until the auction finally ends. The winning bid is 23 coins, which Li Zhao scraped together from his alliance members. He barely managed it, proving he has some real capability. Jiaowen also tried collecting from captains in his sector, but almost nobody trusted him. Without guaranteed interest, no one is willing to lend their wealth. As the timer hits 0, Lai Zio obtains the heart, and his coins are transferred. Yihan never expected the item to sell for such a high price. Since it came from a level 5 platform, the massive payout makes perfect sense. But since Lai Zio bought it, Yihan wonders if he will regret targeting him. He ignored the negative traits, focusing only on the physical boost. He might survive for now, but trust me, he is in for a rude awakening. Yihan smiles as he counts his 53 coins, ready for the next train upgrade. His stamina and mental power are still lacking, making the sublimation a priority. He decides that tomorrow, he will finally upgrade his train to level 5. Reaching level 4 10 stations ago was a record-breaking feat. Level 5 is next. It is absolutely possible. Suddenly, a direct message notification pings from a friend. Xiaolin is still alive, which is no small feat. She asks how much he made. He says he only made 23 coins, since auction details are completely private. Hearing this, Xiaolin rubs her eyes, wondering if she has somehow misread his message. 23 train coins can buy nearly 4 high-quality, level 3 treasure chests. She wonders who could possibly have such insane luck, and why she never gets anything similar. Yihan replies that he simply had to slay an old vampire bat. Hearing that, any envy she felt instantly vanishes. She knows danger matches the reward. Slaying that beast must have been incredibly difficult, requiring a massive sacrifice. If she were in his shoes, she would have probably chosen to hide in safety instead. Meanwhile, Lai Zio stares at the wrinkled vampire heart in front of him. His eyes burn with pure greed, wondering if the heart will truly change him. He vows to make Kayan regret selling him this item, tilting his head back. He tosses it into his mouth, a nauseating fishy stench exploding inside. Fighting the urge to vomit, he swallows it down, but excruciating pain hits next. He screams in agony. 2 sharp fangs suddenly pierce right through his mouth. His ordinary face transforms into an extremely ugly monster within mere seconds. Trembling, he stands up, completely startled by his reflection in the mirror. Wondering if this is really him, he throws a heavy punch, shattering the glass. His strength has surged, he succeeded, and Li Zio Zhang is no longer human. The next day at 6 hours, 30 minutes and 0 seconds, a broadcast rings out. It finds Kayan busy cooking. 2 eggs drop into his frying pan alongside slices of thinly sliced beast meat, some fresh tomatoes, and a white forest fruit. A hearty breakfast indeed. The system congratulates the remaining 8,679 captains. Survivors of the block merge, announcing they have successfully arrived at the 10th station of the newcomer survival period, which serves as the final destination for all novice train captains, wishing them the best of luck. The final destination, munching on breakfast, Kayan sits by the window. Yesterday, the silver-clad world has vanished overnight, leaving the usual endless, earthy wasteland. Before reaching this 10th station, he managed to upgrade to level 5, pretty impressive. He walks to the front of the train, touching the oval system interface. He softly orders sublimation, causing his stamina and mental power to surge like a tide. A deep blue stream pours from the front car, completely enveloping the entire train. Stamina drops to 70 and mental power is down to 60, upgrade complete. Now at level 5, a brand new train stands in the wilderness, details open. The familiar trio of wheels, frame, and chassis all boast level 5 strength. Speed is up to 100 kilometers per hour. Next, his upgrade options appear. Option 1 is the intelligent chip, then the CVO Roadhog motorcycle for 10 coins. And finally, the infinite storage game console, costing him 8 train coins. Well, looks like our boy completely overestimated his reserves, 48 coins in total. Buying everything drops his balance to single digits. He was rich for only 1 day. Now he is basically broke again. Shaking his head helplessly, he checks the rewards. The intelligent chip is a no-brainer. Wally is finally getting a proper brain. His planting carriage also needs full automation. That makes it a mandatory buy. The real focus is on the heavy turret carriage, boasting 2 fixed guns, and a top machine gun, all remotely controlled through the operating system. The roar of heavy artillery sounds incredibly satisfying. He has to buy it. A massive jet-black carriage suddenly appears out of thin air on the tracks. Connecting to his train, he teleports inside to look at the massive barrels, pointing out both sides, unable to resist running his hands over them. This is pure, ultimate romance, if only it came with more than 6 shells. He would absolutely test fire it right now. Next is the CVO Roadhog, a sleek silver-gray motorcycle, meaning no more walking on foot at the stations. Finally, he buys the game console, featuring completely infinite internal storage space. For just 1 train coin, he can buy various constantly updating games. Absolutely no hesitation, a definite buy. Just like that, his balance hits rock bottom. But since he bought it, he might as well put it to use. He spends a single train coin to buy Devil May Cry 5, which he never finished before. Call it pure nostalgia, and definitely not his old gaming addiction flaring up. There is still one more thing to claim, his reward for breaking the level 5 record. He set the fastest train record. His reward is train armament, and he has no clue what that is. An energy stream merges into his body. The Doomsday Drill consumes 1 coin to summon. It mounts a massive drill onto the front, growing stronger as the train speeds up. 12 hours later, he puts down the controller after getting absolutely wrecked by the game boss. Suddenly, a glowing screen pops up before him, instantly shaking off his lazy mood. The Crossroads of Destiny prompt is now triggered. Option 1 is the Gloomy Jungle, a level 5 hunting station. Option 2 is Darvel Village, a level 5 Goblin Tribe hunting station. Goblins again, what a strange connection. It is a tough choice, especially since the deep forest of Option 1 offers 0 information. Since goblins keep popping up, he decides Option 2 is worth a look. It just makes sense to go see, so he locks in his choice for Station 2. The station selection is complete, so he sits tight. The 10th station the train is set to arrive at is Darvel Village, Goblin Tribe. 30 minutes later, the train crosses the void. As the whistle blows, he is shocked to see a dozen people waiting outside. Look at them, they are dressed exactly like classic fantasy adventurers. This is indeed Darvel Village. Docking countdown is 9 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck. This is a high-risk station. A bearded leader in clerical attire knocks on his door. Are you the new adventurer here? He realizes this adventurer role must be his train captain identity in this zone. With no hostility detected, he opens the door. He introduces himself as Yakayan, asking what happened since he is just passing through. The cleric smiles kindly, admitting he thought the newcomer was sent from the capital. Since you are a regular person, leave immediately. Goblins are about to invade, and they must hold the line for 5 hours. They need to evacuate the civilians, but it seems they are already too late. The monsters have already arrived. Hundreds of green-skinned goblins are charging down, waving wooden clubs and iron bars. Stop them, the cleric shouts. He warns his team to watch out for stealth as they guard the perimeter. The cleric slams down a massive, door-sized cross from his back, bracing for impact. Suddenly, Yakayan orders his sentry to fire. The weapon activates, scanning the area. Dozens of bright targeting rings instantly appear under the feet of the charging goblins. Once they cross the 150-meter mark, everything is exposed. Even hidden goblins are exposed. A hail of bullets pours out, accurately tearing through the front lines. Not a single monster can bypass his defensive line, they are completely locked down. The goblins turn and flee, some scrambling past 150 meters, but could they really escape? Not a chance, command updated. The sentry quickly detaches from the train, carrying the heavy machine gun, pursuing them at an extremely high speed. The moment those goblins charge toward him, their fate is sealed. When the Gunfire finally stops. Hundreds of goblins have been completely wiped out. The sentry returns to the roof of the train to continue its vigil. He gently pats the shoulder of the stunned cleric, asking if he is hurt. The startled man stammers, wondering who he is. The cleric regains his senses, swallows hard, and looks at his harmless appearance. He reminds him he is just passing through, but coincidentally, his target is actually the strongest goblin around. He asks where he can find it. This is a hunting station, so there must be a major target, like that old bat. The strongest goblin. The cleric asks if he means the goblin general. From him, he learns the situation. The village is surrounded by a massive legion of 5,000 goblins. There are over 200 civilians. As adventurers, they were hired by the human royal family to defend the area so the people inside can evacuate. The cleric smiles and shakes his head, noting the kingdom would never spend such a massive sum to hire a high-tier adventurer squad just for simple border village civilians. The real reason is that a princess of the human royal family is staying somewhere in the village searching for something. The squad must prevent any goblin invasion for at least 5 hours until she finds what she is looking for and leaves safely. The commander outside is a goblin general, presumably his hunting target. 5,000 enemies. Honestly, holding them off for 5 hours sounds like a death wish. They do not look strong enough, but the cleric laughs, boasting they are a famous adventurer squad. Defeating the goblin legion is highly unlikely, but they can manage to block them. He points to the sky, mentioning they set up a barrier. Once activated, when the goblin army arrives, they cannot rush in. Watching his inexplicably confident expression, he silently looks up at the translucent light film not yet descended in the sky. He really feels it isn't as reliable as he claims. He asks if the general will show up, and the cleric confirms it. The cleric then introduces himself as Donald, inviting him to stay if his target is indeed the goblin general. He warns it is dangerous outside, and the tracks further ahead were long destroyed by the goblins. Donald glances at the sentry a few times with a hint of excitement. Target confirmed. He accepts Donald's invitation to stay temporarily. The squad members seem decent, so he exchanges some ice-cold beer to gain their trust. Compared to the goblin general he is hunting, he is actually more curious about what is in the village to attract a princess. As it turns out, Donald's alcohol tolerance is pretty average, and after having a bit too much, he spills everything he knows. He admits they do not know specifically what it is, but they heard an ancient ruin was discovered under the village. Perhaps there is some treasure hidden inside, but it is strange. They have circled the village multiple times, yet never noticed any entrance.